around the middle of that area for those surge-based teams to sort of tag Levin. That's the adaptation that we're seeing from yesterday.
Yeah, people are going to where the action is. They're desperate for damage, and for all the teams in the mid-map who want to sit in their little surge bases and tag away, it becomes a lot harder because there's just not as many people to take shots at. And we're seeing the impact of that really sort of almost annoy certain teams, right? Because if you are someone fighting off spawn, you're instantly at risk, right? I think instantly to my guy Queasy. Queasy always complaining about something on social media. That's what he does. But he was complaining about the fact that he's dominating the Frenchies off spawn, but then he has like a bunch of other teams looking to rotate in at Seaport as well, right? So, you know, they win against Skyjump and them, but then you have iDrop's team coming in, and then you eventually get Vanya's team that will rotate in later. So, you know, if you're on a spawn fighting team like Queasy, you have to finish your fight quicker. There's even more pressure to do that because you know there's going to be sharks swirling around the POI waiting for you.
Yeah, and the reason why the teams are doing it is because they have to, right? The surge damage from sitting in bases, from sitting in surge towers is just not enough. And we have a really nice sort of stat graphic here to show exactly why that's the case. I mean, let's take a little look at some of the teams that, and this is the sort of percentage of their shotgun damage compared to their overall damage. So we see like Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're a team that are doing so much of their damage with their shotguns, literally sort of exactly as what we'd expect from that team, box to box fighting, as we talked about earlier, some of the soft fighting. And then contrast that with Trulex, Tayson, and Chicho, who've only done less than 1% of their damage with shotguns. They're trying to do that, and it's just not working out, as we can see on the leaderboards from earlier on as well.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, those guys are like just sat in their bases, and we saw a couple examples of them fighting and it not going too well. But I think, again, you see the difference in playstyle there, right? Those top two teams in Veno and Teeny's team, those teams are fighting a lot more, like you said, more box to box. And then you have the teams in Vanya and iDrop who, it's a mixture of both, right? I think they're looking to maybe get the tags from a distance, and if you hit a beam, if you crack someone, if you get a knock, then you pounce, you jump in, you finish out the fight with your shotgun. So finding that balance, finding what works based off of, you know, your surroundings and the teams around you.
Very quickly, Mini Miner, what are you thinking of these teams continuously, well, starting to, I guess, increasingly use the Typhoon Blade within the boxes?
Yeah, that seems to be a real prevalent thing that we saw yesterday as well. Of course, we talked about how difficult it is to get damage, particularly if you are a team that likes to play outside of the box. This is an item, this is an ability that you can use that gets you right inside of that box and allows you to stay and get above the Storm Surge threshold as well. It's just so much easier, Levin. There's a clip here from Sky, which we saw yesterday, and even this next clip just highlights how important it is. Look at this in the Freezy, 400 damage below. Quickly get inside the box, Typhoon Blade in, damage dealt, easy, now you're above the Storm Surge threshold. So that's something that I wasn't expecting yesterday, but saw so much of it.
Look, I don't have much to say other than teams are going to find these things, right, where they can get advantages. In these lobbies, it's so hard to go against the Typhoon Blade when someone's shing-shinging into your box. I heard the commentator say shing-shing more than I've heard it since Mongrel way back in the day, right? So, you know, that there was a lot of that happening, and I think we'll see even more of it today.
Well, guys, we have run out of time because we've got to shing over into Game 7, so let's head back to Takato and the best taco.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, there's a lot of metas, a lot of shinging, but what I'm focused on now is going into day 2, how these trios have prepared. We had so many third parties going on, so much danger in the early games. So what have these trios done to kind of adapt and change that strategy? I mean, time will tell, Taco, but I'm excited.
Everybody's had the opportunity, though, to go through yesterday's matches, check out what went right, what went wrong, and hopefully adapt, and we'll get to see just how that pans out in Game 7.
I've got my eyes on a couple locations. We have Seaport, where we've seen a lot of engagements in terms of Queasy's trio up against Momsy's trio. We've got Lost Lake, where we've got Cammy and Seti's trio in a difficult situation based on how it went for them in the off-spawn. But we're actually going to be looking at kind of a new off-spawn fight that we didn't see so much yesterday.
Yeah, big thing here at Shug and Solitude is that Teeny, Svi, and Hatris, they never really had a designated spot throughout the course of day 1. We saw them once or twice stepping at this engagement, but Ewick's gonna come out hot. He's not gonna give Teeny the opportunity to actually get that shield potion online. A big knock to start things off here. They're trying to fend their own territory, but Svi makes sure Ewick gets shut down.
The trade comes through now, back to a 2 versus 2. Skavi not even finished yet as he wants to find more. Haris is getting multiple angles as well, trying to just connect that singular pump shot needed, but Haris has to be careful. He gets cracked, he gets knocked down, leaving it all up to Skavi as he has 7 shots and a dream now, looking to see if he can come out on top in this 1 versus 2.
this would be so detrimental. You want to start things off on the right foot if you're a team that's already sitting in that 8th place position on the leaderboard post those 6 games from yesterday. That's the case here for SV with that Typhoon Blade stand. He might be able to look for an escape, but instead he's going to wager it all on himself, but it's just too much firepower coming out of Unzone and Domtat. They're going to be able to defend Shogun Solitude, and this could be a moment here for Teeny and them to reconsider, but a lot of action taking place here at Seaport still with Queasy.
Ooh, okay. This is interesting. Merstash has already been eliminated, it seems. Swizzy and Queasy are left as a duo, and there's a few problems from this because even if they continue, you know, trying to make something happen here, they know the potential third parties that are going to come through. So the more time it takes, the riskier it gets. But having one of our top teams that were more successful in terms of the early game engagements at Seaport now going down so early, this is going to set them up for kind of a difficult recuperation that they're going to have to go through to come back from this game.
Yeah, but more on that later. We'll just have to revisit and hope that they've been able to bring Merstash back into this game, because right now the focus is entirely at Lost Lake. But one big shakeup here, Takada, is that we're not seeing Cami, Seti, or Hari immediately battling up against Podesai's team. Instead, it's an entirely different trio. So many parties, I think, surrounding this area by Lost Lake kind of just recognized the fact yesterday, hey, why don't we just run over early to Lost Lake, where we know these two teams are going to be guaranteed fighting for what felt more like pride than anything else by the end of the day here, Takada. But it seems as though Cami and Frostroki's teams have realized we're not trying to both suffer here simultaneously. Winning that off spawn doesn't necessarily mean you'll get to play out the match.
Yeah, I mean, we did also see 2 eliminations on Cami Seti, so looks like they might have had it their way. Issue was the third party, but looking at Pix, Darm, Demus, and a Bush here, it looks like they kind of are waiting for a rotate to come through, open up a potential elimination. Sneaky one, but by the Brutal Boxcars, looks like we've already had an elimination be made. As Nefrizzi, Lucia far away. I'm not sure if that was the trio that got aggroed onto, but yeah, it was, it seems, as now the 2 versus 3 isn't going to be enough for them to push yet. They've already picked off one. It was Starkus, I guess, that maybe got caught off guard in a separate surge base and wasn't able to regroup in time.
A little bit of trouble here, though, for Nefrizzi. This mountain span right over base tunnel outside of Brutal Boxcars. The problem is that some teams from the northern side of the map might begin to push their way in if they just recognize there's these 2 somewhat min-map teams kind of just caught up in a little bit of standoff here. Vano, though, just so looted up already at Flooded Frogs, and we heard it from Levin on the desk. He said it himself. He doesn't feel like they were getting fraggy enough yesterday, which is crazy to think about considering the performances that we did witness out of this trio. But still, Veno, bright and early, first thing, saw from him this morning, I don't lose. The stakes have never been higher, because when you're sitting in second place leading into today, it's a lot to live up to.
And just like that, it finally paid off. Demus, Darm, Pix, they were waiting for this moment. They were hunting for a player to catch him off guard, and just like that, they've hit those initial shots, but they haven't been able to close out on multiple eliminations. They picked up one. It's a 3 versus 2 now, as Monet and Loki are forced to disengage. 1 elimination is what they got from that. I mean, it's good, but to be honest, I think with that much of an advantage, catching your opponent off guard, they would have wanted at least 2, but could have ended a lot worse as we go back over to Mr. Savage, Margle, and Panzer, who are also an invite here, still at Shogun Solitude, and this one's staying in Storm.
Mr. Savage just kind of hesitant to drop down, but once the body's been knocked, he wants to go for the finish. Panzer beats him to it. Ju, no longer a participant. Shark still hunting around, but it might just have to be a full disengage. The main problem here, Takada, is that this was just third-party nation the whole way through. Ju, Zieni, and Shark are giving no time here, and unfortunately, that's just going to be another point that they've essentially missed out on, because Ewik's team was the starting point as far as Shogun Solitude battles are concerned. Mr. Savage and them, they just took full advantage of the situation and watching these teams collapse on each other.
We pan back over to Seaport City, though, as it looks like Shakeoff, Momsy are still... Oh, no, you can't let that happen. As he gets dropped down, Shakeoff on the ground now, crawling, as his teammate's going to have to come pick him up. But is that going to be enough? Are they going to be able to defend themselves off from the aggression that's going to come from that knock? As now the pressure's on. Defense has started. I drop Sky, Scroll, looking to see if they can successfully third party, but Sky goes down, putting it back into a 2 versus 2. I drop doesn't even have that much shield. Momsy's fully cracked, as they might even fully disengage. Scroll gets cracked as well. The pressure's on them now, as they're gonna look to do a quick reboot potentially.
Yeah, without Sky, they don't have any other options. They want to make sure that they stay as intact as possible moving forward, but Seaport City has just turned into an absolute nightmare because another team has entered the mix. Convict, Mixon, and Blaha are not giving any rest to the Frenchies. Momsy, Skyjump, and Shakos have just been duking it out from the very beginning of this match.
The reboot has come through. Now I drop trying to make use of those chug splashes to get his trio back and healthy before they potentially get into this next engagement. Blaha, Comeback, Mixon are going to be in the elevated position with the Onimask coming through. Looks like they might want to fight this one. Taking the elevated position, another reboot coming through. As the fight at Seaport, it is absolute chaos.
High drop overall there has better elevation in comparison to Blaha. He's just going to continue trying to apply some pepperings. A little bit of damage here and there. Murstache, also a reboot survivalist, but he's got to be careful here. Robin knows this is a team that's a little bit hindered. They had to go for that reboot deep north. Canyon's crossing, and yeah, that's just going to be an immediate disengage sign for Queasy. Whether or not he's able to even recover those reboot cards is going to be so problematic. A fully intact trio. They know just how injured Queasy is at this point too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second recovery that this trio is going to have to go through, from losing the initial fight at Seaport to now losing a second fight after already rebooting one time, forcing Queasy to look for another reboot. I mean, he has 2 med kits. He has a water sprite now, so he'll be able to tank zone, but it's going to be a difficult comeback as we look at what Noah, Riley, Yanis, and Shap have been doing in the meantime.
Huge. Absolutely huge for Noah Riley, but worse if you're Venya, considering what they're trying to defend. I mean, this was our team. 4 out of 6 matches yesterday, Takada. We saw them in that top 3. They didn't even get a victory royale, and yet they were still leading the day, heading into our day 2 of Major 1 finals. So Vanya, fully understanding, definitely a competent player. I mean, we're talking about last year even, Major 2 final success. And yet, here today, everything hinges upon these final matches.
Yeah, it makes it difficult having that much pressure, as it looks like Queasy is going to be able to get a reboot. Is it going to be both players? As it looks like it might just be Swizzy. And this is going to be a tough one to recuperate.
The main issue is, even if they manage to somehow bring back Murstache, well, actually, that's not even going to be, I think, in the question here at this stage. It's just more so, I'm thinking about the storm sickness, Takada, and the developments there for Queasy and Swizzy. If they want to play for placement, that's not going to be easy. But teams that are trying to avoid dealing with storm surge in general, looking to get their fights in early here. Malabuka caught up with Nathan.
This is no surprise, as having such a strong drop spot, setting themselves up with the amount of loot to take these engagements early on the trios that tend to fight in the surrounding areas. We have Eclipse, CZB, and Nathan. They're elevated, but it looks like they're a little scared here, as they're going to use the Oni masks to try and get out of this situation. Malabuka look for potential tags, able to connect a couple, but not enough to make them want to continue with that aggression.
But what's crazier to think about is all the side sprays that are coming in as well. You got teams from Twinkle Terrace, you got teams that are a little bit more central towards Foxy Floodgate even, thinking that might be some signs from Tayson Trulix and Chicho even, but Malabuka, he can't afford to look for these peaks without making sure that his angles are covered. Teams just reminding him of where they're actually left standing. Mappy, Cade, and Cringe. This is a tough situation. They're gonna need to fight their way out of this one though, Takada. They need a refresh more than anything.
They need that refresh, but I mean, it's still kind of early on in the zones. They do have a fishing rod, so if they're able to make it into zone, they can recuperate a lot of that HP and shield. But without having, you know, minis, without having bigs, anything else, it is going to be a little difficult with the distance they have to travel. But it looks like after using the water sprite, it's going to put them back at a healthy position. Their worry now is getting enough mats and somehow making it safely into zone, avoiding those trios that are going to be holding them back, which then allows them to kind of fish their way in. But it's going to be more of a long match for that trio as we look at Marius, Pixie, who lost Vanya, as we saw not too long ago. Now Marius, with 0 materials, gets knocked down, leaving it all up to Pixie as he's getting shot at as well. 6 shield to work with, and the medkit's going to be popped, and this is just looking worse and worse for our leading trio going into day 2.
Even if Pixie has material, it won't make a difference if he's not going to be able to play this one out with the rest of his team here. Takada just stuck on Shattered Span. 2 teams separating him from his ability to even try and toy with the idea of moving closer to zone, much less being able to recover those reboot cards. And again, considering that we are looking at our first place position team now essentially shambles for the mid game, that's got to be a huge boon, I think, to Vika's overall game plan with Veno.
As now Malabuka once again continuing on with his engagements. You can tell they've been hungry to not only do damage but also pick up some eliminations, but you have to be careful. Malabuka, 2 pumps is going to be enough to knock him down. Ping now forced to play the defensive here and try and pick him back up. Meanwhile, Walks doing what he can to assist as Akira is cracked, just 1 shot away, but so is Walks, as now he has to make the decision. Do I get into the box with my teammates? Can I help them out in time? Yes, he can, as they are going to pick up those 3 eliminations. Akira put aside, getting fully elimed, and now Malabuka, Ping, and Walks are gonna have time to continue back to zone, not having to worry about damage as much.
And hey, we were talking about strategies that teams are trying to employ for today, but Shogun's Arena still seemingly a big part of that for Veno's trio, as they do manage to claim not only the height positioning, but with all the action that's taking place towards that west side of the map, this is going to be ideal opportunities for them to sit on top of that Shogun's Arena now and just look to spray all these scattered teams around the edges of the map, really prevent anybody else from coming close.
Yeah, and speaking about scattered teams around the edge of the map, Pixie's still in zone, now gonna look for the reboot onto his teammates, as it's gonna kind of open up that vision for the other trios that are close by. Most likely will hear this reboot, and it could cause them to kind of hold them once they do make it to zone. So they'll have to keep that in mind when they're planning their rotate. If they need to take extra time to, you know, spend more in zone, get those materials, get that extra loot. But with Yanis close by, with Noah Rayleigh Chap, we know the fighting power of this trio, and now that they've spotted the reboot, I don't know if they're gonna let it slide.
It's 2 players though, not even just the one, so they know just how limited the loot is currently for Pixie's team, and they're really just trying to look to set up in a zone engagement where they're just not going to allow this team to enter. Already getting held by teams on the mountain as well. Everybody has just got their eyes on Vanya, Pixie, and Marius's current positioning, and this is it's something that they can recover from to potentially build more placements later on, but I don't think that this is like a winning position by any means.
No, definitely not. As we can take a look at, speaking of the top teams, what Queasy has been up to. From having to go for a reboot as well to once again getting into another fight. I mean, to be fair, to give them the props, they made it pretty far from all they had to go through in this match, so
but it's the fact that it's against Momsy, Skyjump, and Shaco's, the team that's contesting them initially, and now all the way through 5th zone even, still continuing to haunt them, continuing to just be a restricting factor, or attempting to at least, but they'll have to wait and see what Game 8 has in store for them. Veno, very happily though, starting to poise in prime positioning compared to the rest of the lobby. With the way the zone is pulled now towards that northern side of the map, Takata, we are getting closer and closer to teams just being so prevented from actually crossing these small points of elevation.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it earlier. Veno was saying he wants to be more aggressive, but they literally had the most eliminations in zones 2 to 5. So the mid game of yesterday, as it's continuing on forwards with Pixie, we can see how this continued. Low-key, he's not able to hit that initial shot. Marius is now left alone as he's trying to clean up the rest of this engagement before Pixie gets finished, but Pixie is at just a sliver of HP. The clock's taking seconds before he gets eliminated. Loki does get knocked, but Marius has lost Pixie in the process, as Vanya is also just seconds away from getting fully eliminated.
We are in a 2-tick zone here, Takata. Marius is also underneath the surge. We are witnessing total desperation at this point. There is still another player above him. Lushi is not intending to let this one go. At this stage, you're going down with me. Seems to be the mentality. And poor Marius, he's got no other choice. He's out of heals entirely. It's going to come down to who actually managed to get the siphon off the other.
Yeah, I mean, those extra points, they can come in handy as Marius goes right into it. Confidence blasting through as he picks up his 3rd elimination, but now the solo journey back to zone. I mean, he's got the loot, now a bit of damage, got the mats, as I believe he's even gonna be looking for a potential... Oh, I saw some players close by. I don't know. We'll see. We'll come back to that later. Take a quick pause. If Marius is somehow able to recuperate this match for his trio, it's going to be absolutely insane. But Mongrel, Mr. Savage, Panzer, 4 elims starting this off before the late game, and they're still only 83 above.
They've had a lot of success since their early venture from Bird into Shogun Solitude. The third-party opportunities definitely just opening up an avenue for them to continue trekking their way north. Here at Magic Monsters now, though, they've got Scroll in their sights. Triple spray comes through. Not enough just yet, but the dings were so heavy from Panzer. He does successfully find that knock. The elimination claim, though, elsewhere, but they're trying to get to the body. They know that this is a weakened team. They want to try and break into the box.
Meanwhile, we have Marius who made it back to the edge of the zone, but it doesn't look like he's going to last much longer, being 13 below and 7 HP as he continues to get ticked here, doing what he can. Just 1 HP left. Marius is going to go down, so Mr. Savage, Mongol, Panzer, with that quick refresh they got, bumped themselves 240 above the Storm Surge threshold, as now they should start kind of looking around to find potential rotations to get to the zone here. But iDrop, after losing Scroll, is now left as a duo on a lower position where he can't really see his surroundings. He can't plan that rotate, and only being 73 above, they're just gonna have to Oni mask in.
Trying to play this end game, though. Another one of our top 3 teams in that 3rd spot specifically, but iDrop, Sky, the job's not finished. They've got to deal with a perfectly healthy Savage underneath, although iDrop trying to change that narrative as we speak. Gonna be forced to crank up just a little bit, though. So much of his hard material having been committed this early is going to make it very difficult for him to continue moving deeper into the center of zone, but at this point, he's just trying to play next to Sky. He's just trying to create a brief moment of relief to gauge out whether or not it's even feasible for them to get across that hill, but he doesn't really have much time to think. He just needs to get the damage on now.
Yeah, good news is they have that water sprite that they can place while looking for tags. It looks like he might have gotten enough with that crack, but in the meantime, he got cracked as well, as now they have to play defensive, but 152 above. It's kind of still on the borderline in these levels of the game, as you can see, in just half a second drops instantly down to 49 below as they continue to look tags from afar, but I don't think it's enough yet to full on go into an engagement. The issue is iDrop has no more minis, no more bigs, no more water sprite, nothing to recuperate this potential storm surge. So as the clock starts ticking in Sky as well as Crack, they're gonna have to make a bigger play here soon.
They're just going to have to commit to the low ground. That's where we saw them have the most success in yesterday's matches. Even that's where their Victor Royale stemmed from initially. Not saying that this is a repeat opportunity here necessarily, but at least in the low ground, they can look to try and play backside, try and pick off somebody who's worse for wear than where they currently sit. Because right now, in the secondary height position, they're just drawing in the focus of teams that are already based up, already looking to try and ensure that nobody else has the opportunity to try and challenge them.
Storm closed now. It's starting to tick. Sky has just a few seconds left to his name, trying to make it count, as it's going to be all up to iDrop shortly here, as now with the siphon mats and 2 seconds left as well, iDrop needs a miracle to get out of this situation, as it looks like he is going to go down. Good effort. It was difficult to get out of. As we go back to Malabuka, Walks and Ping, who are having a legendary match with the amount of loot eliminations and everything they've gotten to lead up to this end game.
That was a massive jumping over shot, but Mongrel Panzer, disaster has struck for this team. They looked like they were in a relatively good position on the low ground, but now fully chalked here as Panzer holding on to his last little bit of HP alongside Savage. They're trying to see if there's even a path forward at this stage, but everybody surrounding them just taking note of all these weakened trios, trying to take advantage of the fact as well. If they could at least look for that revive onto Mongrel, it would be massive, but Panzer knows they've got to create space at least if they want that to come to fruition.
I mean, we talked about Merstash being the elimination leader. Panzer's number 2 in damage from yesterday, but after he goes down with his 5 eliminations, it's all up to Mr. Savage trying to get ahead. A good amount of materials, but the issue is damage, shields. He's got the fishing rod. If he gets lucky enough here, if he pulls some shield fish, some floppers, anything to put him back into the game, it could be legendary with the shield fish getting picked up from the first fish, as now he's still 87 below though, Taco. I don't know if he could just fish this one out. I think he might have to just start looking for tags.
He's just a chill guy that fishes.
He's just fishing for placement at this point, hoping that the shield fish and the floppers can buy him enough time that somebody else gets eliminated in the process. A small fry even just to give him an extra little touch of HP, but again, you're fishing inside of the first moving zone at this point, right? There's nothing left for him to do other than hope that more teams just continue to fall around him.
Will he be able to outlive Surge? Is this the ultimate strategy? 9th zone fishing. Gets the small fry now, forced to make the rotate, 1 tick away from being eliminated. It's all or nothing as he gets taken out. Venom, Vico, Flixie though, looking to start off strong in day 2.
Already tarping their way through the mid-ground, and considering where the day started for them, game 7, Veno, a menace.
Oh, I love
with
that.
his Invis medallion, just making sure to tarp through all of the secondary height. It's only a matter of time before they look to challenge for ultimate high as well here, Takata, but they are clearing out the teams behind them, the teams that aren't so fortunate enough as far as the loot is concerned to be able to actually charge their way forward. And Veno, he's just ready to pounce.
You can see how effectively they're able to look for those tags, look for those refreshes when they're in desperate need. But Demas picks Darm, the trio in their first ever FNCS Major Finals, showing how aggressive, how confident they are still able to be, coming from yesterday on fire, as now Veno, Vico, Flixie are making the play for height.
And Veno's already taken it. The other team pushed down. He's going to give a little bit of backup here to Flixie, who's caught up in a bit of a sticky situation, but it's no problem. He's got it all under his thumb. Hijo going to be the next victim here, potentially. He's just trying to stay safely concealed in that secondary height layer, but Veno, he knows there's a body behind him. He knocked it earlier. He's going to go claim the loot even, make sure he has as many mats as possible. In the low ground, though, Malabuka fighting for his life.
In the trenches, just 7 bills to work with, but he hits a huge pump. It's going to give him that siphon needed to last just a bit longer. The materials to tarp ahead as Demas, Pix, and Darm continue to claim their wrath on low as Rax gets taken out. All they have to do now is stay ahead, claim space, but the issue is Demas has no mats. He needs to find some for his IGL, for his tarper. He needs to hunt for some sort of refresh. The good news is, though, they're able to make it ahead, but Malabuka is going to go down.
Ping, though, still lurking, but he's gonna get spotted out by Bolin. No chance to escape even. Veno gonna cut him off the moment he tries to layer swap. And Veno now up down below. Veno knows that there's just one team looking to control the front side low, and it's Demas's.
Where did this change? Demas now put into pressure as his team goes down one by one. Pix is low on shield. Veno, though, in the blink of an eye, they had 2 eliminations, and all of a sudden they're in double digits. Vico picks up another one, looking for the last one onto Demas as he has 4 splashes left, forced to go into zone here, tank a bit, look for a potential angle on his last opponent. Medallion's gonna be picked up. He can turn invisible now. It's a 1 versus 1. Demas looks for the angle, drops down low as Vico looking for any possible connection, gets back on high ground, but all it takes is 1 big shot.
Oh my.
The difference here is Vico. He's been an up-and-comer. He knows what it's like to be in Demas' position. Spraying down below, just playing it safe. He still has 4 splashes to work with as well, Takata. And for the 3rd time throughout this Major 1 Finals, we are seeing the victory royale bestowed upon Veno, Vico, and Flixie.
Vico said, look, I know you're a rookie here in the Major Finals. Let me give you a quick masterclass of how to close out a match. Going up to, what, I don't know, close to 15 eliminations. Taco, we saw them getting into the end game. They had like 2, maybe 3 elims. We look at another team, look back, they're at like 12 or 13. I mean, this trio is looking unstoppable.
And it's crazy to think, too, because the early to mid-game, it was definitely a little bit scrappy. We saw some circumstances where they were definitely looking to at least apply surge tag damage, but the way that they were able to seamlessly transition from mid to late game, the way that Veno just masterfully calculated the perfect time to take over height, it's just one of those circumstances where this team is just firing off on all cylinders.
Nobody does it like them on the high ground, able to secure so many eliminations, and not only that, keep themselves in a prime position to get the victory royale. Look, I need to take a break because I am way too hyped right now. Desk, Frankie, 11 Mini, what just happened?
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, confidence, experience, and sheer fragging power. This is a trio, boys, that absolutely has it all. They've set out their stall. They've started as they mean to go on, and day 2 on the Major 1 Finals. And Levin, it's just looking so good for these boys right now.
I said it yesterday when you asked me, you know, who am I looking at? Are they in a good spot? They're in the pole position. I'm loving this start to the day for this trio. Finally, get a zone, by the way. Can we talk about that for a second? Yesterday was unbelievable, the zones we were getting. We finally see them get a zone. They're able to play for Ireland as a result of it, Mini. And then you see the way the rest of the game plays out from there. Veno with the medallion, the best in the world when he has that win condition on him. And then the 2 other players with him, Vico, Flixie. Vico doing the big 1v1 at the end to get the job done. Very, very happy for this team right now.
Super, super impressive. Another textbook game from them, really, with the way they chopped down height, took it for themselves, of course. When they're up in that position, the amount of eliminations that they're able to get is just second to none. And yeah, as you say, this is a perfect start for them, able to claim island as well. You can see the island there in the little mini-map. That is a perfect zone for them to actually get another, or actually for the first time, a nice little north zone pull. But what I was really impressed with here was right there at the end. I know that Vico, you know, has been sort of an up-and-comer for a while. Not that anymore, absolutely. But for, you know, a couple of years ago, would have expected Vico maybe to drop down, maybe to try and take that fight. But I love the maturity from him there at the end, just to showcase what he knows, what he can do, and how much he's developed as a player. He didn't drop down and try and 1v1 the last player. He just stayed up there. Shotgun, little chip damage, and that's all he needed to do.
Well, yeah, again, just that breath, that cool, right? When, you know, he has a knock that he's picked up, so you have some time to play in the storm, right? Because you have that damage you can work with, right? He takes down picks there, and then obviously you can go pick up the medallion now from Veno, right? And the medallion is the key for him taking height off of, you know, Demas and picks and them here, right? Because look, you see Demas goes down, he's running out of mats, and Vico identifies this, so instead of continuing to top out and allowing Demas to actually just like spray him down, he's playing with his HP. He has to chug splashes to work with, and he's able to just chip away at his HP very, very easily there. So really composed win from Vico, which again is something that maybe you wouldn't have always said about Vico as a player, being able to have those composed moments.
And how fantastic to also see Vico, who had his breakout year really in 2023, versus Demas, who we're witnessing have his breakout right now. I have a feeling this is a rivalry that's gonna run and run, and there's so much more to come after this break.
into zone here, tank a bit, look for a potential angle on his last opponent. Medallion's gonna be picked up. He can turn invisible now. It's a 1 versus 1. Demus looks for the angle.
Wait, what? 1 versus 1, bro. I looked away for 1 second. What the fuck? Yeah, Vico's not losing this, bro.
But all it takes is 1 big shot.
Vico is not losing this.
Difference here is Vico. He's been an up-and-comer. He knows what it's like to be in Demus's position, spraying down below.
Yeah,
Just
GG.
playing it safe. He still has 4 spots to work with as well, Takata. And for the third
What was that guy doing? He had a roof, but he didn't even hide under it. He just fucking stood out in the open. Trying to bloom battle.
Wow, they're ahead by a lot now. Demus on second, bro. That's insane. Chat, this is Demus's first grand final, bro.
Yeah, and
Pretty sure.
Pix. Pix
This guy
is
just
a
like,
controller
bro,
player.
someone just clicked for this guy,
Second
bro.
place.
He just understood the game now.
Let's go, Demus. Damn, I was actually gonna put them in first, but I was like, nah. Oh wait, that's just for today though. Oh no, Demon. I don't know. He keeps fucking putting it on the weird day. He puts it on day 2 instead of every
Still top 11, boys.
session.
Still
Oh
top
no,
11.
Demus is in second place. Damn.
45 points from 12.
Well, yeah, Demus is in second place in
So
the
there's a decent
fucking
gap here, you know.
over everybody.
We just gotta
Oh,
have
no,
a little
third.
win, bro, and we'll
But
actually
yeah, I
we're
don't know.
sitting in
Can
like
you
top
scroll
7,
up, bitch?
Top 8.
That's why I call him fucking down. It's a joke. But
Should have
anyway,
revived
look at
Mongrel.
this top of the fucking leaderboard, dude. Not the fucking middle. Holy.
The thing is, if I revive Mongrel, right? Panzer was looking for damage. I was like, double res? Question. Like, I was asking him if we double res. Panzer was looking for damage because we were like, what? We were 15 above Surge, and we were both. Me and Panzer were both 1 HP. So like, if we double res Mongrel and then we're below, then me and Panzer dies. So then it's like we trade 2 players for 1 player, you know. And then Mongrel dropped me minis, so I was like, okay, zone is coming. I'd rather just pop minis and make sure I don't die to Surge rounds, and then help Panzer get Surge. Like there wasn't really time to double res or to even res at all. Chat, did my TP not work when I tried TPing to Panzer? Because I swear I threw a TP so far, and then I TP'd, and I was literally still so far away.
What are you doing, bro?
Maybe I'm bugging, but
Let me clean your ear, I guess.
my face cam's in the wrong spot again.
Start of the season, they're gonna be in a rival.
Vico, Veno, Flixie, first. Pix, the controller player that switched from console this year, is in second place. That is huge. That's just like gigantic. Imagine you're playing console your whole life, and then you switch to PC, and now you're second place going into day 2, game 8. Second place in the fucking EU region. Pix is a guru. Reminds me of Aiden. My fucking teammate Charlize. Holy. What a fucking fiend Pix is. We got Vaniac in third. Ping and Malibuka in fourth. One Up in fifth. Scroll. This dude plays scroll wheel build. He uses a scroll wheel to select his builds. Like he scrolls through his builds, which is like a crazy way to build if you think about it. We got Queasy. He got second place in globals. We got him in 7th. We got Teeny a controller player in 9th. Yo, controller on top. We got Pix in 2nd. He's controller. Teeny, he's controller. Okay, and then I don't know who these guys are. All right, let's get back into it.
Rivalry in FNCS with one of the best ponies about them, so I won't repeat myself. What I will say is,
this is what we need to see more from this team. Of course, another sort of, well, more of a favorable zone for them, Levin. So I want to see them keeping on this momentum because they can do it, and they're a team that can have that firepower.
yeah, I know you say not the best start on day one. They were sixth. Like, it's
They
not
were
like they were like way in like the down. Like, if you told me like, oh, come in and say you had a bad start, I'd be like, yeah, fair enough, mate. You know, like, you know, Ping was
It's not-
they were
it's to their
still there
standards,
and
though.
thereabouts. And I do agree. I think a lot of people saw them as a contender. I did, you did, right? And you had them as your winner, right?
I
won't say
did,
too
yeah.
much about that.
That's what I'm
But, you know,
saying,
they're getting back in there. They're finding some momentum. I think they went down in a couple mid games yesterday in fights where you maybe would have expected them to win. So hopefully they can get back to their best firepower-wise today.
Can I just also PSA, Cammy did make it to the end game in
Did,
game
yeah.
7, whereas yesterday I think they had issues in every single game in terms of their off spawn. We didn't make a single end game, so things are looking up. The problem is for the likes of Cammy and Seti and Chari is that there is no 1.5x multiplier on day 2. You just have to carry on your consistency from day 1 and just keep swimming or keep fragging in the case of Veno, Vico and Flixie, which I'm sure all of our trios will be trying to emulate as we head into game number 8.
Thanks so much, Frankie, Levin, and Mini Miner. But Takada, if Game 7 is any indication of what we can expect for the rest of our matches here today in Major 1 Finals, it's going to be a barn burner.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be non-stop action. I mean, when some of these trios are able to make it to endgame, they just absolutely pop off. But speaking of the early game, we still have a lot of things going on. Lost Lake, Seaport, it's just non-stop third party, fourth party, fifth party. I mean, team after team are going in to join the party, and we don't have to wait long before we see it again because game 2 starts now.
Yeah, game 8 is going to be our secondary match of day 2 here, but the scene has been set. All of these teams, particularly the ones surrounding the southern edge of the map, have just been under such heavy fire from the battery of third-party circumstances. If you're not finishing your time to elimination for these fights in like 30 seconds or less, it seems as if everyone and anyone is going to come over and interfere.
Yeah, UX and his trio that actually ended up taking out Haris, Gavi, and Teeny in the last match. They're actually also in their first ever FNCS Major Finals. So seeing them take out a veteran trio that's so good at fighting as well is quite impressive. We'll see if they're able to do it again here, though, as Haris is looking for some connections with the SMG. But as Gavi has already been cracked, the pressure has been put onto him. And so far it is just kind of angles back and forth. But at Seaport, we have it once again. Murstache, Queasy, Swizzy need to be careful here as they do find that initial pick. Queasy got dropped down to just a sliver of HP, but it doesn't matter as long as they got that elim.
The main thing here is that none of them were knocked. So considering that it's now Momsy just fleeing for any semblance of saving his life here, there probably won't be as much third party taking place because teams are going to notice, okay, that fight was cleaned up a little bit too quickly. They're likely going to have a massive advantage with establishing themselves in Seaport. It's better to just rotate elsewhere for Surge.
Taking a look again here at Teeny Haris, Gavi. No eliminations on the board yet. 0 materials to work with as the fight has kind of unfolded a little more here, but that quick knock is going to be just enough to give them the advantage here onto Uik in the 2v1. Teeny needing to connect one shot, and just like that, it's going to be 1-1 here at Shogun Solitude.
Should hopefully be able to get that reboot off in time, but still have to think about those third-party opportunities. It'd be nice to see one of them looking to kind of keep tabs on scoping the landscape surrounding them or feeding into Shogun Solitude. That seems to be the intent from Teeny. Wants to make sure that Svi's reboot goes off uninterrupted.
Yeah, we did see third parties come through, but hopefully they should be good. As we look back over to Lost Lake with Cammy, Seti, Hari. I mean, they made it to the end game in the last match. Didn't get top 3, top 5, but it was an improvement, a significant one from yesterday's matches. And even though they don't have a lot of loot or mats or basically anything, at least all of them are up and running.
But it's the fact that they've essentially had to abandon Lost Lake last match and what looks like this one as well, Takata. They're just not able to get any of the material, any of the loot they need, like you just mentioned, and they're going to be encountering teams that are hungry for those early surge fights.
Yo, this
so
skin
when
is
you're
hard.
left so weakened just by your starting point, it's gonna be very
Wait, is this the
difficult, I think,
hardest
for
skin I've
Kemi
seen
and
all
Seti and Hari to make something of it. But X-Force F9, Robin, this is a very familiar fight here at Magic Mosses.
Yeah, the patience came through. They looked for that 3-2-1. Unfortunately, though, I think they just landed a singular AR shot onto Gripey, so nothing to fully commit. As now, as the tags have followed through, it might actually be enough to just corner themselves here. As for 9, X-Force and Ravon are not done pushing. They continue to get on in. Looks like even a potential pre-edit coming through as the triple spray continues. Water sprite on the ground, back and forths. I'm thinking this might even end in a soft engagement, as X-Force has to be careful. He gets fully knocked. For 9 as well, just a couple shots away as he goes down. Potentially just one shot more. This is a world of danger for X-Force and his trio. Noms, Gripey, Rizoi turning this fight around.
Yikes, it's
Just
over
an
now.
underground battle, duking it out, but Noms, Rizoi, Gripe, the moment that they recognize we've already got knock, we've already got the elim, you know that there's going to be no other result other than a full-on key charge here. Eye Drop Sky, Scroll continuing to make their presence known on these southern sections of the map. They love making these early rotates from Rolling Blossoms Farm, putting pressure onto teams that are trying to essentially prevent themselves from getting cleaned up super early on. Janice, Chap, and Noah Riley had a relatively difficult day one. We saw there are instances where we thought that they were going to have crazy pop-offs, and they did towards the end of yesterday, but you want to make sure that you are repeating that consistently.
Yeah, that's the thing about having 12 matches to be played out. In terms of
That
iDrop
shit's
Sky
gotta
Scroll,
be a
what they're
waste of
consistently
ammo,
doing
right?
are
Killing
looking
that
for those
boss.
third parties. It looks like maybe
Unless
it was
it dies
earlier, but at
super
least not now. They didn't go over to Seaport. Normally that Seaport third party is literally like a minute, 30 seconds after they drop. But with Queasy having finished that fight off so early on, it looks like they're just at Mask Meadows looking for a bit more damage. Frizzy, Lucia, Rakuza, which is Starkus, had a rough start to the previous match, but it looks like they were at least able to get a bit of damage in this engagement. We'll see if it continues on later as we head back over to Veno, Vico, and Flixie. We're getting a bit more fraggy here in the early to mid game.
Yeah, Veno's team taking notice of what's been going down at Lost Lake, and they
Flixie
want a
Vico.
part of it.
Nice
Vico
shot.
just immediately editing Vipro into his box. That is so tragic. There's nowhere left to run. But 2 big eliminations this early on, Takata. And depending
Vico
on
is
how
the
these
fucking
zones favor them,
freak,
have to
I
remember,
swear.
yesterday we did see a ton of south pulling zones. If I'm not mistaken, I
Good
believe
surge.
at least 5 of them were leaning that direction. So knowing
points already
that
going into
it
late
might be
game.
a little bit more favorable for them if the zones continue to pull northern like they
4
did in game
points per
7.
kill.
That could be a
Picks.
real runaway opportunity here in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. We did what was interesting,
Oh,
only
hit the
see a
res,
couple
nice.
eliminations from them up until like what, the second or third moving, but then they turned a couple into 15.
This is our second
so
place team.
as long as just able to get to those late
I'm rooting
games,
for
a good
them.
amount
I
of
want
loot, max
Picks to win.
damage, everything you need kind of from that checklist, then hopefully we can see them continue to frag out. And also, hey, shout out to Pix, Demus, and Darm. I mean, starting off game 7, the first game of day 2, still on fire with the amount of aggression we saw in that late game. Hopefully they're able to keep it up, because these could be contenders of not only breaking records, but making history, as Ju now has lost Shark. And that's going to leave it up to him and his duo to try and get out of this situation against what most likely is iDrop Sky and Scroll. But no, it's actually going to be Chap. It's going to be Yanis. You gotta be careful. The pressure's on them. Water Sprite coming through, but you hear the Typhoon Blade. It's dangerous. It means I want to go in your box. As the knock's gonna come through. One more player left to be eliminated by Yanis and chat, but are they going to continue pushing? Do they want to get a bit of a disengagement? Doesn't matter. The double pump comes through, and Ju gets knocked down.
That is definitely not what Ju was anticipating on the other end of that wall here, but Yanis, he's still just stuck trying to fend for himself. Chef unfortunately picked off. The third-party success so far from Pixovsky's trio. They lied and waited for so long in that southern portion of the map, and now it's paying off dividends here because they've got a solo isolated Yanis, nowhere left to run, fully out of material to begin with, and Pixovsky just fully benefiting, fully ready to start actually moving forward.
I mean, doing what they could. Or, well, Yanis was doing what he could to survive, but when you got 3 players playing full aggro onto you, it's only a matter of time. Pixie Vanya Marius, hopefully able to make something happen here in game 8. Not the best start to the day, but with 2 eliminations on the board already, our higher hopes for this trio so far.
I think the higher hopes conversation is largely just stemming from the fact that you have to remember this is one of our teams that just barely scraped by to being in the Major 1 finals in the first place. But if you manage to catch any of their action through that last chance qualifier, I mean, they opened up with a massive entry point. The 3 of the first matches they played being Victory Royales in a format that was exclusively dependent on Victory Royales in order to win here, and yet throughout the course of this Major 1 finals, Takada, we have yet to see them win a game. We know that they have the firepower capabilities, but the fact of the matter is they just haven't managed to connect it all the way through.
Just shows the difference of play-ins, groups, and you can see Major finals as I drop Sky and Scroller looking for a chop here. A potential opening for some shots on the trio up above. Have they pre-placed the Orni masks? Hopefully they have, because if not, it's a world of danger for them as Sky continues to find an angle here. Gotta be careful as now eyes are gonna be on them from all the trios in the surrounding area, but all they need is a bit of damage, even a knock to give them that entry point to continue aggressing forwards. Shots coming through, but nothing big connecting yet.
A couple of tags onto Marvik's legs, but Sky knows. Just want to stay on layer above. Scroll also gonna make sure to try and take over, but height completely cut off from him. Other teams still surrounding the area by Lost Lake just refuse to allow Scroll, Eyedrop, and Sky that leverage, because it's gonna be Radion and Rax for Dodge. The Italians holding them steady, not going to allow this actual full Vox fight to take place either. Sky, Scroll, they know it's better. Let's just disengage.
Yeah, better to play it safe here. They did get a bit of back and forth anyways, so half of a soft fight is going to be enough to withstand a little longer. I mean, how central they are as well in terms of the zone, the amount of trios around them. There should be more opportunities here to find those tags as they continue to make use of their time refarming builds from POIs or just previous structures. As we look back at Vico, Veno, Flixi, what's going on over here?
Just clearing out the area. They've got great bush coverage as is, just natural map environment doing them a solid here, but Vico, Flixi, Veno, they're definitely still hunting. They notice surge bases off in the distance, so they're trying to make sure that they keep a wall constantly blocking off that angle from other teams to try and take advantage of it. But with the way that the Shogun's Arena is just coming into our viewpoint, Takada, this team has one thing in mind, and it is tackling Shoguns for sure.
Already marked on the map. Vico just saying, hey, you know, we're taking a little bit too much time here, guys. Let's clear the bushes in front of us, make sure we've got a direct path, and try and make something happen as this appears. But it's going to be Nefrizzi, Lucia, and Starkus who are under the island as well. Will they make a play for it, though, is what I'm wondering.
Don't forget about Queasy.
Yeah, they know what's about to happen.
There's already a team
as it looks like Swizzy on the opposite end. You said it yourself. Queasy and his
yeah,
trio
that
want
too.
this.
Not gonna
Nefrizzi
hate.
wants it as well.
Can't even hate on my boy.
We got a lot of trios contesting it this time around.
A lot of action taking place shortly here on top of Shogun's Arena. Venom's team will at least make use of some of these barrels lying around, but more importantly still, they can never feel comfortable. Whether or not they recognize the fact that it's Queasy's trio, you can probably get a good read on the fact that there's just more than one team up here with us. And until at least one of them gets pushed down, at the very least, though, they're not caught between. So the sandwich taking place potentially for Lucia is a really difficult position to be in, because getting off the island is next to impossible, especially when you've got two teams full of sharpshooters.
Maybe you won't want to get off the island anytime soon, though, because due to the zone, I mean, I'd say there's a decent chance that this island actually does pull towards the later zones in the match. So they might be able to use that to their favor. But the issue is now, getting aggression from the Shogun boss is going to cause a world of chaos around any trio that gets it. So in the meantime, it is just going to be look for tags and kind of wait for an opening if they ever do want to try and take on that boss with the other trios around.
Shogun just waiting for an opponent, waiting for an enemy. Imagine somebody accidentally manages to crossfire him in the process of looking for tags on the others, but Swizzy just keeping steady tabs right now on Vico and Flixie. It is nice, though, all of the valuable resources, the material that's actually provided, and like, obviously the viewpoint as well from being so far up in comparison to the rest of the lobby. Mongrel and Panzer specifically are going to need to be really careful in that surge base, because Queasy knows exactly where they're at.
I love the angles that Merstash is taking too, under the ramp edits, trying to just close as much off as possible to keep himself safe and secure, plus the leveling openings on the opponents rotating through. But it seems like the zone is pulling further away from this Rift Island, so Shogun's Arena is going to get started here. The battle is going to commence for the boss fight.
Look how purple it is.
But who's going to end up taking it?
Dust and their shadows, like.
Right now, it seems to be in favor of Swizzy and Merstash.
like
They're trying to prevent any tags coming out of Vico's team so that the Shogun doesn't teleport over to their side as well. They want to limit its movements as much as possible. Savage still having to be incredibly wary, not just of the team up on the Shogun's Arena, but also the teams directly surrounding his area. Teams that are trying to cross over into the zone, pushing from those southern sections up towards Edge. That's pulling just a little bit over Twinkle Terrace. But Savage, they've got ample amounts of damage above this threshold right now. They're not in a rush necessarily.
Yeah, but maybe there's some trios by them that are, and those are the ones they want to capitalize on. But the Oni Masks are going to come through as Flixie has gotten into a fight. They said, I'm not going to give you this Shogun's boss for free. I drop Sky and Scroll joining the party, as they are 131 above, looking to see if they can finish off any player. Flixie got knocked, it seems, on the feed. I think Vico or Veno as well. Looking not too great for our leading trio so far, as Vico seems to be the only player standing so far. And iDrop might have just found him.
The Danes just heisted Shogun's Arena from both of these teams. Veno never saw it coming. He was so fixated on Queasy's team that he didn't have an opportunity to actually defend himself there. iDrop, what a beam. More importantly still, they might have that Shogun's Battalion Takata, but what they don't have is Matt's teams continuing to collapse directly underneath this arena. And now it's going to come down to whether or not Queasy Merstash even let them leave the island.
Gotta be careful as the shots are big from Merstash. iDrop dropped to a sliver of HP as he's trying to run away, do what he can to escape, but they're in the storm as well, getting ticked second by second. It's a 2-tick. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, are they gonna let this one slide? Are they gonna try and finish it off quickly? That's the decision they have to make. There's so many trios directly below them that are gonna be looking back at this island. It's not gonna be a simple rotate. You have a full trio in front of you that originally wanted to fight you, and now it's going to continue as cracks are going to come through, but no full-on get in yet.
Merstash just trying to find these separate overhead angles, but they might not have time to stick around. Only one splash left on Merstash, and Queasy knows they can play the barrel for a time being, but they need to get off the island. They don't want to get caught up for much longer than what they need to. iDrop's team, they could look to just try and hold inside the edge of zone if they beat them there, which, by the looks of things, they're definitely in a much better position loadout-wise in comparison to iDrop's team.
Yeah, well, actually, they might not even have to get off the island. I mean, it is going to pull back towards it, so with the amount of heals, I mean, it could be a potential just stay-put situation, but iDrop Sky Scroll, 138 below, 18 HP. It's looking a lot more grim for them compared to Queasy and his trio. They have waited long enough, but now they really have to hit their shots on all the trios rotating in, but Sky has already been knocked down to the storm. Malabuka knows this now as he's got the knock. They can choose to just play aggressive here and take them out.
Queasy and Swizzy, they weren't able to get close enough in time. iDrop Sky Scroll forced to make their way closer. Scroll on the other side of the wall is the only healthy one realistically from this trio, and it's not even by much. Merstash nearly managed to find a big shot onto him, but Scroll's gonna keep looking for that right side peek. Tag one more time from behind, looking to just try and break down into their boxes. The wind tunnel's working against him, and so is Surge.
They can't let them take damage here. They know iDrop Sky and Scroll need the tags, but they aren't going to be able to eliminate them. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, get the medallion, get prime positioning on the island, the triple refresh, and now everything needed to close out the rest of this match.
Merstash with that medallion too is definitely a frightening sight. Vico all the while, this poor man just getting held outside a zone. The odds of him being able to build up placement from this position is so heavily against him, but he might be able to make something work. We all know Vico is definitely capable of picking up frags in clutch situations. It's just everything kind of stems, and the future of the zone just gracing him there.
Marius on the other end of his build had a similar plan in mind, as now they're kind of roommates here down below the bridge as more players come through, and one of the teams is going to be Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy. If they find out Vico's a solo, could be tragic, but so far the triple sprays are going to come through on the backside of zone. Merstash gonna pick up that eliminated player. Marius picks Ivania, just doing what they can to stay ahead.
This is big though. Looked like Chicho and Trulex definitely trying to get involved in the action underneath that bridge. Uppel as well. Gantry, Fincheck, another one of our teams. Considered a bit of a dark horse, bit of an up-and-comer scenario. And they've had a pretty solid performance stemming out of day one. They even moved themselves up a couple of places after match 7 on that leaderboard to be in the top 5. But Fincheck, he's got to defend it now. Blaha, Mixin on the other end. But currently, the time is just not in Fincheck's favor. He has to get into the box.
Yeah, it's looking like a fighting angle. You can't get tags when you're 308 before. You got to get on in here. Shotgun shots connected, even a pre-edit, anything to play aggressive onto Blaha and Mixin. But Camiseti taking shots from the side. The eyes are on them now. Fincheck gets knocked down. Uppel, it's all up to him as the shots come through, but his teammate explodes right in front of him. Gets the refresh, 87 above. Floppers put to good use, but now they have to withstand as a duo with just a little bit of damage above the threshold.
He's at least still got Country with him though, so maybe they'll get a chance to kind of squirm their way through that low ground. Teeny Svi though, they are feeling the pressure. Surge continuing to just tick away at their HP bars. Chino not gonna get the chance to TP away just yet. Teeny taking a good chunk of his HP with it, but Teeny's also cracked. Teeny's just so low. Team's bound to scat out the fact that this is a weakened player.
That's what he needed, though. He needed that damage. It's exactly what he got now. Just a bit of time to pop those big shields and regroup with his team. They're ahead of zone. This could be good. All they have to do is recuperate what they lost, but Haris doesn't have any heals. Teeny just had a couple bigs. I don't even know what Skavi has. This is looking worse and worse the more I inspect it, as Malabuka is going to be the trio on the other end of their builds. Here, I would just look back, see if they can get tags on the trios rotating in, as they still do need more damage.
they'll likely have to forfeit front side of that low ground. Healthier teams are going to have it in their sights. Vanya, Pixie, Marius still dealing with the likes of Surge as well. 7 below. A singular shot is all that separates them from the ability to have time to think about where they want to trek next. They're still making it work, just 15 above now currently, but they need to TP ahead. Teams already establishing themselves on height are going to shut them down if they don't make it the front side soon.
Arius has lost his team, now left alone. Is going to recuperate what he can, but with the Oni mask coming through, 30 HP, it's going to be a difficult one to come out from. Malabuka, Ping, and Walks are going to get the triple Oni mask ahead of zone. Good job playing into the zone there. You tank a bit, but it's what it takes to get a front end position. Now it's all about claiming space, blocking off the others. And what a surprise! It's Queasy, it's Merstash, it's Swizzy once again claiming the high ground.
They would have liked a little bit more match though. These wood builds are bound to be chopped out by teams sitting in the mid-ground layers. Atris though, just trying to remain as hidden as possible. Doesn't want anyone to recognize him. Malabuka, big tag from behind. Not enough though to even draw his shields. Pixie now gonna keep trying to keep his intention towards height. Merstash even gonna play a little bit of disruption factor here, make them reconsider if they actually want to have those floors open above them. And Merstash tagging teams as they continue to try to move frontwards.
You called it out. It's a red flag. Only wood on the high ground. It's free pickings for the opposing trio, saying these guys must not have a lot of mats. We could maybe even contest it, and that's exactly what Mr. Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer had in mind. With 47 builds, a bit more hard match, they might just be able to successfully overthrow this.
Savage won a game yesterday. Savage trying to win another one here today. Marius just trying to keep moving his way forward. He is so smothered with all these other teams. Pixie though, what a massive.
Okay, I'm keeping up.
I'm up. Careful, they're contesting it. They have in this as well, careful.
I'm gonna build
come Panzer.
Savage.
Yeah,
Say, Mogul, how much wood do you have?
150 wood, 1 play brick.
They're looking on us. They're looking on us here. Mirroring height. Straight them.
Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
I'm TPing there. I'm TPing there.
No, it's so like deep.
I connected you, Panzer. I'm flashing. I have 10 wood builds.
And I'm dropping brick, take it bro. I have 6 builds wood.
Yeah, okay, take. I got it.
Yeah,
Pulse on me.
Yeah.
Nice shots. You missed a couple.
We got chopped. Andros here.
Yeah.
They're TPing up.
TPing.
Okay.
Good, just
I have no mouse.
I'm on height.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Nice.
On height, 30.
No, you gotta hit that.
Watch him.
Oh, how did it?
And jump
I
onto you.
killed another
Yeah,
one.
I'm on. I can't. I have nothing. They're looking up in front. I'm front low down. Can you get to me?
No, just make it
I'm dead.
That's a left hand.
Okay, it's fine.
Panzer, you got this.
Mark's on. Top 5, 10 players.
Oh,
That's
my God.
Fuck, bro. It's the same team on Mark.
That whole thing.
You weren't inside the body.
Shot. That refresh gonna buy him a little bit more time onto the likes of Chicho, but still they have to tank a little bit of storm here. They know they can't be the first ones in, but that pull back saving them.
Huge, as they now don't have to continue with the rotation, just wait and go on backwards. Merstash though popping his minis to just recuperate that little bit of shield back, as now the aggression is going to go out to Marius. They connect one shot, not enough to get the knock though. Good news is Merstash does have that medallion, but high ground, it's getting contested once again.
And Savage, he doesn't have the HP to continue the fight. He's been knocked. Pixovsky's team looking to clean up the pieces. And Savage knows he just lost Mongrel. He's going to be forced to drop here instead. Nom's going to catch him on that rotation out. Spotted the fact that it's a solo. Malabuka, Ping, and Walks, though, still a fully intact trio. Decent amount of mats, and they continue to control the low ground.
Look above, though. It's Cammy, it's Seti, it's Harry, all from yesterday getting annihilated to now. The comeback in day 2. Everything's on the line for them after Merstash goes down. Noms, Gripey doing what they can to hold low, but there's still more players down below.
There's Malabuka, Ping, and Walks just on the other side of these walls. That was who their real contenders were going to be for this low ground all along. You can hear the feet stomping all around. Malabuka might have the angle, but Eclipse looking to get involved.
That's a solo looking in for a battle of 2 duos and a trio. Malabuka trying to find another angle to stay ahead. He needs to find an opening onto Eclipse here. They need to get him out of the match. The shots come through. Trying to play a bit defensive, but Walks is going to hit a massive one onto Noms, taking him out. Eclipse still is up. They're stuck in the dirt now. They have to find a way up, but on top of them, it's going to be Cammy. It's going to be Seti. It's going to be Harry just waiting for them.
This is huge, though. Malabuka, Walks, and Ping. They've still got to deal with the likes of Bolin dropping underneath. Hari gonna open things up here. Massive engage. This is so favorable. This is the massive game that we were expecting to see yesterday, and now Hari trying to bring it to life.
Got the water sprites, can play this one defensively. Malabuka looking like the last player left in zone. He hears the chug splashes coming through. Looking around, the shot gets connected. And just like that, Hari, Cammy, Seti are going to be able to close out this 8th match of the day.
Despite how awful things looked at the start of this game 8 here at Takata, Cammy, Seti, and Hari finally reigned.
However, it's nice to get a reminder as to how good this team are, how good they can be. As you mentioned, Hari there in the end there with the most amount of eliminations in that team. Could this be the catalyst now? Could this be the moment where they can kind of pick things up? I really hope so. I think, you know, where we may have thought they were going to be at the beginning of the weekend is well out of sight now, but they can make something of this. They can try and make a decent performance after this weekend.
Frankie said they are the day 2 team.
Day 2 team.
Called it. So I'm waiting now.
Welcome to the Major 1 finals, Cammy, Seti, and Hari. We'll be talking about them and plenty more of our brilliant trios after this break. Welcome back to the Major One Finals of FNCS Europe. I'm Frankie. I'm joined by Mini Miner and Levin2k, and I feel so ready to crown our first champion of Chapter 6. But we've got a little way to go before then. So why don't we break down what happened in game number 8, boys? We're looking at the standings and seeing how they've impacted things, because Cammy, Seti, and Cherry, they might have just taken the victory royale, but we won't see them on page number 1, Mini, because they didn't have the best start on day 1 of the finals.
No, that's definitely not the case at all. They didn't have a very good start at all. 19th place for this team. Really, really nice for them. Boosting their way up. This is exactly what we know that they can do. Nice victory route from them. That was probably the most messy game we've seen in terms of high ground takes. So they were able to sort of take advantage of that really well. But I'm just looking at this sort of top 5 right now. Look at how close it is.
Let's see this. Damn, Pix went down too. Malabuka went up. Wait, no, we're rooting for Merstash. I think. Let's see, Charlie's picked it. Oh yeah, I get those two mixed up. Merstash up 2 though. Merstash up 2. First place by 9 points. Why, it's close. They got 3 VRs. Like, how does Peterbot not have 3 VRs? That's what I'm trying to think. Oh, why? Swizzy Merstash, 5th place. Eyedrop Scroll, 7th place. Mr. Savage Mongrel, 8th place. Nice. Let's go. They're up 3. They can just go up 3 every one. Bop up 3. Up 3. Up 3. And they're in first place. How about that?
3 parties going at it. One of them, yeah, even more than that. But as you can see, though, Levin, in fact, you know what? Don't just see. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, so look, already this is very different to what we were seeing on the island the first day, right? And it's something that I was waiting to see if it would happen, because for any of our NA enjoyers watching the show right now, you would have noticed that there were a couple games on NA that didn't look like this, right? Where you have a lot more teams on the island, different teams claiming certain islands. And in this game, there was about 4 or 5 different teams that were up here at some point. iDrop's team eventually go up here. They end up getting a big beam onto Veno. They take him down. They push Veno, Vico, Flixie, take them out of the game. But they're still low on Surge. Nefrizzi's trio was like, I don't want any problems in this. Like, there's way too many people up here. This is not what we signed up for. They dropped down. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy, though, waited for the perfect timing. They waited. They knew if they played a long game, they were going to win it out. And I think, Mini, now we're going to see the island look like that in a lot more of these games, especially on some of those northern poles. I think we're going to see 4 or 5 different teams up there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's going to be less of that sort of path to victory now that more teams are going up there. We saw it with Queasy, as you mentioned. They, of course, ended up being the team that managed to claim the island. But what happened when they took high? They didn't have the materials to hold on to, because they were battling it out with all the other teams that were up there. So now, once that was the island that was the sort of easy win condition for these teams, get up there, make sure you save all those materials. Now you have to fight for that position. And that, of course, expends so much of that material and that ammo that you were saving from doing it previously. So that's why Queasy's team didn't quite have as good of a day there. But I'm excited to see how this island dynamic changes now throughout the rest of the day.
Levin, what does this mean for Veno, Vico, and Flixie's game plan? Because we saw them rotate it early. They didn't go for the medallion. That went to Mustache in the end. I'm just wondering, given that it was such a key part of their game plan in day 1, do you think that's going to change today?
No, I think they just need to be a bit more aware and play the long game a bit and realize that realistically they can handle anyone in a fight. They just can't give early damage away like they did to iDrop's trio.
All right, well, everything's to play for the Acts of Champions, but also the island itself. So let's head into game number 9 and let the showdown begin.
Game 9. You.
Thank you, Frankie. So many things to keep in mind. Island battles, off-spawn engagements, continuing forwards. I mean, we had Cammy, Seti, and Harry who came out, I mean, basically in shambles from their drop spot and ended up winning the whole match. So going into game 9, Taco, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, it's just really impressive how teams are able to essentially find themselves or put themselves into those winning positions despite what might look like a relatively scuffed early game. So Shogun's Arena, though, is going to be the real key factor here, I think, for me, as far as our top 5 teams are concerned. And we'll get into the action now with Game 9.
Enis, Kavi, and Haris have had a bit of trouble at Shogun's Arena. The good news is, in the last match, they were able to come out on top. Looking at the bus path, too, it is going to be a quick battle, having the bus landing so close. But for Lost Lake, we'll have to see what does end up happening. If you're Cammy, if you're Seti, if you're Harry here, I'm trying to think, you know, what can you possibly change? They're just such in a difficult position with the third parties that come through, that even coming from that victory royale, knowing how to, you know, successfully play these last matches of day 2, it's a tough one.
Seaport City and Lost Lake are just 2 central locations on the map where seeing any form of success, considering the way that the competitive meta has essentially extended towards fighting on the outskirts of the map being the priority, but fights are still going to have to take place here. Merstash wins the drop, though.
Gray right
Big
there was
pump
hard
to start things off.
You guys see
Another
that?
pump coming through from Queasy as well. That's 2 on the board
Gray.
already. 1 left to finish it
Oh my
off,
God,
but
full
Merstash
box,
has been
full piece,
eliminated.
dead.
The good news is that Swizzy's not gonna miss that
Full
shot.
piece.
And just like that, before you can even
the-
look
yo,
at your
they didn't even take a deep
surroundings,
breath.
the early game engagement is gonna go in favor to Queasy and Co. But for Cammy Seti and Hari coming from the victory royale, it would be devastating if they get eliminated so early on in the next match.
Grand finals,
as Akira
there's no anonymous
and
mode.
his trio
so-
are doing what they can to hold their ground.
But if they get third
So
party
people
here
seeing
yet
that
again,
someone
super
got
early
eliminated,
on,
they're gonna
I love the
WP
fact that we saw them in the
that
last
area.
match just full on
What's
disengaged.
his
Don't even
name?
bother trying to extend this fight.
I
Podesai,
wanna say
though,
Gerald,
he's
but I
got
know
a
his
force to be
name's not
reckoned with
Gerald.
here, but doesn't stand a chance
Nice.
up against Ari. It's going to bring him down. Cammy, though, from
Nope.
behind Akira with the
Oh.
surprise factor, and Ari now left. It's a defend, just barely a sliver of HP.
The biggest issue, there's a whole other trio coming in to join the party. Even though Akira Xyz
Queasy,
Podesai
that's
are
his
going
name.
back to back with Cammy Seti,
Thinking that
Hari.
Queasy died, they're
Now
gonna
with a whole
WP.
other trio looking to finish it up.
That
This is just
POI,
a
I can't
repeat
remember
of
the
what we
POI
saw
is.
yesterday.
Oh my.
It's a tragedy as well for both France and Poland. When you really boil it all down here, Takata, it's only Ari that is left to survive
Lost
from
Lake.
that initial engagement. And he's going to have to sit tight for a while because it really does seem as though Bithro's team is fully aware. There's still 1 member straggling around here, and they want to find him.
Yeah, Frantic, Kaiser's, Dynus continuing with that. You saw how quickly they were able to get from their drop spot to the third party. I mean, that was the pro of at Seaport City, how fast Merstash and his trio were able to kind of clean up that fight before any potential third parties could come through. But for Ping Walks and Malabuka, not only feeling confident going into this match with their place on the leaderboard, but also having 3 elims off the rip to back it up. How did that even happen?
Volko, it's going to be the starting point here, but Pierre walks. Big cleanup, and he just continues it as well, finding that secondary elimination onto Vostroki. Contesting Malabuka's team at Night Shift Forest is definitely a bold decision. Maybe Volko's team was hoping to try and catch them a little bit more off guard here, but Wax and Ping, when it comes to clutch scenarios, especially for Malabuka's team, they've been delivering for the most part.
Yes, they have, and I mean, just gave them some free surge now in Game 9, so we'll see if they continue doing that. And then the last few matches, as iDrop, Sky, and Scroll are in a bit of a hustle themselves. Starkiss and Frizzy on the defensive inside the box as iDrop now has to make the decision as an aggressive trio. Are they gonna just look for separate angles to try and find an opening? Are they gonna go for a fully aggressive play? Normally when you have potential third parties like Vanya and the surrounding areas, you want to just take these soft fights. You don't want to fully go on in, because even if you end up winning the fight, if you lose one of your trio and the third party comes through, it's just not gonna end well.
This
So
was
I think
just-
damage is what they're looking for.
It's just such a quick extension, though, from iDrop's team. So soon, aggressing the southern portion at Hopeful Heights. And it's the fact that they decided to strike before Vanya's team has actually gotten into position, because all day yesterday we saw Vanya, Pixie, Varius, they were typically the ones engaging to start things off with the teams at Hopeful Heights, but now iDrop caught off guard entirely. Monet was just stealthy as ever, waiting on that turtle for him to rotate through.
Gotta be careful now, as eyes are on them. iDrop having gotten eliminated leaves Sky and Scroll in a bit more of a panic here, but the good news is, I was gonna say good news, I mean there's not much, honestly. They're in the middle of a sandwich that is not gonna be easy to get out of.
Not the only ones trying to escape. Veno, Flixie, Vika, they've got Robin in their sights yet again. They want to be the ultimate janitors here at Lost Lake. One elimination already underneath Vika's belt. And even though Flixie and Veno still like a chance to cover some shields here, Joe just immediately jumped the moment he was trying to break away, just separated for a second too long from his team. And Vico, certainly not someone to get caught out with.
Already one Elam on the board now, just kind of looking around to see if there's an opening for more, but Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're good for now. As we look back over to Shogun Solitude, Shap, Noah, and Yanis once again trying to fight for their tags. They were doing it all throughout yesterday on the southern side of the map here, trying to hold any trio they could from rotating back on north if the zone was pulling towards them. As now it is going to be Ju up above, trying to withstand the pressure.
We saw Ju, Shark, and Z Andy. They're very familiar with trying to pressure teams at Shogun Solitude, coming out of their extension from the Big Bed Tunnel. But Shark, he recognized the fact Z Andy's gone down. He's got to close in. He doesn't want to allow Janice a time to actually recover, just trying to scatter his way into the box. But now Shark going to be forced to disengage. He's got to break out of here. He knows Ju is low, and Shark's getting tagged up along the way.
That's another player ziplining in. Does he know? It's what's on his mind as the third party comes through. It looks like Shark was able to play the sneaky route out of it, as Yanis, Chap, and Noah are just going to try and play defensive. They know there's more trios looking to join the party here, so it's that much more risky to do anything aggressive.
Chap, get a review of what went wrong for Z Andy. Just trapped. And
Everyone's
nowhere
just
left to run,
fucking
but
deep in
the real
zone.
interesting part here, Takata, is the fact that one of our original teams from Shoguns is actually making their way back in, UX team. And considering their initial tussle with the Teenies, it's surprising that they would still want to revisit.
Come on, let's go, Picks.
Farm picks Demas though. We saw them pop off in game one of the day. Now we are in the third, which is ninth match, as the pre-edits are going to come through, continuing with their aggression. I'm hoping the confidence stays there no matter what happens, as they didn't fully commit to it, but they definitely wanted something. They saw other players kind of coming in from the back end, and now they're thinking, oh, this might be a little too risky for comfort. But they're going to stay around and see if there's any openings.
The big thing, though, that might just favor Pix's team, considering how aggressive we've seen them naturally be throughout the course of this Major 1 Finals. It's been how they've carved their name into the leaderboard in the first place. So this might actually be an entire environment they could thrive in. They've got to just be careful, though, wary of not over-peaking, essentially. I do like that they are giving some grace period against Group A's team, because they know Pink, Tino, they're all kind of lurking around as well.
They got 22nd in the last match, so it would be quite tragic if they end up going down again in kind of the mid game as they look for those fighting tags. So it might just cause them to play a little safer, but we know that this trio likes playing aggressive. They're good at it, and they've shown that they can stand against some of the veterans in the lobby, as Pink, Chino, and Nebs are going to want to join as well. Pix gets a nice little trade-off, as I think this is all they're looking for. They can't go for a full commit here. It's more just trying to maybe even get a knock, just damage.
Come on, Pix.
The shots come through. They hear the shotguns.
And this is a
Potential
controller
opening
player.
now onto Rezoid.
This is getting so messy so fast, and Pix, Darm, Demas, they've used up the bulk of their material. Pump Power, not exactly an optimal spot for refarming when there's this many teams surrounding you as well. All the while, Teeny over by Night Shift Forest now. HRSV, they've entangled themselves with Chap and Noah Riley, but Teeny waiting for the right-hand peek. Might have an opening, instead loses his shields.
Uh-oh. Good news is more than enough heals. Bad news, Chap is not gonna let him pop them. Pressure comes through. There's a whole other duo, it seems, or even trio coming in from the storm as well. So it's only a matter of time. Hopefully Haris is able to kind of keep his awareness on check, look around and spot that trio once they get closer. But the Oni mask seem to be coming through here, and it looks like they're going to try and make an escape as Teeny tried to cut him off.
There's just way too many opponents, teams that they'd rather hold on the edge instead. Ju was successful in bringing back Z-Andy with the reboot, but now these teams that are going to be so late upon making their interest a zone, Teeny recognizes it immediately. This is a handicap player, essentially, because Jude doesn't have his teammates close by to try and back him up just yet, and they don't necessarily have the loot either to take that fight.
And finally, it looks like the tussle at Pump Power is coming to an end potentially, but there's some new trios kind of joining the party as they hear their shots. You can see for yourself at the bottom right on the mini map. More engagements happening in the surrounding area once again in Storm, as now Darm, Pix, and Demas have to kind of decide, are they going to go towards those shots? Are they going to use it in an opening? Or are they just going to try and go around and safely make it to zone?
All of these teams just held each other for so long here at Pump Power, and no one was really seeming to budge. But Teeny, he's trying to get this battle to happen here, does manage to get the elimination onto Shark finally, but it comes at a steep price. Giannis and Noah Riley on the other side, they've picked off Skvi, and now Teeny finds himself in a position where if he exposes himself too soon, he'll get ripped apart.
Yeah, Chap continuing to apply pressure from above. He knows Haris is alone in this box. He has his teammates by him. He just can't get caught off guard. He can't get boxed up himself. As he continues to fight a shot onto Haris, Giannis got cracked. Noah, incredibly low as well, forced to pop some heals, as now they're going to be switching to the defensive. As Team's going to take this chance to kind of run away. And once again, trying to recuperate this match.
He's got the exact same idea. He's just got to sit tight, especially when you know that there is a trio so close nearby. But despite the successive measures that Giannis, Jeff, and Noah Riley have had in terms of finding the one-off elimination or two, it hasn't necessarily given them a spot where they can try and go for that winning moment. That's what teams really need to try and transition a lot of these mid-game engagements towards, is those end-game winning moments. And I think being able to be healthy enough to actually challenge the teams that are going for Shogun's Arena consistently is a big element to that.
Yeah, yesterday we saw how powerful the players that ended up securing Shogun's Arena were. I mean, how well they were placing from it. And this isn't like yesterday. They don't have another 6 matches to play tomorrow. These are the last matches of the EU FNCS Major Finals.
On the fucking Shogun's
Major
Arena.
We are in game 9 out of 12.
That.
So, I mean, the clock's ticking for these players, and some of them need bigger matches than others. But as we look back over to Shogun's Arena,
this is who
we have Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy. This time around, without pressure from another trio.
Nowhere near as many visitors as match 8, but that could be a bad thing here for Swizzy. He's got to be real careful with who he's trying to pick his battles with. It's tough because sometimes you think you'll have the overall advantage just being so high up on Shogun's Arena, but
I'm pretty sure
when you start to actually take a
like
peek off those edges, other teams in their search bases, like what Flixie's attempting to do, they're gonna keep good tabs on you.
Playing on 0 ping.
Yeah, they got that one elimination earlier on in this match, and
or like Siberia or some shit,
chosen
like
to
right next to
continue
Russia,
kind of fighting as much. I mean, we saw in terms of the stats, I think they were at the most damage with shotguns compared to AR in the early to mid game. So
a little bit more.
They're a lot more comfortable with those close range engagements. in terms of tags, but it worked out quite well for them in the first match today, which was game 7, where they got to the end game without too many eliminations and were able to just absolutely frag out once they had that end game under control. So looking to have kind of a repeat of that this time around for another big game.
Glimpse at that top 5 leaderboard, though. Only 1 point separating first and second place. Vico, Veno, and Flixie know that they cannot afford to take another early exit from this lobby. They don't want to allow the opportunity for Ping, Wax, and Malabuka to actually try and leapfrog over them. The longer you can stay in the driver's seat as far as that first place position is concerned, the better off your odds are going to be once we actually draw towards those 11th and 12th lobbies here today, Takata. But right now, Atris, TD, and SV, they're just hoping for any sort of combat situation because they need a refresh. They need it desperately. They might have bandages to work their way into zone, but
that's the problem.
they
with
can
playing
tell
in
Jeb,
Storm.
Riley,
Like,
and
this is
Giannis,
why I don't
they've
wanna play
sniffed
in
out
Storm, because
this stealth maneuver.
like what?
Yeah,
You're gonna be
they've
under.
Got
Oh,
the
I guess
fishing
they're
rods, trying to just
800
get
above.
what they
Never
can,
mind,
and
that's
Tini, Haris, Skavit
It
looking
just
for a
said
3-2-1. The
300
good
below.
news is both trios
both
have a
these
good amount of
teams are
damage.
third.
Bad news is Tini cannot make a single footstep here, as it will be seen. So all they got to do is kind of hold on to the patience, wait for Noah,
Yeah,
Giannis,
I
and
guess
Chap
they know what
to
they're doing.
disengage, and just like that, go for the 3-2-1. Have they secured the knock onto Giannis? Yes, they have. The patience paid off, as now the aggression is going to come through that opening to play extra aggro, as Tini looks for a wall, get right on in to the knocked player Giannis to recuperate that loot. The question is now, do they continue forwards as Chap hits a huge shot, causing them to back up now? If Chap's able to pick one off here, this would be massive for the trio.
But all of those fish that Chapin, O'Reilly, Giannis just spent time acquiring, now having already been squeezed away from them, essentially. Atris, TD, and Speed finding that elimination onto Giannis is a big opener for their conversation as far as game 9 is concerned, because they definitely are going to need the surge with the way they've been playing the fringe for so long. But it's still not going to be easy. Chapin, O'Reilly, though, definitely not happy.
Mr. Savage Panzer, though, looking like they might even want to fight for something here. Panzer got up close and personal. One of the Elim damage leaders going into today as they continue to kind of find any opening. It's Uppel, it's Fincheck on the defensive, but so far with the regroup coming through and the zone that they just pulled, I don't think they want to get too aggressive here, as they're almost in prime positioning, not counting the Rift Island.
That's the main issue, is that Shogun's Arena being directly above where the zone is pulled in their current position. Sure, Savage managed to find a good knock onto Eoic, but now he's got to deal with the team way up on the high ground that can just continuously look down on him and spray him out should he keep trying to fight.
Yeah, this is going to be very big for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, assuming that they're still up there. But for Veno, he's been taken out completely. Vico, Flixie left as a duo as Vico, just 1 HP gets knocked as well.
This is the
One of our top competitors to take home the trophy today of Major 1.
But he's actually
Now looking more
opting to
grim.
res his teammate. I like
Two
that.
of our teams in the top 5, though, Pix, Demus, and Darm, they're sitting in 4th place
Instant
position.
Pokemon.
They
Wait, no,
know
wait, hit
that
to
they
make it.
are looking at eliminating the #1 leaders
Flixie reses
in this
Vico.
lobby.
Oh
But
my.
Flixie will
my,
manage
they
to
pulled
bring
zone.
Vico
Oh
back with
my.
the revive. They've at least been able to create enough space to force Demus, Pix, and Darm to come to a halt. Still, they are looking incredibly low here as far as everything else you would desire to try and make their way through this endgame. And they know
they
they've just
pulled a
got to get a
fucking
move
metal
on.
base.
Even as a duo, they can still try to hold somewhat of a mid to low ground position, try and get some of those extra placements going.
What's good, though, is due to them pulling the zone here, I mean, even if
Still
you're Pix, Demus, and
53
Darm, it
people
might even
alive.
be beneficial to build up 1 or 2 boxes so you have sight of all these players rotating in. But I mean, like you said, with the Rift Island right above them, it just makes this whole situation that much more complicated. But for Veno, well, Vico and Flixie, after Veno got eliminated, they are in a good position to take a lot of shots. So even though they're a duo, they should have a simple enough time getting enough damage as Swizzy's trying to do what he can to stop people from getting close to them.
Swizzy, though, working off of that Invis medallion. He's got the ultimate peekaboo in store for teams that sit directly underneath, but it's more so the fact that we are witnessing Queasy about to enter 8th zone here soon enough, Takata, and practically cap mats on everyone. And the number one thing that the analysts have already addressed even is if you give Queasy cap mats heading into your end game, everyone else in the lobby is about to have a real bad time with the way these guys look to control height.
Yeah, and they're already on height.
Nailed height of every single end game zone, all the moving zones. And looking at how this zone is pulling out, I mean, if it pulls to the west side here and closes towards
everything else that Marius is doing here now is just trying to extend their lifeline. They've got a little bit of low ground control here, but only 70 above means that they are fully aware of the fact that they're going to need to take on another fight. They're going to have to find some more damage. Flixie, Veno, Vico, Veno likely just calling the shots at this point, trying to help his team make their way through, but Flixie, smart enough IGL in his own right, he can definitely scout out where their shots should go next. Try and see if he can get some attempts onto iDrop's trio, but unfortunately nothing to build of steady use just yet. Everything just boiling down though to our team on height, Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache. It comes as no surprise. That quick stat as well. Only team who have not been hit by Surge in our top 15 here. And for all these other teams that are struggling underneath them, they are just suffering immensely. Atris, we've seen him play from Tatter, sticks and stones all game long just about, but he'll be eliminated. Those guys on height, Pix, Demas, Darm though, they've definitely found what they were after as far as brawls are concerned, and they're gonna continue trying to just break their way through the mid-ground, but they've got to be real careful. They got to make sure they're watching their backside. Pixie opening up the ceilings, triple spray, not gonna be enough just yet though, but Marius, Vanya, Pixie, one net benefit is the fact that they are at least sitting just slightly above that surge damage threshold, and Flixie now looking to take over.
Let's see if Flixie's going to be able to make something happen here alongside Vico. They've been playing as a duo for this whole end game. Every single moving zone, they've lost their partner. But if they want to take home the prize, if they want to win Major 1 of the EU FNCS Finals, they have to come out strong here and at least pick up a decent amount of points.
Ping Malibuka walks, though. They don't mind playing from low. Although, they definitely know they're going to have to do something about height eventually. Vico, Flixie, they're also trying to ensure that teams moving further ahead aren't going to have the opportunity to get the positioning that they want instead. They're going to look to TP in. Demas, Darm, Pix, still controlling the low ground, though.
Issue is 118 below. They need to find something. Their full trio, incredibly healthy. They have everything in their favor to get those tags. All that they have to do is execute onto it. It's Pink on the receiving end, as now they're going to focus on the rotation. They need to make it to zone.
Pixie, Vanya, they recognize the fact that there's so many teams just up and over where they're currently situated. Monet, though, a solo potentially, and Pixie, he wants what Monet has to offer as far as Siphon Materials is concerned. Just another 4 points off the eliminations too, but Pixie can't manage to connect, and it'll be a drawback instead. Marius, though, the surge just not gonna allow him the chance. He is down and out once you get ticked one time too many.
Yeah, you don't get knocked down, so it was a full elimination. The timing on that is absolutely tragic. But for Demas, Pix, and Darm, there's a bit of faith as Pix is just on a sliver of HP, but he's not been knocked down yet. Meanwhile, up in the clouds, contesters for high ground. We thought it was going to be Queasy, we thought it was going to be Merstache, Swizzy, but it looks like it's Panzer, Mongrel, and Savage that want to crush that dream. They want to take the high ground, but the issue is so much pressure even from below. This is going to be a tough battle to overcome.
They're just going to immediately try and fly towards that front side. They know that it's going to be a matter of time before Swizzy, Merstash, Queasy look to challenge them. Flixie and Vico still keeping this one alive, but the builds are running so incredibly thin. They're going for the backside of zone. They scouted out the TP, though. Nathan getting lit up, but Flixie not able to fall back and look to finish it off.
They're getting so much value, though, playing as a duo from the start, and they're not even finished as Nathan gets knocked down. Another elimination for Flixie and Vico as they continue to make their way towards zone. The Siphon keeping Flixie alive barely as he makes it in with just 9 HP. How is he still up?
He knows that there's players directly behind him. He doesn't have a moment to stop and think. He's just got to keep barreling forward. Pixie, Vanya, a duo in their own right in the mid-ground layer. They can also see there's True Legs directly underneath them, but they don't have the chance just yet. Malabuka taking it out. Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy, they're the only ones controlling height, and they've taken out Flixie with it.
All the top teams getting taken out one by one, and the leaders of the pack up in the clouds is Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy. All they need to do now is close out this game, but Pixie, Vanya, with just 10 HP left, he goes down. Vanya left as a solo now. Pure chaos on the low ground. Trulex gets knocked down, but Vanya goes down, and Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy take home the victory royale.
Queasy knew if he wanted to keep his name in the contention for our first place spot on the leaderboard, they would need another win, especially considering that Vico and Flixie held on for so long there. Placement points still building for sure, Takata, but that victory royale is a game changer for Queasy.
Oh yeah, they were 5th place going into this match. All the teams they were taking out were trios that were above them on the leaderboard. You know there was a smile on their face as they were getting closer and closer to glory. And now with that victory royale launching themselves up to the leaderboard, we are going to have an incredibly close end to this EU Major Finals.
Respect the fact that Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer tried to strip height away from them, though. For a moment, it looked promising. You have to remember, Panzer, he got pretty fraggy yesterday. He was leading 2nd in damage throughout the course of our Day 1 Major Finals. But here, Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy, they were not going to let this opportunity slip by them. They knew that they had to close out after how promising everything looked on top of Shogun's arena.
And not only did they close it out, but they closed it out with a significant amount of eliminations, which is going to give them just that much higher of odds to bump themselves up that leaderboard. So I need 3 amazing people to break down what just happened. Frankie, Levin, Minnie, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. You know what? I love how Taco basically called that victory royale before we really even went into the end game. She clocked that Queasy had the cap mats, and then it was kind of plain sailing from there, Minnie.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Queasy took Island, very different to what we saw in the previous game where there was only Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache on the island this time. And yet again, we've seen it so much this season, Levin. We broke it down last week. When there's a team like that up on island, when it's Queasy in particular, saving all those materials, getting all that Storm Surge damage, prime position to then take height, it's not looking good for anyone else. Although Mongrel and company did try and take it, but it was just, there was just no match.
Yeah, I mean, look, it felt like a bit of deja vu watching that game from Queasy and them. You mentioned Mongrel and them going up. I mean, you know, Mustache just couple quick bangs and they all went down, right? Like, that's what these guys have been about this weekend. It's what they've been about in this game. They're taking out big names and they are trying to be the biggest names come the end of this weekend. I mean, look, I wasn't expecting it to be such an easy ride, right, going forward. I talked about how I thought more teams would be going up for Island, like what we saw in that last game, but I know they'll be chuffed with how that one went. Again, it felt like deja vu. They've played that game so many times this season, a bit of a walk in the park for them.
Well, you know what? We've got 3 more games, and I think the tension and the pressure is really going to be piling on our trios right now. So we're going to head for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have even more FNCS coming your way.
Even from below, this is going to be a tough battle to overcome.
They're just gonna immediately try and fly towards that front side. They know that it's gonna be a matter of time before Swizzy, Merstash, Queasy look to challenge them. Flixie and Vico still keeping this one alive, but the builds are running so incredibly thin. They're going for the backside of zone. They scouted out the TP though. Nathan getting lit up, but Flixie not able to fall back and look to finish it off.
They're getting so much value though, playing as a duo from the start, and they're not even finished as Nathan gets knocked down. Another elimination for Flixie.
My TP pogged when I tried to TP down. It's so fucking annoying.
Flixie alive, barely as he makes it in with just 9 HP. How is he still up?
He knows that there's players directly behind him. He doesn't have a moment to stop and think. He's just got to keep barreling forward. Pixie, Vanya, a duo in their own right in the mid-ground layer. They can also see there's True Legs directly underneath them, but they don't have the chance just yet. Malibuka take it out. Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy, they're the only ones controlling height, and they've taken out Flixie with it.
All the top teams getting taken out one by one, and the leaders of the pack up in the clouds is Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy. All they need to do now is close out this
What do you mean? What should we have done differently on how to?
with just 10 HP left,
Hello?
he goes down. Vanya left as a solo now. Pure chaos on the low ground. Trulex gets knocked down, but Vanya goes down, and Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy take home the victory royale.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Because I had nothing, so I'd like, if they went up, I have to drop anyways.
On the leaderboard, they would need another win, especially considering that Vico and Flixie held on for so long. Their placement points still building for sure, Takata, but that victory royale is a game changer.
Yeah, I'm
for
watching.
PZ.
30 seconds.
Welcome back to day 2 of
We
the
are
FNCS
back.
Europe Major 1 Finals. And we only have a few more games before we crown our first champions
quarter.
of the year. But you
Game
know what? It's
10.
all change on the leaderboard. So let's have
We
a
got
look.
10,
because
11, and
Queasy
12.
might have had a slightly
And then the
inconsistent
king
day 1, but his trio
will be
are now really in
announced. The crown
contention
will be given
for
out.
that top spot. They are racing up the leaderboards. And actually, if you look close, 11, there's very
We got Mongrel, Mr. Savage. They went up 1. Nice. They're top 7. We got Pix, -1, top 5. Swizzy, Merstash. They're 30 points away from first place. Top 5 is all within 30 points of, or excuse me, top 4 is all within 30 points of each other. We have a fucking tournament on our hands. All of these guys are 30 points away from each other. Really 29 points away from each other. Top 5 is 60 points away from each other. This is a good match.
Is to make sure you can make the most of these games when maybe your team isn't quite in the best position, you don't have the best materials, maybe you're not all alive and healthy in endgame. These are the moments that really win you grand finals and the major 1 finals here today as well. These are the sort of games that are going to really clutch up, and this is exactly what this team do best and exactly who you'd want in this sort of duo clutch situation here.
Absolutely, and I think if you're actually looking at like the timeline of FNCS and EU, Vico and Flixie are the reigning champs technically, right? If you want to look at it like that. They came off the back of a great season and a great year where they both established themselves as top players. And if I'm being honest with them, you know, I love those two, and I'm a big fan of this trio as a whole. Venno really was the player yesterday, I felt like, stepping up the most for this trio. And so it was nice to see those two showing, like, we are contributing to this success. We are going to make this happen. Even if Venno isn't here to help us in this endgame, we can get the job done. It was really nice to see, you know, all of the boys in this team right now stepping up to try and get that win.
Can I just jump in and ask a quick follow-up, boys? I mean, Levin, you know Venno so well. How much do you think he's currently conscious of that leaderboard and how close his rivals are behind him?
I mean, I know a lot of the boys on that leaderboard right now, and I know they'll all be very conscious of it, right? How can you not be? You back out to the lobby, you take a look at it, and it's like, you almost have that pressure of you can't mess up. There's that feeling of you mess up one hiccup, one wrong step in one of these games early on, and instantly all your fortunes changes. It's why actually, like, when I look at it, Frankie, I'm almost most impressed with Queasy, right? Because they're fighting off spawn. So it's like that initial off spawn fight changes everything for the way their tournament looks. But they're handling that pressure well.
And what about the likes of Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, guys? Because they had such a stellar day one. They were actually in #1 position at the end of the first 6 games. However, now we're seeing some cracks start to form, Mini.
Yeah, not quite the ideal start to day number 2 that they would have liked. Of course, you know, they haven't quite had the best day. It's not been absolutely terrible, right? They have made a couple of these end games. They've played pretty well. I think it was the 2nd place in this game right here. So it's not been absolutely disastrous, Levin, but they've just struggled a little bit with the Storm Surge. We saw it there with Marius going down. I think the early stage of their game haven't quite gone as they were expecting.
And the big reason as to why that's happening is what I talked about at the start of the day, Mini Miner. When you looked at the group stage and how they did their Uncon at Kappa versus how they were doing yesterday, in the group stage, there was only one team landing in Hopeful Heights in that south area, right? There wasn't a lot of action there. Yesterday, there was 3 different teams. Today in game 1, I went back and checked, there was only one team landing in Hopeful Heights in that first game. Again, there's not enough action going on in that area. It's part of the reason why we saw iDrop, Sky, and Score, I think, struggling as well in a couple of games. Yesterday, the south was the hotspot. So much was going on there.
Malibuca and Marius have no wins, but they're
those southern,
first, or
top
they're in
teams
second
to
and
get
third.
damage on, get tags on, and to take fights with.
I mean, look at the zones as well. Look at where the zones are pulling compared to yesterday. We had so many south zones yesterday. Now it's all almost the complete opposite, right, to what we saw yesterday. So huge shifts for these teams that are down on the south of the map and now falling down the leaderboard.
If we look at number 2 on the leaderboard, Malibuca, Vox, and Ping 11, what exactly do these boys need to do to take over the #1 spot? Because there's only 12 points between them and first place.
I think the big edge that those guys have is that they kind of anyone, I think, of these trios need to change the least. Like, I feel like they're the ones that are the steadiest ship right now, where we're seeing these volatile games from Queasy and Venos trios, both of those, teams loving to play for height, whereas these guys can just sort of play their own game, and I think the points will come.
Yeah, and what I love about this team right now is they're actually contested in that game by Volko's team from all the way to the north of the map. Those guys have landed here this season as well, so they have experience off spawn there. But Malibuca, Ping, and Wox, they're just saying, right, we're just going to brush you aside, we're going to take you out as quickly as possible, and not let that affect the rest of our game. So really, really promising stuff from these guys. They've just got to keep up that consistency on low ground.
Well, let's head back to Takata and the best taco for game number 10, because I can't wait to board that battle boss yet again.
You're not the only one, Frankie. I cannot wait to see what our final 3 matches of the day look like, Takata, especially with the way that we're starting to see that top 5 of the leaderboard kind of break away with things.
Yeah, it's getting extremely close between all these top teams. And I mean, Levin was talking about the only ones being contested Squeezy, but I think last game Malibuca got into a bit of a fight in the early game from Volko and his trio. I mean, they landed close to them. I'm not sure if they fully went night shift or it was just a quick fight, but we might have a bit more danger.
Yeah, regardless of the circumstances of how players ended up somewhere, the reality of the situation is the map is changing, and we've got a chance to see what Match 10 has in store.
So many off-spawn engagements for these top teams, but what matters is being able to make it count when you make it to that mid, to that end game. We saw what happened to Vico, Veno, and Flixie. They lost one of their teammates going into the end game, but they were still able to secure a solid match. 6th place with 5 eliminations. I mean, you can't do much better than that playing as a duo from the start, and that is exactly what you need if you want to come out on top.
But I love that shout from Levin, because when you think about the entirety of Chapter 5 in EU, it was Vico and Felixi completely running things. And knowing that, even they're still able to kind of channel that same energy in a trio scenario, working as a team. Impressive stuff overall, really. But Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, they found their entrance and realistically trying to attempt to take over that first place position. But this fight in Seaport City, it's got to be quick. It's got to be finished nice and tidy. Otherwise, other teams are definitely going to make their way over.
Yeah, last match they were able to clean it up quickly when both trios contested main, but this time around, Shakeoff and his trio just gave main to Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash, so they were able to land and get looted up, and now that's going to cause this fight to kind of delay itself a bit. Question is, like you were saying, Taco, is that delay going to be enough for some trios to start wandering on in and seeing, hey, why is there no shots going on yet? What's taken this trio so long to fight?
It's largely a team like iDrop, Sky, and Scroll that really enters the conversation here, because we already saw them, don't want to say desperate, but they did extend rather early into aggressing that turtle section south of Hopeful Heights because they wanted the fight. They're trying to establish their surge early on, and more importantly still, they're trying to prove, iDrop especially, that he is capable of a high place, if not a win entirely, holding that Axe of Champions here. But if they want to even retain that position from yesterday, they're gonna have to earn it back at this point, Takata, because one by one they've just been dropping in the leaderboard.
Take a look at this though. Fincheck thought he was just gonna go get a quick refresh on his sprite as Vico Beno Flixie didn't want to let that one slide. Good for him though. Upple was able to take some shots back at Veno, cracking him and kind of halting that engagement, as now they're going to be forced to disengage once again and not continue the pursuit.
Vico and Veno know though, but the team so
Darm.
close. But that doesn't matter. As far as Darm, Demus, and Pix are concerned, they love when it's only one team that they've got to deal with. Cringe Kate and Mappy, they're not going to be able to escape. Demus finds that first elimination to really crack things open here. Mappy now getting completely keyed down, rolled over, doesn't even get a chance to try and escape. He's the last surviving member essentially, and it's not going to be enough here. As Demus and Darm are just doing everything they can to capitalize on these early fights.
This is big though, because they were able to get elims in the previous matches earlier on, but they were still struggling a bit for Surge and damage. They went down 22nd place. In the last game, they got 9th place, so it was an improvement. But now starting off so strong with a quick 3 eliminations, hopefully they're able to get a match to kind of bounce them back, because they've dropped down to 5th place now, as they were almost leading the pack going into today after the first match. Now with a big game needed to kind of put themselves back into check. The Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, though, coming from that victory royale. I mean, all you got to do is play like you did in the last match. Hopefully, Rift Island's at their favor. Aristini, though, trying to do something as a duo here.
It's crazy to think that designating a drop has almost seemingly worked against Teenage Trio at this point, because they've had issues with this early off-spawn battle in the sense that they're just not closing it out fast enough, and that's opening the doorway for other teams like Giannis, like Shark, Juicy, Andy to then come and pressure after the fact, third-party them for easy pickings. And UX team is also left in a similar note where we've oftentimes just see them either running to try and get a reboot or just barely surviving.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of matches that have been kind of, you know, trying to just clutch from reboot after reboot. But, I mean, as long as you're able to secure a decent amount of points to kind of stabilize your place on the leaderboard, sometimes it's just enough. As Shakeoff, Momsy, be careful here. They've decided to go towards Blaha and his trio and actually already got one.
Caught him off guard at the bird to go, and Momsy, Shakos, they're still lying in wait. We're gonna look back on what went wrong here for Blaha. Just wrong doorway, wrong house, wrong place to be. But
unfortunate. That's
a big come up for our French team, especially considering the situation they've been dealt last couple of matches. Limbed off rip essentially from Queasy's team, so anywhere they get something going is always going to be better than the nothing they've been left with.
Speaking about nothing, Walks, Ping, Malabuka, no quick eliminations this game compared to the last, as now they're gonna most likely go to their surroundings once again to see what they can find. Vanya, Marius, Pixie though elevating themselves by the Shattered Span. Triple Onimax gonna come through. Looks like they want to get extra aggressive here. It's Comeback that's gonna get caught off guard as the pressure's right onto him, directly into his box. He fears that danger as he gets knocked down. And now Marius, Vanya, Pixie, they might not even be done yet.
Chasing Convict all the way to the Overlook Lighthouse is insane work. And not only that, but Queasy, Merstache, Swizzy, they definitely taken notice of the action that's unfolding east of Shattered Span, and they want their own slice of the pie here. Queasy setting up a nice little surge base on this hill that overlooks that direction entirely. Swizzy as well from a separate angle here in a bush. They've got total bridge coverage here right now, Takata, and they can definitely get a firm grasp on teams in the surrounding area as well. That overhead view doing an excellent job to really shape just what kind of advantages they have.
Yeah, I think they kind of forced Momsy, Skyjump, and Shakeoff out quite early from their drop spot, having won the main building, and then from then kind of followed them to their surroundings to see, hey, you're gonna go for damage? Well, I'm gonna follow you there for the third party. But luckily enough for Skyjump and his trio, nothing kind of turned out from it. Veno, Vico, Flixie, still no elims on the board. Kind of playing edge of zone here, just rotating through, seeing what they can potentially find.
They might get exactly what they're after if it's surge that they're looking for, and considering that Veno's already directly made notes of the fact that he didn't feel like this team was getting aggressive enough. And we saw a big moment from that, but Clownski, Gudenbri, Moneymaker, they've got to be careful. How many times have we seen Veno's teams just crouch walk up to a surge base and chop them out? So if nobody is looking back to recognize this rotate from Vico's team, it could be disastrous.
I mean, they have Moneymaker down below, so they're actually gonna go for a quick shot, built the ramps, and just like that, 2 knocks instantly. Are you kidding me? Vico, Flixie, Veno not missing a single shot. Guden goes down, Clown shortly after, and now everything's on the line for Moneymaker as a solo.
Moneymaker is devastated. Seti and Cammy as well. I mean, they were the ones that were initially looking at Gudenbri's team in the first place, and now they have to watch and witness as Veno's team just swoops in, steals those eliminations away from them. A massive amount of surge as well that they've definitely been able to establish here in Game 10.
What's crazy is they got both players. Normally you do like a 3-2-1, you pick out the outfit or whatever that you can kind of distinguish the player and just focus the same one, but they got both of them. Like, that was insane. As we look back over to Walks, Ping, Malibuka, who are also on a surge base, luckily enough. Vico, Veno, Flixie aren't in the surrounding areas looking for them, but might just be as dangerous as Walks gets knocked down to 68 HP.
All things considered, though, Walks, Ping, and Malibuka have had a relatively consistent time throughout the course of Major 1 finals in comparison to Scroll, iDrop, and Sky, where they need some kind of engagement to be the catalyst. And they're not the only ones. Seeing Tayson, seeing Trulix, Chicho try to get active this early on, just kind of recognizing the fact sticking by in a surge base for Foxy Floodgate is not working out for us. We have to get involved in the action early on to get our surge tags, because all these other teams, they're being pushed towards those outskirts of the map. So teams that are center map like Tayson's, they're not having opportunities to actually get surge tags like what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I believe Levin was mentioning exactly that. There's just not enough trios rotating through, and Tayson and his trio were dependent purely basically on AR tags for surge in the mid game. So now seeing them opting for more close quarters combat, it's a change up that they might desperately need if they want to make a comeback.
And if you get into the real nitty gritty of it as well, Tayson, Trulix, and Chicho, they even had struggles where even when we saw them in endgame moments, Foxy Floodgate just did not bode enough ammo for them to be able to consistently try and actually challenge players on height. So they didn't really have anything that could generate those winning moments, so to say. All these teams, though, still looking to try and get a clear grasp on Game 10.
Farm picks Demus. We saw them get those 3 eliminations early on, as now they're just going to look for the AR aspect of it. I mean, being kind of on the edge of zone here at Pump Powder, all those teams that are east of them are going to eventually have to rotate on in, but it is a hill, so it's not like they have... I mean, they have a good amount of vision, especially how high up Darm is, but I'm wondering how many tags they'll actually get as their eyes are just set locked on Fastroki and his trio.
Crazy to think, though, that Darm's actually got that mythic AR for once. That it could be a very menacing weapon to put into Darm's hands, considering just how technically mechanical we've already seen him be. When you hand him the best weapon in the game right now, his firepower just increases tenfold.
Marius, though, put himself in a slippy situation by Demons here. What's going on? The pressure all around them. It's Yanis, it's Chap, it's Noah, who wanted to find a way to get damage. This is a trio that always goes close for their surge. They fight for it when they need it. As Vanya looks for an angle on the outskirts here. But so far, not enough damage has been done from either trio to fully commit. So it looks like a soft fight is how it's going to end.
But while we're at Demon's Dojo, I have to start to wonder, where's Pink? Where's Nebs? Where's Chino? Surely those guys are still hanging around somewhere, and that's also another discussion entirely. I mean, Pink, Nebs, Chino have definitely had a pretty rough time so far, but leading off from day one into day two, they were looking at, you know, that top 25 still at least. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they are clearly trying to create some form of surge.
Speaking about surge, Malabuka walks ping. We haven't seen them fight yet. I mean, on con night shift, what they tend to do is just loot up and look for kind of third parties in the surrounding area. Last match they kind of got a free gift, but this time around, curious to see what they end up doing. They haven't really had too many struggles with it. They've been very consistent throughout the day, and hopefully that doesn't change in these last matches.
Just trying to get a couple spare shieldfish where possible. Considering the zone pool over by Lost Lake area, plenty of water spots for Malibu to take advantage of. So he'll likely hold on to that fishing rod for a while. They can continue to just play tag with some of these other teams. Vanya, though, very difficult situation here. Might be caught between Darmpix, Demas, Chabno, O'Reilly, and Yanis on the other side of that mountain.
Two of the top teams fighting each other, both in the top 5. Is a scary sight to see so early on in the match. It is 4th zone here, so Rift Island should have appeared. I'm curious to see if once again we'll get Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy with a primed up position for it. But in the meantime, Pix, Darm, and Demas got out of that potential scare and now can continue getting a bit more into the zone here.
Vanya, Marius, and Pixie are probably looking for more hard material, which is why they were by that bird to go in the first place. But what they don't know is that it's basically just bones at this point. Demas, Darm, and Pix surely wiped it clean of most of the metal available there, and gas stations having already been slightly reduced in terms of what they have to offer for hard material. It's going to make things very tough for that mid to late game approach, especially considering that I've had a chance to actually take notice of what's going down over by Shogun's Arena, but Panzer Mongrel and Savage, everybody should be so happy. If you are a Savage or Mongrel fan, a newfound Panzer fan as well, these guys are in the top 10 currently, just trying to hold on to that position. When you consider that so many people counted them out, so many people were saying they didn't belong, and yet here they stand tall, 7th leading into game 10.
The damage count is crazy too. The most damage in the lobby. I mean, Panzer's got 19 elims throughout these major finals. Murstache has gotten 30 elims, and Panzer still has more damage, which is insane. Look at this zone as well. A full north pull. Half of the zone being water. As Vico, Veno, Flixie were quick
and Vico,
to rotate on in, having already 500 damage above the threshold.
Surge.
Scary stuff for anybody that has to actually trek their way into this
500
territory.
AR, they're
Vico,
big
though,
too,
getting
man.
some friendly hellos from across the
Wow, look
pond,
at
essentially.
that. That is
All these
cool.
teams very wary of the fact that it's a relatively flat landscape. There are
They
some
need to
hills to
do
take
that
advantage of, but it's largely just the fact that
more
it's got
often.
water, so much water everywhere, Takata, and
I'm gonna
zones
have
can
to
be
do those
so
angles in my YouTube
unforgiving
videos like
in those types of
that.
circumstances.
What I'm thinking here for Darm, Demus, and Co is that they already have so much damage. They don't need much more, and they're on an
feeling a Vino
incredibly
60
congested side when
Vico
zones
win right
pull
now.
very far to the north, south,
74
and the
people
edge of the
alive.
map. You have so many trios and players rotating on in that it's just going to cause that side of the zone to be that much more congested. But it looks like it is going to pull back west, so Vanya, Marius,
That's
and
what I just
Pixie
said.
are most likely going to get on the rotate here.
Yeah, these guys made fast work of moving to where they needed to be, considering the last position we just saw them at, and they are wasting no time with trying to get ahead of the pack. But they've been trailing ever so slightly behind Pix, Darm, and Demus for some steady time now, Takata. They've got to be real careful that this Polish trio doesn't decide, hey, maybe we want to come to a pause for a second. Maybe we want to just take a direct fight with these guys instead of keeping them on our backs the whole game.
Honestly, at this point, the position that Demus, Pix, and Darm are in, they have chug splashes, they have mats, they have loot. You can see they're just kind of playing placement. They're holding out their zones. They don't want to risk anything. They just want to keep themselves in a prime position for that late game. And once those moving zones start, that's where it all comes down to play. As we look back over to Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash, who are still in the storm, but have to figure out a way to rotate themselves back in here. If they go more towards to that side of the zone that's already in the storm, they know that once it starts closing, there will be less people there. So you can see they're kind of making their way over to that side to have a safer rotate.
They've got to get a move on, though. Tic zones are very unfriendly, and especially when there's teams already kind of based around the edge. At the very least, Queasy definitely trying to path a dead side pool, but they're going to definitely be well out of sight for everyone else.
And look at this elevation, Taco. The zone is pulling towards an already elevated build fight. But if they end up pulling the half and half, I mean, it's going to take quite a lot of luck. It's going to take a lot of RNG, but hey, it's possible. In the meantime, waiting for those zones that unfortunately do end up pulling west for them. Not the corner that they were hoping. They still should have a pretty decent rotate through, but Demus looking for a quick shotgun shot, unable to connect. Oni masks are going to come through, and the rotates will continue for these trios.
Ooh, shut down there, though. Vanya happy to collect that extra elimination. Pulse team maybe sweating a bit. Not sure if they were in as tough of a spot as Gantry just now, but Malabuka ping walks. Again, really steady, consistent throughout the course of Major 1 finals so far. And Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, they didn't get the immediate pull that they were hoping for here at Takata, but at the same time, they're definitely trying to clear out the team on elevation across from them. They want to take over that position. They're also making sure to keep their line of sight as clear as possible. That's why Swizzy shooting out the trees. They scouted. There is a surge base way off in the distance. It might belong to Veno.
Veno, Vico, Flixie still leading the pack, but there's only a 20-point difference between first and third place. So although they're in first going into this match, everything can change depending on how this one concludes. Marius, Pixie, Vanya, 114 above. It's not safe enough as they're trying to just find any opening on trios rotating in.
Only
But so
100
far,
above.
unable to find many connections.
Everyone's only 100
Swizzy
above.
definitely doesn't want to have to deal with all this pressure. My man's is just trying to make a humble fisherman life. Still looking to extend, but Malabuka from out of nowhere completely doused. Now it's Walks and Ping.
As a duo, the second place trio put into panic as they've lost one. I mean, they're in zone here. We saw what Vico and Flixie were able to do as a duo in the last match. They clutched it up. And it looks like we're going to need the same thing to happen from Walks and Ping if they want to maintain their spot on the leaderboard.
They need to teleport.
Chico's just barely managing to survive for the time being, but Veno, Vico, Flixie hot on their heels, looking to just chase them down, looking to also establish themselves with solid positioning, and Veno gonna safely tarp his way through. Shika's body lit wants to make sure that he claims as much of that as possible. He knows he's going to need that material for this endgame. Marius, on the other hand, he knows that they need damage. This trio has struggled today, Takata, with getting their surge online and well above that damage threshold.
Issue is for Vanya Marius Pixie, zone pulled to the literal opposite side of the map from when they were. So they're gonna have to be quick on their feet to get the rotate on in. Demus picks Storm in a similar situation, but Demus loses all of his shield during the rotate. Now his teammates are gonna have to play the defensive to give them a bit of time to use any heal possible and continue once again with their rotate.
It's the fact that they were forced to ultimate low. They were forced to stop their rotation. They were trying to claim front side, if anything, and now it's not going to be a pipe dream just yet, but it's definitely going to be difficult to re-establish. Vanya even getting a chance to look back, see Savage off in the distance. A little bit of elevation. That's
pause. We go to Mongrel. Or Mr. Savage.
I think the team on high went, by the way, in front of us.
They're about to take high right now.
Yeah, okay, I'm tipping on high, tipping.
Okay.
One pleasure.
Same.
Yeah,
Oh, my bad, I didn't need to.
yeah.
Yeah.
Main source, main.
30, 60.
Looking for, yeah, 20 outside. I'm going to TP on this case,
Okay, I'm waiting for you to build up. And then I'm coming.
Yeah.
No, I'm
we don't need,
building high, There's him on high as well already, but we got source.
Yeah.
At the string.
Just... Stop.
400 wood, that's what matters.
Oh, I'm opening high, go, they're fighting.
Yeah.
Can't see shit.
Yeah, it's fine, but...
4-2-0.
5, 3, 2. Look at high, we can maybe kill... No, we can maybe kill him. He's over picking.
Okay, I'm looking.
Be ready, just stay
Is he
with me.
top right or?
No, top.
Kill him.
Look, 3, 2, 1. Okay. What's the problem with this? Look. Oh, I can't. Okay, I'm going to be second high. Bottom.
Money.
I'm chilling.
Money.
Chilling.
Bob.
I'm bobbing.
Yeah, I'm bobbing. Yeah, I'm bobbing. So.
Give for us.
Been a little bit.
I'll do metal, but I'm topping.
I 300 wood.
Okay, it's fine. Come here. Okay. I'm just start thinking a little bit.
Yeah, I'm following.
Let's see on the 3 or something. No.
400 wood.
4-1-0.
They're building wood on high right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm teaming about.
Same.
Behind one. Crack the Catwoman.
Nice.
They're two on you. How did they? Crack two of them, bro.
I'm teaming in front.
I'm probably dead, bro. No.
Yeah.
Benj, I'm TVing down to you, chill. I have 200 wood.
I'm looking for high. Oh, I know.
You need shield fish, sure?
Yeah.
Take your bomb as well.
120 wood.
Yeah, same. Come. Follow.
Okay.
Need to drop. Stay here.
Go.
Yeah, give shield fish, stick. I have 3 splashes, 5 builds.
Wait to go below this. Come.
I'm no mats. Behind us, look behind us.
No.
Okay.
Don't shoot.
0 mats here. Cracked. There's a body there. Go.
Nice.
I cracked one in here as well.
I got so much mats.
Yeah, I'm getting more mats. I'm getting more mats, Joe.
On left.
Going. I have 200 mats as well. Joe Panzer, I'm coming to you.
Okay. I'm gonna go up. I'm cheating.
I'm 1 HP.
100 mats.
Do you have a shield fish?
I'm gonna open in front of it. Don't wait. I don't have. Start full right.
I'm on you.
There's a guy.
I'm dead. I'm got mats. I got boys. I'm dead. How did... Oh my god, bro.
Vanya's intention as well. They're underneath that damage threshold now. They need to aggress heavily onto a team. They've got plenty directly underneath them, but all these trees as well blocking their line of sight.
Yeah, they just need a bit of damage. They're primed up in terms of positioning. If they can maintain that, it would be crucial for taking home this match, as so many of the top trios are still up in contention. But Vanya now, as Storm Surge is active, 124 below. They have to wait for the rotates to come through, and they cannot miss their shots here.
They're hoping that there's going to be teams looking to poke their heads forward, like to try and get ahead of where everybody else is at, not get stuck in that low to mid-ground congestion. But Vanya is not finding any sort of openings. Teams just taking too much notice of what's going on up above. And Marius instead watches, tries to provide some cover up, as now CZB, Nathan on the other side of height. They might be the openings, but it's still just barely above.
Demas, though, he's lost one of his teammates. Storm has gone down, leaving it up to him and Pix. The good news is they're together. The bad news, only wood left over. 18 builds as they're forced to recuperate what they've lost. But Vico, Veno, and Flixie, they're looking up above. They know high ground's a possibility. The OD masks are going to come through. But so far, it was just to get ahead as they continue to keep their eyes and stay aware.
Veno still knows he wants to move ahead further. Pixie on the other side, gonna block him up for the time being. He needs to shoot them out first. Swizzy trying to help aid with that endeavor. Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache though, they're on an opposite side because they don't want to let anybody else take height from them. Mongrel trying to see what he can do.
They are not done with the high ground retakes. Time and time and again, we see Panzer, we see Mongrel Savage go. Will this be the match where they're able to fully secure it? Panzer leading the pack in terms of damage. They've not been missing their shots, but they haven't been able to close a game out on height as Mongrel's gone down. It leaves Mr. Savage and Panzer to clutch it as a duo, and they're forced now to drop down.
We can respect the dedication, but the intentions may have been sourly put. Vico, Flixie, Veno, they're going to take advantage of the chaos up above. Back shot onto Queasy, and now Veno, Vico, but they're left in tatters. Something has gone horribly wrong. Veno's still trying to claim height.
What's happened? Vico was left on a sliver of HP, but he's able to recuperate it now as a duo. They can hold on to height. Panzer still looking strong as he takes down Tayson. They need to get ahead here, though, but there's just so many trios, so many players on low ground. It's absolute madness.
Somehow through all the chaos, Veno has managed to tarp his way up above. Walks, Ping, they might have the heals advantage here though. What they need is builds. Murstache gonna fall. Walks getting credited for that. The Siphon playing such a big part in keeping his HP alive, but no! Tag from the side, didn't get a chance to actually block his way off.
Ping left as a solo, doing what he can to scavenge the last points of the match, but Veno and Vico continuing to rain down from above, taking player after player out, tarping on ahead, but they are running low on mats. The issue is, I don't think there's any trios that can contest them yet for high ground.
The problem also, Rax just provided them more materials. Hari, Seti, Cammy, they're trying to strike yet again. Kari gonna be brought down though. Cammy, Seti still looking to try and see if there's a chance for that revive play, but immediately shut down. Veno just relentless with this onslaught.
They're hungry. It's time to get fraggy. Vico, Veno know this. To close this out, they pick up Cammy. They pick up another elimination. Vico has 6. Looking unstoppable as now it's all up to Noah in the 1 versus 2 against absolute titans. Noah, you have to pull off a miracle to come out on top here, but it's going to be impossible. Vico, 7th elimination, closes the game, and our #1 trio continue to hold on to the throne.
4 victory royales in a single Major 1 finals is pure insanity here, Takata. We are witnessing something so great here with Veno, Vico, and Flixie, and now everybody else is stuck playing catch up.
Vico and Flixie got 4th place at the Global Championship last year, now trioed up with Veno, and they are looking absolutely monstrous going into these final matches of the day. If they get hype one more time, if they're able to continue with this momentum, Taco, we can see them taking home that Axe of Champions.
Look, we knew Vico and Flixie were fraggy after Chapter 5 last year, but what this screams to me more than anything, Takada, is Veno telling everybody I am back to claim the throne. People were questioning, is Veno actually still fraggy with it? And I think that these games are certainly telling us the story here, but the desk might have even more to say.
Thank you very much, guys. Veno's been long regarded as one of the titans of the European, in fact, the international scene in FNCS, and he's picked the right companions to join him in this campaign to be the world's #1. I did speak to Veno before the season kicked off properly. You saw that in the lobby before we went live with the show today. And Veno was saying, like, we are peak, we are the pinnacle, and we're going 4 for 4 this year, and they're making a pretty convincing argument that they could do it this year, Levin.
And this is the reaction you need, right? You know, we went into this game all talking about, oh my goodness, it's so close, oh, there's 5 teams in it. Veno said 5 teams in it. There's only 1 team in it. We're that team, they win the game, and surely this is gonna push them further and ahead. Look, you're right to give Veno his praise, right? You know, Minnie, when we look at this trio, I think a lot of people look at Flixie and Vico, especially coming into at least as like the stars, right? Veno had a bit of an up and down year at times last year. And he actually let his team down a bit in the last 2 games, right? Obviously on the island, he was the one that got beamed. Then he was down last game. It was up to Flixie and Vico to clutch up. This game, he gets back in it. He helps the team out. And again, all 3 of these guys putting their best foot forward to help the team win this tournament.
Yeah, and I think what's most impressive about the way that these last 2 games have gone is that it was Vico and Flixie. Now it's Vico and Veno. It just seems like you put 2 of these players together, 1 player goes down, they're an FNCS winning duo entirely. So it just seems like they have that power in their tank. If one of their players do go down, it just doesn't seem like you can write them off when they are in that duo clutch situation. This was just beautiful stuff. The way they took high ground off of Queasy was amazing. There was a couple of moments in that end game where they were actually looking for height. They had the materials for it. They kept looking up. I think there was a moment where they tried to TP up and they actually just cancelled it. They said, right, okay, we're going to go back down. We're going to retry another time. That just shows so much maturity and so much experience there.
I remember last year in duos, we had so many like great FNCS wins that came off of the back of like great solo clutches, right? When Swizzy and Vanya won, and Vanya and Swizzy individually both had great solo clutches. Here in trios, we're seeing great duo clutches, right?
Dude,
you know, that's what makes
crazier.
FNCS champions, teams who can win when they got a man down, or maybe even 2.
Well, we're only 2 games away from crowning our next champion, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking even more about game number 10.
Difference here, it just didn't work out for them in this particular endgame, and that's clearly been the difference in that game.
All right, we got Vico, Veno, and Flixie in first place by 80 points. It's not over. Damn, Charlize's looking real fucking good when it comes to placement. Charlize picked Veno and Merstash, and look who it is, Veno and Merstash. That's insane. If the tournament was over right now, Charlize would have a perfect fucking bracket.
Yeah, I think when you look at the you know, those 2, you expect them to maybe pull off something, right? You know, they got that sort of chemistry. There's been a lot of situations I feel like where Ping has sort of been left alone as that sole player, but yeah, not able to really squeeze as many points out of it. Again, I'm just looking at this leaderboard and I'm looking at that game that Veno and them just had, and it's like they're starting to pull away. And with 2 games left, you can't afford to let them pull away. I don't want to be that guy, but also 6 out of 12 is still on the cards. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but it still is on the cards. So let's see what happens there.
A 6
well,
out of
in number
12
2, we've got Twizzy, Queasy, and Merstash. I'm loving this rivalry that's building up between these ex-duo partners, Veno and Queasy. And Merstash is, we've got to say, has been such a huge difference maker for this trio.
He has, yeah. I mean, it's been a really, really great performance from these guys. They've sort of clutched up in so many important moments. Even in that last game, we saw them sort of rotating through the storm, popping those med kits like we know they love to do. And I think they got quite unlucky in this game. The zone didn't quite pull in their favor, which I think if it did, I think if they did get a little bit more lucky with those zones, we could have been talking about a completely different trio winning this game, and it could be even closer, Levin. But this is so far so good. Not the ideal game for them, but we've seen what they can do off spawn. We've seen that they can make it to these positions and put themselves in the position to take height, so it's far from over.
Mini, it's quite close, right, between like second, third, fourth right now in terms of like the people pushing Veno and them. Do you think this is the team that's going to do it? Like, who's the team you're looking at now is like, who's going to save the region and stop the favorites from winning, that type of thing? Like, who's it going to be out of those three?
I think it's got to be them. I think just looking at how Malibuka went down there, Ping and Watts couldn't quite make it happen. Yeah, for me, it's got to be them. They're the team that's setting up for height. They're the team that's taking these, that's playing in the storm, even when the zone isn't pulling to them. It's them for me. Do you agree? What about you?
I'd say so. I'm leaning towards them for sure. I feel like I'm not seeing the power I once saw from Malibuka and them in previous. Obviously, it's come back to bite me in the bum, right? But you know, like at least in the last couple of games, it's not been what I wanted to see ramping up. Right? You want to see teams ramp up as we head to those last couple of games. But regardless of how it goes, it's going to be a fun ride.
Levin, do you think it's going to be a fun ride for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius? Because I'm actually surprised that they're still holding on to that number 3 spot, given their luck today.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to sound like a hater, but I kind of was expecting them to have like fallen out of the race by now. If I'm actually quite surprised they're still like really in this. I know I'm talking about them like they're not in this. No, like they are well and truly in this race, and they're sort of overcoming a lot of the like problems they're having in earlier parts of the game, and still managing to like clutch up big points out of these games, right? Like this clutch from Pixie and Marius in this game. Again, you're just getting squeezing so many points just to keep you in the competition, and that's what you need sometimes in these tournaments to be able to come out on top and win.
Well, sometimes we get our champion decided in game number 11. Not always, and it is so close this time that I have a feeling that is not going to happen. But I have an other feeling that Veno is going to want to make this game in particular count. So let's head to our casters, Takata and Taco.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, everything is on the line now. We've got 2 matches left, Taco. Vico, Veno, Flixie leading the pack in first place, but there's only a 6-point difference between second and fourth. Any of those trios have a chance to overthrow them and take home that Axe of Champions, but will they let that happen? Will Levin Stream come through of the 6 victory royales in major finals? Time will tell as game 11 starts now.
And the big thing about that record here, Takata, is that Veno and Queasy set that finals record together. They were 6, and the craziest thing to imagine is that potentially here today in day 2, Veno could also look to replicate that same record he once established, as long as he's able to close out games 11 and 12 year to day. But you can't count on that just yet. It is obvious, though, that Veno, Vico, and Flixie are here to make a statement on Europe.
And we don't have to wait long, because it looks like it's going to be a quick fight once again at Seaport City. Swizzy being quick to the action to pick up that chest, gets a weapon, gets chug splashes, but no quick knocks are going to come through. And looks like once they saw that Swizzy, Murstache, and Queasy were gonna win the chest, win the loot, shake off sky jump, Momsy decided, hey, maybe it's not a good idea to take that 50-50 once again, especially after it didn't go our way.
The drops have been really solid so far from Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy, but France is not gonna make this one easy. They're still just heckling Queasy's team at Seaport City. Doesn't want to let it go for free, but after a certain point, Momsy, Skyjump, Shakos, you have to also consider top 25 is where you get the payout.
Playing for the payout, playing for a spot at the Global Championships. So much is on the line for these trios competing here today. Teeny, Haris, and Skavi have not had a perfect playthrough at Shoguns with all the third parties that come through. They have been able to take home a majority of the matches off spawn, but they've still yet to fully convert that in one of these late games.
Getting much more aggressive now, just completely chasing down Uick and Dom. Don't want to allow them to escape and just delay this battle over by Shogun Solitude, because the longer it takes, we already know the end result. Another team comes into third party and then another one. So everybody just trying to close out these fights as quickly as possible. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy still waiting for their openings against Shaco's down below, but they are definitely trying to maintain the stronger line of sights inside of the heights of these buildings.
Looking for kind of angles to see if their opponents slip up, right? Find an opening. But it looks like Swizzy... Oh, what a shot from the fire. Onimask even almost getting a knock here onto Sky Jump, as that's already a good amount of damage. But as you can see from Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, they don't want to fully commit. I mean, going down off the rip in game 11 on day 2, being already so close to first place in the second place spot. I mean, well, I say so close. They've got quite a lot of points they got to get to overthrow Rico, Benno, Flixie, but they're in second place. They're literally the position behind them, so they cannot afford to go down in the early game here.
Merstash still kind of peeking underneath. See if Momsy's trying to pop his head out anytime soon. Queasy also, what a great teammate. Perfect money shot, just throwing the shield potion to make sure that Merstash is going to be able to keep that fight going, even if he does get tagged up a little bit here. Flixie, on the other hand, trying to maintain this first spot position on the leaderboard. Takata, there are huge implications if they walk away with the top 3 placement here in game 11. I don't want to say it'd be impossible for anybody else to catch them, but it would clearly establish them as a top 2, and that's perfect circumstances for the global championship.
What I love about Vico, Benno, Flixie is even if they have a hurdle where, for example, Venno goes down, it shows how strong it is to be trioed up with a solidified duo that had previous success and being able to just clutch it out themselves. Even in fights, if one of them gets knocked, they can still turn those fights around. They can take a lot of these situations where some high-skilled trios would just not be able to make it out of and turn it into a comeback to the end game, still getting a good amount of points, which is why they're leading the pack currently. But you got to be careful because Queasy has been knocked down at Seaport City. It's the shake-off. This is now putting a bit of panic onto Swizzy and Merstash.
Swizzy and Merstash, though, this is so unfortunate because they're trying to ensure that they stay well above everybody else for the leaderboard. They know that they can't afford to go down here early. They don't want to bank everything on their match 12 performance, but Momsy might have other plans in mind for this team. Swizzy hoping that he can cut somebody off if they try to make an attempt up towards the top of this building.
Issue is, wait, Swizzy, hold that thought. Big Pump gets connected. Can he finish it off, though? He does get the knock. Momsy's gonna take him down. It's a 1 versus 1, but during this, all the trios in the surrounding areas, the third parties are hungry. They hear the shots. They know they can feast, as Merstash has to make the decision to disengage here. Even if he ends up taking out Momsy, he knows I drop Sky Scroll. They're waiting on the other end of the door.
But Sky, Scroll, Eyedrop, they might be the real benefactors after everything that's gone down here inside of Seaport City. They are left to just try and clean up house. They are not willing to let anybody escape currently. They know just how important every single one of these elimination points could be for them. On top of the placements, they have so much ground to make up for after the start of this day 2 for them.
It's a tough start, Taco. It's a tough start for Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy in the second to last match of the major finals, but we've seen them get back-to-back reboots and still get close to that end game, so now they have to do it when it matters the most. For Pigstorm and Demus, though, 5th place spot. Contenders for that top 2 get a spot at the global championship. If something goes poorly for Veno, Vico, and Flixie here, it's gonna be a green light for the rest of the trios up above. So Veno has to be extremely careful in these early game engagements. They cannot go down this early.
But if something goes awful here for Vico, Flixie, and Veno, that might just be the saving grace for Queasy's team, considering that he's already sitting back, just having to scan the elimination feed to get news of what's to come here. Cringe, Matt BK, though, not looking particularly healthy. Vico already tarping overhead. Veno as well gets a good line of sight onto Mappy, just continuing to try and break into his box, completely spraying. But unfortunately, Veno not going to be able to find the connection he needs just yet. That is until Mappy exposes himself just a moment too long. No shields left.
Is that going to be the opening for Vico, Flixie, Veno? Are they going to get aggro onto that now? As Vico looks for an angle, he knows it's a potential player that's low close by. Cringe is going to be the one playing aggressive. Shot gets connected, but it's not a big one. Just a quarter of his shield taking off. As now a quick second to take a deep breath, refresh on the fight. Consider, do we keep on pushing forwards? Are we finished yet? It looks like they're not, as Veno drops down and looks again for another angle.
But this is their fight. This is their winning moment, or at least the start of one. Veno, Vico, Flixie just continuing to try and break through into the center hold that Mappy, Cade, and Cringe have somewhat managed to establish here. But all of this fire, all of these shots going off in the area, it's starting to draw too much attention. Other teams flying in now for Magic Mosses.
Yeah, trying to see, hey, what's going on here? As Vico hits the shots needed onto Cade. Cringe now following shortly behind. One knock is all it takes to turn the tables, as now Flixie's gonna finish Cringe. And just like that, they're gonna pick up some quick 3 eliminations right before the third party comes through.
Could not have come at a better time. They needed this opener. They're not the only ones. Chino.
Oh,
Big takedown onto Merstash. That is a devastating blow to a team that had just climbed their way into that second place position. The door is wide open now. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, Ping, Walks, Malabuka, even picks Darman, Demas. They've all got to be taking notice of what's gone down here.
the issue is, though, if Vico, Veno, and Flixie are able to make it to the end game healthy, with potential for another solid match, it just could solidify themselves that Blade of Champions. Even before the last game, if they're able to get another victory royale, they want a huge match going into this. But Malabuka now, once again around Night Shift, trying to see if they can catch any of these trios that are rotating through Storm off guard. Did not even just get a bit of damage on them, but even some eliminations.
Looked like Seti, Cammy, and Ari, they knew what kind of stockpile Vico, Flixie, and Veno like to hold on to here at Flooded Frogs. They were trying to make use of some of those leftover goods, but they've been spotted out. Vico just chasing down Ari now. Knows that is a freebie elimination once he's been that separated. The rest of his teammates having already been taken out. Axe Force, though, could be another threat. Veno, Vico, and Flixie aren't out of the woods just yet.
They're comfortable having these in-storm engagements. They know how to get out of them. They know how to play them, so I'm not too worried at all yet. All it does take is one slip up, though, and Axe Force is crouching up behind them. He might just catch one off guard. Flixie's already been cracked. If he can connect a shot on the player that's low, it could mean everything, but he's sprinted. They heard the footsteps now. They know the aggro's onto them. They're forced to play defensive, but they drop on in, and just like that, gonna recuperate a lot of HP and shield, making it that much more difficult for Axe Force to get anything from this.
But this is unexpected company. Veno, Vico, Flixie, this is not what they were anticipating to encounter when they made their way back over to Flooded Frogs. Roman, though, tries to escape, but when he looks to follow up with his teammates, Axe Force and F9 just shot down from the skies. One thing about this trio, you are not gonna have an easy time looking to soar out away from them.
5 eliminations, 6 eliminations on the board already. Starting this one off in the third zone before Rift Island even appears. This is not looking good for the rest of the top 5. As we look back at Ping, Walks, and Malabuka, Walks already got cracked. Has more than enough shield to recuperate it, so it must have just been a beam from afar. I don't think it's any danger yet for this trio.
Definitely very familiar with playing from inside the storm here, but knowing that Queasy's team has been fully eliminated, knowing that they are right on the cusp of being able to overtake that position, it's bound to cause them to consider every single engagement from this moment on.
We've talked a lot about the top teams, but Vanya, Pixie, and Marius are one that's a full trio, already looking healthy, already in zone. And now with Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy being knocked out of the game, it gives them that much higher of a chance to not only potentially take that first place spot, but take that second place spot, which guarantees them a place in the global championship. So it's not just playing for that first place spot, but if they're able to qualify themselves to GC in Major 1, that's gonna put some relief in their mind.
Uh-oh. This is trouble.
Yo.
Pix and
Yo.
Darm
Yo.
just trying to
What up?
glide
Chill.
into the zone at this
Told you.
point, but no Demas, Takata. Another one
Bullshitting.
of our top 5 teams, and a team
You
that has
watching
just
this?
done so
That's you
phenomenally
shit.
throughout the course of
You been
this
watching all day?
Major 1 finals. You would not think
No.
that it is their first time
Charlie's
in a Major
got a
1
perfect
finals.
bracket right now.
No, not at all.
Really?
But
Yeah, Venom
I'm getting a little
first,
scared myself.
Merstash
Being in that
second.
5th place spot.
Damn.
I mean, what, they are
And then we got
incredibly close
Peterbot winning,
from
Foil
second
in
place.
second,
And imagine in your
NA,
first
and right
FNCS
now
Major Finals,
it's
you qualify
Foil in first,
to the
Peterbot
global
in second.
championship.
So-
That would
and
be
you know
unreal
Peterbot's gonna win, so.
for this trio. But it looks like iDrop, Sky, and
Might
Stroll
go
are going to be the
Cooper's
first
like in
ones to
fourth, though.
Shogun's Arena. And potentially even be able to take
Fucking
it
up
here.
there, man. I don't know.
They've had
Yeah, he
so
won the
many
World
issues
Championship one time.
throughout the course of day 2 in comparison how day 1 went, and a lot of it just exclusively coming down to the fact that that southern section of the map changed
Peterbot's
so
gonna pull some shit
drastically
out of his
overnight.
ass,
So
and
many
Foil probably
teams
will get
looking to
second,
try
so
and be adaptable, be flexible, work
fucking
around
Charlie's.
the areas that didn't
Dude,
work
the
out for
parlay.
them. But with iDrop, Sky, and Scroll in control of that Shogun's Medallion potentially, and Shogun's Arena in general, it's going to make things all the more
second
difficult
place
for our
is
teams
dead,
that
though.
are also
Oh, yeah,
fighting
Vino-
to maintain their position on
Vino
the
was first,
leaderboard.
huh?
Veno,
Oh,
Vico, and
Vino just got
Flixie
dropped right now. But I seen him get dropped
just
earlier. Or I
trying
think
to
that
stay
was
one
last
step
match.
ahead.
Yeah, he's alive. He's on the
That one
screen
step's
right
all you need if you want to solidify that place. They have such an incredibly strong start to this match. All that's left is closing it out. They can't get too
now.
greedy
Mongrel's
here,
in 6th.
as now all they need to do are play these rotations, play
How do you
these
like
zones,
that?
and looking at Mr. Savage, Panzer, and Mongrel.
You got
This is a
hope for him
trio that's
still, or what?
constantly went for that high
Dude,
ground.
Mongrel's
They've
my
gotten
goat.
so close, but it's been the
He's
trio
on screen right
after
now.
them that has ended up securing
him more
height
than
from them
Mr.
and finishing off the
Savage?
match. So
What?
hopefully
You like
this
him
time
more than
around,
Mr. Savage?
they'll be able to take it
I
at the
mean,
correct
Mr.
time.
Savage
But
is better,
just from
but
the
I
blink
like
of an eye,
Mongrel
we
more,
look
yeah.
at Mongrel's trio for a second, and Veno gets
Mongrel might be my
eliminated,
favorite
leaving
Fortnite player.
Vico and Flixie once again to play this out as a duo.
This is
I
such a
guess he's pretty goated.
tragedy.
Can't even cap.
In the middle of fifth
quit for
zone
2
here
years
as well,
straight,
Flixie,
it's like me,
Vico,
and
they'd
then
have a
came back
really
in the
tough
top
time
6
trying to
right
make any sort of reboot opportunities, but they can't even think about that just yet. They're still being held. Podesai, X-Squeeze, they're not trying to give them any sort of wiggle room. Podesai, in fact, already starting to
He
just
killed me
run
in
down
FNCS when he
Vico
moved in
and Flixie.
North
Doesn't want to
America.
even allow them the opportunity to try and finish up some heals for their Storm adventure. And Flixie, Vico, they know they're still being chased. Flixie not going to be able to escape though, just trapped
Flixie,
inside of the
you're
box. Nowhere left to
Venom
run. It's all
dead.
down to Vico.
Vico left as a solo now. He's lost Flixie. He's lost Veno. It's all up to him to try and maintain their spot in first place. This is an absolute tragedy for the trio, but on the other hand, I know Vanya, Pixie, Marius
have
are licking
6
their lips
kills,
right
though.
now, watching these players
4
fall.
points per kill. What
It's
is that, like
opening
20
for all the
fucking
trios
points?
in the top 5
24
to
points?
get closer
Jesus.
and closer to first place.
One thing Vico does have going for him is that he was
24
well above
points
the search
in
threshold,
this game
which we
isn't
can't say the
bad.
same for Pix and Darm. And even worse still, they might be caught in between a couple of different teams.
Watch, they're gonna win by like
And since they're soon to be
22
desperate
points.
to get a little bit
And
more
it's gonna be
surge
because of this
online,
game, even though they did bad this game.
they won't have the luxury
still
of
got,
choosing
you
if they
know.
want to fight or not. Marvik immediately trying to make his presence known, but Pig's doing a great job at pushing back.
Playing the defensive here, but even so, is Pix going to be able to clean this one up? The issue is not only cleaning this up, but finding a way to get back to the
guy
zone
Pix?
after medkit
no,
being
he's
popped,
dead.
but shotgun shots connected. Pix gets eliminated, and this fight's not even finished yet.
No, Loki and Luce still
Loki
trying to
is
see if they can pick off Adesito in the mix, but Adesito with a massive,
I don't know like any EU players except for Mr.
that's
Savage,
huge
Mongrel.
Elam potential here.
What is that one
Adesito,
dude,
most
Malabuka?
importantly, still just not allowing
Your stash.
any freebies here. Chap on the
about
other end of it as
Venom.
well. Still,
Oh, yeah.
more teams just completely wiped out
Queasy,
here.
Thomas HD.
And that's going to be a perfect pickings for Noah Riley, Janice, and Chap.
Yeah, not only that, a lot of our
Malabuka's crazy.
top trios are going down. I mean, by the second, leaving a little less stress for Vico, but still,
Vico
even
holds
then,
zone, though. I like that.
Vico has so much pressure for this last match. They've done enough damage where he's still 800 above, has mobility.
800 it does
Only 2
above
charges on
Storm
that
Surge.
Oni mask, though. But has shields, has mats. Honestly, just has to scavenge as many placements as possible. And if he gets his eyes on a solo, if he finds any opening to potentially get a refresh, then I believe in Vico to take it.
Keeping in mind just how much surge he had at the starting point, it is so heartbreaking to know that if his teammates were just alive with him still. But Vico, he's got to be real careful about where he's boxed up at. Another team might have recognized the fact that he is currently in a solo situation. Malabuka, Ping, and Walks also taking good note. Teamed up in their surge bases above, but Malabuka without a Void Oni mask, only this kinetic blade to work with. Makes sense that they're trying to be first to claim some elevated positionings, because Malabuka would definitely like to find an elimination, find a player to take a Void Oni mask from.
Just give them that south pull. Give them that south pull. And that's all they need to close this one out. But on the contrary, whatever trio is able to get on that mountain that Ping was looking at could also be a prime position here. The good news for Malabuka, Ping, and Walks, though, is they have more than enough vision to tag every single trio that's going to try and rotate in here.
No one understand the
As another healthy trio is going to be Mr. Savage, Panzer
You
Mongrel,
can get
but
lucky and pull a
even though
zone
you're
right
healthy,
here.
you might not be good on Surge, just 96 above. As now players are going to start looking more aggressively for
all of them have
tags.
crazy
They could
maps,
quickly
so-
get dropped
I
below.
know, but that's the
As
thing,
Savage
is
knows this, and now he has to find some.
Not only that, but with the way that the zone is pulling up onto elevation like the mountain range, having only a Typhoon Blade, it's going to be very difficult terrain for Savage to actually
You get the island, you
charge
get
his way
hella mats
upwards
back
through.
there, you can
So
farm the island.
he's going to have to be very cautious with how he proceeds once they actually leave their current base situation. And if
They
Panzer
don't
and
even have a
Mongrel
teleporter.
can't provide
Oh,
those
Vico is
necessary cover fire, the rotations are only going to get more difficult, and Vico already experiencing the woes of that.
So many eyes are on Vico, not only getting cracked, just doing what he can to make his way back into zone. All the pressure is on his shoulders. 17 builds left. It's all wood. Even more of a reason for all the other players in the lobby to keep focusing you. They know you must be low on materials, as now just one build left in the dream. Vico, Venno, Flixie get shut down in the second to last match of the EU Major Finals. But Mr. Savage as well is put into panic. He's lost both his teammates. Left as a solo once again. Our whole top 5 are getting eliminated.
This elevation range is no friend to any of our current teams trying to break through. Sky
Yeah,
taken
if you-
out.
whoever
Malabuka
took that
walks and
mountain
Ping
full
on the
zone,
other
that's-
end of it.
that's
That's going to be Shogun's medallion potentially in their hands now.
Especially when the mountain's in
Whether
the
or not they're
center
able to
zone,
clean
you're
up that
guaranteed to
trio
play zone.
successfully. They do have 3 eliminations in total, but Takata, this is massive.
Like, look
They
how much
might be
power
able to
they
have a
have.
breakthrough
Oh
game
my.
here.
I want to know where Vanya is. I need to know how healthy they're looking, as Tace and Chicho Trulex are going to be the ones up above. But I believe the only trios in the top 5 is Malabuka's trio. is Vanya's trio. And they're looking quite healthy as well. It's all or nothing for this trio now to set themselves up for the last match.
Vanya knows it. He's spotted out the fact that
Yeah,
Shark
Charlie, you
alone,
cooked, bro.
but not going to be able to commit to it just yet. Don't want to leave their perch
About
position.
to
No
get
real
4 out
reason
of
to
4
either.
today.
They know. Ultimate Height, True Lakes, Tayson, Chicho watching their every move. They're just trying to punish those who are split from their teams. And sure enough, Malibuca Ping walks with the team wipe against Eyedrops. They do have that Shogun's medallion. They will be able to try and make good work
think
of it.
Mustache is
Also, a
dead.
healthy amount of material here from Malibuca, practically capped mats.
The difference between Malibuca's trio and Vanyak's trio going into this game was just one elimination, less than an elimination in terms of points, both neck to neck. As we look at Gripey, Rezoy, and Noms taking a good elevated position here. Edge of Storm now, as the zone even pulled towards them. Potential to try and take height here. Tayson, Chicho, Trulex, they've lost it as they're down below now.
Tayson, Trulex, and Chicho, though. This is a huge moment potentially for Trulex specifically. We're talking about somebody who had back-to-back third place finishes at global championships and now struggling to even carve his way into that top 5. Rezoy and Noms also trying to catapult themselves to frontside height, but Malibuca, he's found Nathan. He's got the knock. Should be able to collect the body loot as well, and just continuing to really assert full dominance on this mid-ground layer.
Ravage every player in sight. They have more than enough materials, and the issue is Vanya, Pixie, Marius, they are incredibly low. It's only wood left over for Vanya. He's got 8 builds, and the other trio holding that top 5 is looking more than healthy. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, they need to find a solid refresh.
And Vanya, though, just trying to commit to an area where he'll be able to find somebody running underneath his builds, hopefully. But Malibuca, he's taking notice of height yet again, just barely managing to prevent themselves from getting chopped out entirely. Malibuca, though, he's not content to wait. Marius as well, also looking to try and make that same tackle for height, looking to bring down our players, and Shark gonna be one of the first.
This could be it. Is that going to be enough of a refresh for them to get more ahead? As Gripey, Rezoy, and Noms are doing an amazing job of applying that pressure onto second height. They don't want to let Malibuca, Ping, or Walks retake it from them. They have enough mats to hold it as Malibuca, Walks, Ping forced onto the low ground now, getting incredibly low. Walks forced to use chug splashes as the zone is going to make its second to final pull here.
Thought for a moment that their intention would be to go for the high ground eventually. Instead, they're totally content to just control that front side low. Marius, on the other hand, still smothered. Vanya falls directly behind him. He has no other choice but to keep moving forward, trying to break through these builds without avoid Oni mats. He's only got the kinetic blade. He's just got to sit still and listen, wait for that opportunity to get an elimination.
Still so many placements to be made. Malibuca is cracked, trying to get back into zone. Dropped to just 29 HP, gets knocked down onto his knees as it's all up to his duo now. Marius left alone as a solo gets absolutely beamed out of the sky. Ping Walks now playing it as a duo.
And Ping and Walks as well from the low ground. They're fully aware of the fact that they don't have a real way to try and challenge for height, so to say. Right now, they're even focused on just trying to stay alive in general. Ping does have that Shogun's medallion. All he has to do is sprint. He's running around, trying to get as much momentum as possible, hoping that nobody scouts him out just yet.
Nice
Gonna even drop
fucking
that medallion the
coin
moment they
drop.
realizes he couldn't hold on to it any longer. Walks, though, won't be able to pick up anything after the fact.
Got the medallion, but got it eliminated shortly after as Gripey, Rezoy, Noms want to close this one out. There is a full trio. It's Tayson down below that want to put a stop to the high ground chaos, but Rezoy isn't going to let that one slide as he drops down, and he's looking to get fraggy.
Catry as well, directly underneath where Chicho currently sits. But Gripe, Rezoy, Noms, with this control of height,
random
they've
person
got the
running
real
this game is good for
star-studded
Charlie's
speed to
pick,
close
though.
this one out.
I see Nako down below, though. This is a match that means everything to them. They haven't been able to make it too far in these end games, but as they try and climb the mountain, Gripey putting an end into it. Rezoy Noms, just one more shot connected,
Randoms.
and they close out this match, taking down Nako and taking home that victory royale.
A hard-earned lobby finish there as well from
That's
Group
good,
A's team.
Charlie.
I can respect the celebration in that webcam as well. It was not easy necessarily, Takata, especially when we think about some of the teams that were also looking to break their way through those elevation shifts, but maintaining that high position, just ultimately proving to be too good.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna boost them up the leaderboard. They were in the midsection going into this match, I believe in 19th place. So now with that victory royale, hopefully it bumps them up enough spots. But I'm also thinking in the back of my head, you know, the last trios that were up in the top 5, we got Vanya's trio, Malabuka's trio. They were 3-point difference getting into this match. How much is that going to change now that both of them made it to the end game after the other top 5 trios had gone down? There's so many questions I have, Taco, but there's only 3 people that can answer them. So Frankie, take it away.
Thank you very much. Rezai, Noms and Gripey fully took hold of the situation on high ground after the usual kings went down early on. 11-2K, how likely do you think that victory royale was at the start of the game? Were you expecting to see those guys take it?
It was not something I was expecting, to be completely honest with you, Frank. I like to be honest around here. Sometimes I put in a little white light here and there. But if I'm being honest, it wasn't something I was expecting at all. But it was nice to see, you know, a sort of almost reset game. I feel like we get these every once in a while, many in like these FNCSs where like we're all waiting for the winning moment to happen, like, and someone to just do it in game 11. And then, you know, everything goes out the water and we actually now get the close game 12 we've been wanting. So big thank you to Noms, Rezoy and Grippe for providing us that. I've already been bigging up Grippe a lot this season because he's, you know, doing great things outside of competitive in the world of UEFN and whatnot. But thank you. You have saved this grands for me.
Yeah, I mean, I first sort of heard of Grippe when he actually played with Flixie, and they got 5th, I think it was sort of Chapter 4 Season 2 in that season, and I always sort of had a bit of admiration for him. He seemed like a good grinder, good player, could never really find a teammate that really worked for him after Flixie, and of course now Flixie's gone on to do amazing things, so it's nice to see these guys picking up a nice victory royale here in this game, and of course for them it's going to boost them up in the standings, as Takata rightly said. It's their own sort of mini storyline. We're talking about these bigger sort of effects on the leaderboard, but for them it's going to do wonders for them going into this last game and boost them up in the standings, earn them some more money. It's absolutely vital.
It's also, I guess, a good morale booster for them in terms of thinking about what they want to do going into Season 2. Because obviously all of our trio is going to have to make some big decisions at the end of Major 1 in deciding whether they're going to stick, whether they're going to twist, and whether they're going to carry on. And I really hope that this trio does. And I really hope that you guys are going to carry on watching, because we only have one more game to go before we crown our Major 1 FNCS Europe champions. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I was muted, but probably for the best you're streaming.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Oh, they changed the song. Wait, what is that beat drop? It's the worst beat drop ever.
Welcome back to FNCS. We just have one more game and then we're going to find out who our first champions of the year will be. And it is incredibly close at the top of the leaderboard, especially after some of our biggest runners in this race had an early exit in game number 11. And in fact, there's only something like 40 points between a lot of our teams in this top 5. It's absolutely wild, Mini Miner.
Yeah, and it could have been even closer if Ping, Wox, Malabuka, Vanya, Pixie, Maris had better games right there. Not to say they didn't have a very good game at all. They had a decent game, 5th place for Ping, Wox, and Malabuka, but that gap could be even tighter. I think right now, Levin, in my opinion, I think it's just too much for them to cut shell. I just don't see them overtaking Vico, Ven, and Flixie. They're just so solid off spawn, and we saw it in that game. They're so aggressive early on. They weren't nervous whatsoever.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, I think, because obviously they had a rough game, but the other two beneath them didn't do enough in that game really to you know, they made it closer, of course, coming into this, but they needed to have a good game, right? Like, that's the game where it's like, okay, your biggest competitors go down, get a win now. Do you know what I mean? Let's have some fun with it. Like, let's really start to ramp things up and build some momentum here.
Oh yeah, just win the game.
I'm looking at these guys in Malabuka, Ping, and Wox, and I'm smiling because these guys look set up to win it, right? They got the Omega refresh when he took out like 4 different players and had just cap mats, cap everything, and you're thinking, okay, now you just play out the game from here, and surely you just win, right? Or at least, you know, get a top 2 for us. And then things just start going awry. You see Malabuka goes down here. Everything's discoordinated. Ping had the Invis medallion. He didn't know what to do with the Invis medallion. Tried to drop it to Wox, but it was just too late at that point. Again, it just felt like everything was all over the place. This team needs to calm down.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, 11, if you're looking at the leaderboard, if you're looking back at the 11 games that we've had so far today, they haven't won. They haven't actually managed to pick up a victory. So should we really be surprised that they haven't managed to pick up a VR in that game? Because they haven't been doing it all day, and that's been a key for them. Of course, finding some consistency, but they haven't been able to win. So for them right now, it's definitely now or never in this last game.
Another trio without a victory royale to their name is Vanya's trio, and they did make it close towards the end game, but they had some serious issues with their mats, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they did. Very similar situation to Ping, Wox, and Malabuka. It was almost like a mirrored performance, if you like, from both of these guys, playing these low to mid-ground layers, albeit with a few less eliminations on this team's perspective, but a very similar endgame, Levin, to where they just ran out of steam there towards the end, and they also needed to have a massive game. They needed a win in order to close that gap to Vico, Veno, and Flixie. So for them right now, I think they need to set their sights on second.
This game is going to teach me a lot about Marius and Pixie. You know, Vanya's a champion. Vanya's shown us that, you know, with the right teammates and the right situation, he can win an FNCS, right? I know that from Vanya. When I look at Pixie and Maris, I look at 2 young stars who have lit the world on fire over the past year and haven't quite had, you know, the best opportunities maybe in an FNCS to actually go out there and win, right? And compete to win. This game 12 tells me a lot about who these players are going forward, especially in the case of Marius, right, with all the hype he had last year. A lot of people counting him out. They said, oh, he's got to get away from Sandguild and play with people better, right? You know, all these things, all these narratives that we've had over the course of the year for those 2 as talented players culminates into this next game. I want to see them go huge.
Well, this is going to be a huge next game, boys, because we don't have a champion secured. Veno, Vico, and Flixie, they might look confident for that #1 spot, but anything can happen when everything is on the line. And there are so many experienced big names who are within arm's reach of that top spot. There are 2 places up for grabs for our trios in the global championships. Everyone wants to secure this at the start of the season so they can just go onwards and upwards from here. But who is going to be #1? After this game, we'll find out.
The prestigious Blade of Champions, a guaranteed spot on the battle bus for the global championship taking place later on this year at Takata. There are some huge implications that could potentially pan out here for our final match, Major 1 Finals.
The pressure is on the line. Will Vico, Veno, Flixie be able to hold on to the throne and claim that Blade of Champions? Will they get overthrown by either Malabuka's trio, by potentially Vanya's trio? Will another trio in the top 5 make the comeback? That question will be answered in this final match of the EU FNCS Major Finals. I could not be more excited, Taco.
And considering how we left off yesterday, we get a chance to seal it all up once and for all, because we have Game 12 underway.
Thinking about early games, though, a lot of these trios in the top 5 aren't contested. One that is, though, is Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy. We've seen this battle time and time again at Seaport City. How will it shake up in this last match? They didn't have a chance to make something happen in the end game last match, so it's all up to them now in game 12 to do it.
And Murstache, he's got a streak to try and keep alive here. You have to remember, for the past 2 chapters, he has won the very first major finals. And so, considering that that's now being threatened, that he might potentially, well, I shouldn't say potentially, it's a huge uphill battle even to try and overtake where Venom, Vika, and Flixie currently sit on the leaderboard. They've got to go absolutely clear in this lobby, Takata, to even make up for the time that they missed out with the early departure in match 11.
Now, the main issue with this off-spawn engagement is that even if Queasy, Swizzy, and Murstache do end up winning this battle, if it takes too long, they're going to end up losing it to the third party. So it's either they take it very quickly or they just loot up and disengage. And it looks like both trios right now are trying to take the safer route for this last match.
For Queasy's team especially, they know exactly what's on the line here. Teeny, Svi, Atris, a battle we've been watching all day long, taking place at Shogun Solitude. They thought if they designated where they wanted to drop here today, that it would bow better for them, but instead it's kind of worked against them. Svi at least trying to win this fight against Dom, but he watches as Teeny gets knocked. He might have a similar knock onto Dom, but 1 versus 2. And the numbers are just not in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, not having that player advantage. He knows they're going for the double res, has to make that push, but unfortunately, they just got too much loot, too much shield, and he doesn't have anything that he can use to close it out. As we look at Vico, Veno, Flixie continuing with their uncontested drop spot.
They're definitely aware of the fact, though, that other teams have for sure taken notice of just how many goods are actually left over here from their initial loot path at Flooded Frogs, and they don't want to let anybody else take part in essentially that little loot pile they established, because they want to be able to get their damage, go back to Flooded Frogs, and be able to make sure that when they next depart, that they're still going to be healthy enough to just pick dead side rotations or optimal positions deeper into zones. Vanya, Marius, and Pixie, though, they've been the talk of the town.
This is a trio that I want to highlight. I mean, you have Pixie, who was previously trioed with Queasy, Veno, now just waiting for that shot once again after getting the bad side of the trio switch up to kind of prove himself alongside Marius. From a pop-off performance in Major 1, waiting as well for his chance once again on a solid team to put some respect on their names. And like Levin was saying, Vanya, he's a champion, had an amazing year last year, but he couldn't show what he was made of on the global stage. And all it takes is a top 2 today to qualify all 3 of them to the global championships and finally put some respect on this trio as we look at Chino, Pink, and Nebs. We're starting off in a dangerous situation.
It's the other side of that leaderboard conversation. Pink, Nebs, and Chino, well, they're able to hold down 25th after the end of day 1. Day 2 has been an incredibly rough go. Chino, Pink, Nebs are also just trying to ensure that Batman for a strokey Volko caught off guard, though. Didn't realize how exposed he actually was to Chino, but Still not enough to claim the life just yet, as Marius now trying to take over.
This could be huge. It's everything for this trio. They could not afford a loss in the early game here. They've already taken down 2. They're starting off strong, but they have to know when it's time to disengage. They've gotten a good amount of damage. They've recuperated a lot of the materials already. They're Edge of Storm here. The more time this fight takes, the riskier it gets, but Pixie might have just found one more. Goes for the edit. It is a duo, though. You don't want to get double pumped here.
Frozy's gonna cause Marius to reconsider this approach, but Artis might get the better end of this exchange. Only momentarily, though. Marius known for being such a heavy fragger, and Pixie with a huge knock, but he loses his shield in the process. Artis might just try to Xing his way through, but it's not gonna cut it just yet. Marius also with the backup calls, just in case. Might not even be necessary. This engagement for Artis trio just falling apart.
This is everything for this trio, though. They now have 4 eliminations. They've started off with more than enough.
Doing a decent job at defending. Flixie also nearly finds an opening shot on the Clownski, but Goodenbree, his shield, his HP in general, it's not looking good.
This is the exact same trio that they were able to take out in the last match as well. It was a surprise attack, though, and this time around, the trio's ready to get defensive. I mean, Vico, Flixie, Veno, there's a trio that's coached by the same person that coaches Peterbot on NA. These are Titans looking to not only take home this major one, they want to take home every major this year alongside the global event. And this is the start of it. If they're able to win this fight and set themselves up, give them that freedom to continue rotating later on in this match. All it takes is a bit of damage, but on the contrary, if they go down now, that dream could be eliminated.
Huge credits to Raz as well, by the way, for his coaching capabilities, especially when you're working with some of the most talented players in EU. You would think these guys, surely they gotta know everything, but Raz, one thing's for sure, his team's day 2 performances, they always tend to be a little bit better than the first, and Goodenbree experiencing that right now. Veno, Vico, Flixie just continuing to close in, refusing to let Goodenbree have a moment to even think about trying to regenerate some of those shields.
This is what we need from a first place
Looking incredibly in favor of Veno, Vico, Flixie here. They just have to wait for that moment to strike. They want to find that opening, but you can't get nervous. Moneymaker is almost cracked here. They have the HP advantage. They have the shield advantage.
I've seen one person that had one shotgun bullet, one AR bullet,
so much pressure on the line. They cannot afford a mistake. They cannot get boxed up as a solo here. They've already done so much damage, but this fight is taking longer than a usual one from this trio.
How far we've come since the Vico free loot days. Vico, though, he's spotting an opportunity onto Clownski. Gets a piece, but not enough. And Vico, he still wants more. Clownski, Goodenbree, Moneymaker, though, they're going to be the ones that actually turn it off the Flixie. This is disastrous.
They caught him out as a solo. This is what they could not let happen as shots connect through various angles. Veno, Vico have to decide what to do now. They've lost Flixie. Are they just going to fully disengage and come back later? How many options do they have? Veno only has one build. If Goodenbree, Clown, and Money start pushing them, this could be lethal.
Yeah.
This fight is just taking entirely too long. Teams from a distance also causing issues with commitment here, but Veno, Vico, they're getting chased out. Goodenbree has spotted the opportunity. Moneymaker as well. Vico just trying to do what he can to recover some material, but they're playing so split from each other. It's a prime opportunity for Moneymaker.
On the other end, though, this could be an opportunity for Vico to get that reboot card and bring Flixie back in the game while all eyes are on Veno as he runs away. But it looks like there's still a player looking at Vico now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out either. The aggression is getting changed from Veno to Vico. It's even a different trio that's looking at him. It's Lucia, it's Nefrizzi, Starkus. It's a whole new trio going for Vico. They know he's a solo.
And poor Vico, he's left to just try and make a run for it. Veno can't get close because if he reveals himself, not only does he have to deal with Moneymaker's team, but a whole new trio entirely. That would be an easy sandwich, and that's not the kind of pinch that Veno's trying to get himself caught up in.
This guy's fucked.
It looks like Vico might have been able to make it out from the pursuit
Not
of
good.
Lucia and his trio, but this is still not what you want to see from our top
Mayday.
contenders going into this last match of the major finals. Fully split up from each other, one man down, now have to get the reboot and bring themselves back into the match. The good news is, though, it looks
They're
like they
meds.
got out of the aggression so far. They'll have a bit of time to potentially bring Flixie back in and look for that
Nobody knew
comeback.
them, nice.
What's left to be
Vania
considered, though,
rebooted.
is that all our teams in that top 5 of the leaderboard bound to be paying note of what's actually going down in that elimination feed. And with that being said, if you know that Veno and Vico
Oh, no.
are going to have to make a play for a reboot.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
No, that's not your
Comment Mix and
wall.
Blaha. They caught Marius and Vanya.
Another tragedy for one of our top trios. Marius, Vanya put into panic as the pressure's on them. A full trio storming on in as Pixie gets dropped to just 6 shield. They're forced to pop that water sprite. The good news is they were able to get out without a
W
single
movement.
player getting knocked.
For
They
real.
already have the advantage of 4 eliminations to start this off. They can basically play full dead side for a majority of this mid game. They don't need to take any risks. But that was almost
Vico,
unfortunate
Veno,
with the full
Flixie
trio coming
rebooted.
in,
Let's
already
go.
having builds placed. The good news is
First
they
place
made
is
it
still
out.
a full trio.
But
I
so
like
did Veno,
that.
Vico, and Flixie.
Comeback Blaha and Mixon knew that they had one opportunity to get the job done, and when it didn't pan out in their favor, it was an immediate disengage. They were not willing to stick around. They knew just how heavily based
Show me
Vanya and Marius
Merstash.
were at the time. Flixie being rebooted, though, is massive. Granted, Veno and Vico and Flixie, they still have so much to make up for.
And they got
they've
good
got
surge.
and time lost in that kind of essence, but they can still make up for it, and they can
No, they have
definitely
surge.
still
Shut up, bitch.
hold strong here.
Malabuka walks and ping. Walks after day 1 of these major finals. I mean, we've talked about it. Moving to 0 ping, looking at huge potential in terms of playing aggressive and getting those eliminations, those frags, especially in the late game. But after day 1, he wasn't even up there in terms of statistics compared to other players. But now in day 2, he's made an absolute comeback alongside his trio, dominating the rest of the lobby. Can they bring that forwards through this last end game when it matters the most?
So what, you're on all day or
As we
something?
look back at Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash, they made it out of Seaport this time, but not without any eliminations.
Looks like you got a job.
Oh, Malabuka, this is a problem, Panzer. Recognizing the fact this is a weakened
I'm
player,
finna
I'm gonna go ahead and charge right through.
Watch
but
this.
cover
then after
fire
this,
from
I'll
Ping and
either play
Walks.
Fort with
They're
you,
gonna
like
be able to
zones
save
for a couple
Malabuka
hours,
for the
and then
time
watch
being. Malabuka might even have the chance to
the
escape. I take that
finals.
back. Savage gonna shut that dream down
Or
immediately.
If you wanna, we
Travesty
can
strikes.
rewatch Peter
Second place going into this match.
Yesterday.
Malabuka gets taken
Leading
out,
in.
leaving it
How
to
do they
Walks
play?
and Ping. We were
They
just
play
talking
like
about how
three.
much value these fraggers were able to get in the late game, but now
3?
with
Yeah, so we
Malabuka
could
gone
rewatch
down,
yesterday, but
another
Peter
of our
Box
top
perspective
trios
only.
forced to play it out slower. Vico, Veno, Flixie had kind of the
Pretty
fortunate
much, yeah.
aspect of it being done so early that they did have that opportunity to get a quick reboot, but now Ping and Walks, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them.
Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, though, they've been trying to set up base on this mountain span next to brutal boxcars, and Lucy, Monet,
Rican
Loki,
there.
they're not looking to let this real estate go for free by any means, but Swizzy still has good scope of the entire lobby.
No, you need to
Merstash
hit those.
also trying to keep other
Merstash
teams
still
in
alive,
check,
though.
trying to prevent them from getting involved in their current exchange.
Trying to decide what's next for this trio. They have so many opponents in the surrounding areas. They're able to just kind of take shots at the players not only already boxed up, but the ones surrounding them. They know they can't put themselves at risk, though, as now Walks and Ping are going to be forced to go for that reboot and make it back to zone.
They don't have any other
Malabuka,
options here,
man.
but the problem
don't
is
want
that
him to
this is
do
going to
good.
take so long. And not only that, but you could see what Ping and Walks are fighting for in the first place. Their very first FNCS title to come this close, and then watch it just slip through the
I
cracks.
thought
It can be a
does have
tough
a
break for
FNCS.
anybody.
The good news is they were able to get that reboot. Hopefully we'll see them later on, but I'm also thinking Vanya, Pixie, Marius. Now this is a trio in a similar situation. We've talked about Vanya. Has what it takes to be a champion, but hasn't yet had the opportunity to showcase that on a global stage. And being top 2, what qualifies you to the global championship. Seeing also that Malabuka, Walks, and Ping are currently in that second place spot, 20 points above them going into this match. They want to not only have that chance to qualify to the global championship, but potentially even just take this tournament down themselves and really show what they're capable of.
Not trying to panic by any means. They just need to work it through.
Jason,
Calm and steady
in a fucking
for this
surge
match
base.
12.
Just fucking get in.
If they want to net the results that they're after.
600
Chicho,
above.
Trulex, Tayson, though. A team that just has so much pedigree in name alone, and yet has largely struggled throughout the course of this Major 1 finals. The Surge meta just working entirely against them.
Oh my gosh. What are they
You know,
doing?
who was once seen as the undoubtable GOAT. As
Right in
now we
front of
look
Rip.
at Veno, Flixie, Vico,
Yo, this guy
who
is
have caught
fucked.
Starkus
No,
off
he's-
guard, but they do have to be careful as once again Veno's been cracked. Another fight in the storm. This trio cannot afford to go down again. They've already recuperated
Wow, they need
that
it
rough
right there.
situation at the start of the match. They don't want it to happen again. Nefrizzi up above. Vico's gonna go for a shot here. Box is placed by Nefrizzi. He's playing on the defense now as Vico gets some shots connected onto him. 43 shield still to work with. Veno looking back. Absolutely cracking Starkiss, but not enough to eliminate him.
Veno's just trying to finish what he started. Flixie knows that he's got Rakuzan in his sights, and finally, Veno is going to get the finishing tag there. Big elimination onto Rakuzan. That's just going to extend.
Marius dead, nice.
Pixie and Vanya are out of
They're behind
the
the
count.
tree. Just
Their
go to the
hopes
zone.
of maintaining
Go to the zone.
a global championship position completely out the window, I would say.
Going into this match in 3rd place, getting knocked out before the 2nd and 1st place trio. You can see the 2nd place one, Malabuka Ping Walk, still looking healthy. And heartbreaking finish for Vanya, but that
Answer.
much more motivation for these next tournaments. They already proved that they can get this close. All that's left is to
Long
finish it
Roma,
off in the
Savage,
upcoming
full
majors.
health.
For now, the eyes are on Malabuka Ping Walks, Vico, Veno, Flixie. All these trios that are still in the match, looking to make something happen.
Several different teams, though. Malabuka Ping Walks, they want nothing to do with it. Shark and Jew kind of just directly next to them, but all these TPs flying forward, bound to draw some attention from the team that's still
Did you hear that?
up on Shogun's arena.
No.
Granted, Malabuka just trying to make quick work of it. Doesn't want to stick around to find out what might
You have
happen
the
next.
fucking casters muted or something?
No, what'd you say?
Nothing.
Rift Island doesn't close inside of the zone here as Malabuka takes some shots rotating on in. But the focus for a lot of these trios is just to get in zone, but you gotta be careful on these rotates. Walks, gets knocked down, his team doing what they can to build on out and keep him up. Small Fry's getting dropped the double. Revive coming through, and I think I can hold my breath a little longer. The match is not over for Malabuka Ping and Walks yet.
Problem, though, is that this time that they're going to have to spend fishing to bring back some of those much-needed heals for later on. And it's not time that Vico has, so to say. He's just trying to escape for the time being. They've been caught in too much of an exchange here at Brutal Boxcars, just looking to teleport out.
It's been back-to-back chaos from the start of this match. It's been non-stop as Vico and Veno are left to play this out as a duo. All eyes are on them. Shots coming from various angles, running lower and lower on materials. Veno gets cracked. Veno gets knocked. It's all up to Vico. 5 HP and a dream.
They are getting absolutely lobbied right now. These teams staying behind the rest. Vico has so much on his shoulders currently because Ping walks to Malabuka. Even if Malabuka did take the early spill, he's still back in the running here. His team a little bit hurt after losing walks, but it's not an easy situation here. Vico knows exactly what he's dealing with. He doesn't want to risk this first place position. It is all down to as many points as possible.
A 47-point difference between first place and second place. Vico Venoflixi being in that first place spot. If they get eliminated right now, that will be all that Malabuka, Walks, and Ping need to take that #1 spot from them.
This is
Everything is on the line for Vico.
Do not
The problem is he has literally nothing here, Takada. There's no way that he's going to be able to finish where the zone is pulling to. He's got to just hope that nobody even scouts out the fact he only has 2 builds left over. Walks, Ping, Malabuka, they lose him one more time, but Walks and Ping, they've been here before, but Walks wasn't expecting to go down with them. Ping left as a solo now, just trying to separate from the rest of his team, but CZ Yang chasing him out.
Wait, if he dies
This
right
is
here,
tragic. Ping now not only has to clutch it out as a solo, but even if Vico ends up going down, which he did, now he has to get more than 40 points just by himself in this late game. If this happens, we might be witnessing one of the greatest solo clutches in Fortnite history.
The fact that he was able to shut down CZB though on that
he's a solo
chase attempt is huge. He's at least managed to create a little bit of box space for himself. He might even be able to get a big tag onto somebody that's rotating a little bit later as well. He's gonna at least make sure to go acquire some of that body loot. But interesting that he's opting to hold on to the Fury as opposed to the Hollow. He probably just wants to, he knows he needs to just be as aggressive as possible. The higher firepower is just gonna bode better for him later on.
47 points, Taco. 47 points is what Ping has to clutch up as a solo right now. As he could get some potential mats here from Shakeoff. It's still 8th zone. So many more placements to be made. So many more potential eliminations to get. The issue is, I don't think he has any spare shields. He really needs to find a refresh to recuperate some of those shields. But with the triple spray coming through, dropped down to 41 HP and no way to recuperate it.
Oh my god, he's on a reboot, man.
That'd be so
There's
funny.
no way, right?
He can't even think about it. He's got exclusively wood builds at this point. He's just trying to make as much box space as possible, but everybody's noticing the fact that these are all wood builds. They're trying to take out this solo. Desperate attempts. Desperate times call for desperate measures after all. The reboot ban is an unrealistic opportunity here, though, Takada. He just doesn't have enough material to prevent himself from getting lobbied in the process.
He could have got it off.
Yeah, even so, his teammates would get annihilated out of the sky the second they go on in. But in the meantime, the Kings of Height, Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash looking to keep history, taking home all the Major 1 finals on EU. He was able to do it in the past 2 years. Can he do it once again? If they want to make that comeback, they need not only a victory royale, but they need to get double-digit eliminations, high double-digit eliminations to secure that as Ping continues with his solo clutch.
They also need Ping to just be eliminated already. What's this guy got? He has zero business still staying alive. First moving zone, just trying to break through these pre-existing builds. Hope nobody notices him. Pickaxing from behind, hoping to just gather whatever goods he might. And as he continues to break through these builds on the low ground, Takada, it is a miracle that he hasn't been spotted yet, because he is one more shot away from being eliminated.
The other thing to keep in mind is that even if he's not able to take that first place spot, if he can at least hold on to second, it might be enough to solidify themselves a spot in the global championship. But Ping goes down. If Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy are able to win this game, it could at least put them in second place spot to qualify them to the global championship. But if they're able to get enough eliminations, it might just be possible to take that first place spot.
They've already started the process as well. 2 eliminations on Swizzy, but Merstash, he's just got to get up close and personal. He's got to start building up these elims. He's been building so many
goes
up
crazy
to the
right now. I
stage.
might get it.
Gonna be another one claimed here. That's 4 more on the board potentially if he can finish them off. And there is such a mess taking place in this secondary height. Swizzy also getting involved.
They have to play aggressive, and they know this. That's why Merstash, Swizzy are going straight down, looking for these eliminations. They not only want to secure that spot at the Global Championship, they want that Blade of Champions. They want to take it all the way home as they continue to maintain high ground. But you got to be careful. Pink wants it.
Pink wants to just chop them out, if anything, the way that the zone is pulling over the hill. But Queasy, he's gonna find himself in the victim seat. He's been knocked. Swizzy, Murstache, they're gonna have to run this one as a duo because it's gonna be Nebs and Pink taking over height. Murstache forced to drop. Murstache, though, pushing Pink back, but he gets eaten alive in the process.
His teammate Swizzy, he's got his back, but for how long? The whole trio goes down. Is it going to be enough to overthrow second place? As Demas, Pix, and Darm might have something to say about it.
What is going
Demas,
on
Pix,
here?
and Darm, they've quietly
We
been a
got a
part of the
tournament. I don't
conversation, but the
have
last
any
couple of
idea
lobbies
who's
have
gonna
not
win
been
it.
in their favor. Darm, though, with no material, just
Darm
trying
down.
to run
Demas.
around, but he
Wait.
can't buy enough time.
Nothing
Demas
here
still
said.
left over, scattering, trying to see if he can pick up any gears
Oh.
that might have been left over from other bodies. Big shots to connect, but he's just
Definitely got
causing
it.
disaster for other teams that are fully intact. He won't be able to push through.
Payson, Chicho doing what they can. They weren't able to close out these end games. They were so good at getting to them. But Payson, are you kidding me? Showing why
Storm.
he's known as one of the greatest Fortnite players of all time. Trying to get out from the low ground, forced in zone. As now he has a small fry. He has an Oni mask. The retake to high ground. It's going to come through. Can he stay up?
It's just a blind teleport to the front side, though, and Nebs all too quick to try and pick him off for it. Cade, Cringe, Mappy underneath. Chino, Nebs, they've got to try and close this one out, but Cade, he's actually gonna fall. Chino might actually do
Dang.
it.
Pink, Nebs,
Nice.
Chino, they close it out, taking
Right
out
hand.
Mappy in the last final
Counterclockwise
moments.
shot.
Game 12 of the EU FNCS Major
Lord have
Finals
mercy.
goes the way of Pink and
think
his
Venom
trio, but
won.
so much just went on, Taco.
was
I'm
so
thinking to
close,
myself,
bro.
who was able to secure their spots at the Global
to know.
Championship? Was it enough to overthrow Vico? It's going to be so difficult.
So many of our leading
Holy.
teams just falling apart in this final lobby here, Takata. But Major 1 Finals, it has not been forgiving. A huge moment, though, for Chino, Pink, and Nebs. The fact that they are able to find their one throughout the course of this weekend, this is what they needed because they ended yesterday in that 25th place. Heading into today, it was not looking the best, but they've at least entered their name into the prize pool.
Secured a little bit of extra prizing, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Taco.
I think if
the
you
EU
make grand
FNCS
finals,
Major
you should
Finals are
make
coming to their
earnings. Like,
last
it's
moments
dumb
here.
that
The
you don't
final
make
match is
earnings.
concluded, and I'm thinking in my mind,
Guaranteed.
has Vico, Venom,
if you get
Flixie
last
done
place
it?
and
Have
you
they
get
held
grand
enough
finals,
points
you
to
don't
get
get any
first
money.
place? Who was taking that second
that's some
place
shit.
spot? Is it Vanya's trio? Is it Queasy's trio?
Yeah,
Is it even
it's pretty
Demas's
shitty.
trio? There's only 3 people who can tell us this. That's it for me and Taco here in the casting booth. We have to go back to the desk to close out this show.
Everyone watching around the world, I am so pleased to announce that your champions of FNCS Europe Major number 1 are Vico, Venno, and Flixie.
won.
What an incredible
Oh my.
last
Unreal.
game. All of our players in the lobby delivered from that incredible victory royale that we saw at the end from
So
Pink, Nebs, and
Charlize
Tino.
and
Nice
I
of you
both
boys
guessed-
to give us a
wait,
show
no, I
at the
didn't.
very end,
Yeah,
but
you
also,
fucked
of
up.
course, Venno, Vico, and
Must be
Flixie. From the
savage.
moment that we found out that these boys had formed a trio, Lemon,
I
it
had
felt
to go
like
for Mr.
domination
Savage.
was
Come on.
inevitable.
And dominate they did. All
Imagine.
season long, they were the team
Charlize,
to
dude.
beat.
Charlize
And you
and
can't
got
say
it.
they didn't make it entertaining in that last game.
Electronics.
But when it mattered the
almost there.
most, they got the job done. Back-to-back FNCS wins
even
for
guessed, but I don't know
Flixie
you.
and Vico. Wow. 3-time FNCS champion now, Venno. Cements his name in the history books. I'm so happy for these 3.
This Major 1 final proved to be full of so many surprises. There were shocks from so many different areas. Trios that have made their first Major final doing incredibly well. We saw changes in the meta, changes to height, changes to how Island were used. But I think what was not a surprise for so many people was to see these guys picking up so many victory royales, dominating in so many aspects. Going into the weekend, were they going to be contested? So many people had questions about whether they were going to be able to do it because they were looking to be contested, but they weren't. And they played every single game to perfection. It seemed like so many of their games that they had, even if it wasn't ideal for them,
my.
they still
Baby.
overcame those problems and still came out victorious. I couldn't be more happy for these guys because
He said
they put in
Venom
so
Venom?
much work and they deserve it so
Yeah.
much.
They continue to change the way
mommy did
we
some
look at the
crap.
formula for success, right? When Vico and them won last year, a lot of people said, oh, this fighting style, relying on fighting is too much risk. You can't guarantee it. They took that style into trios, into 2025.
proves that
they refined it a bit.
NA
They
is
cleaned up
harder,
the end
though,
games
'cause
with Venom's
Venom,
added touch.
He wins on
And
EU,
boy,
but he can't
did they
even win
show
on
when
NA.
you have the quality advantage these three
Really?
have, you can fight,
Yeah,
you
he
can
did
be
NA with
successful,
Clicks,
and
remember?
you can win
He got
FNCSs
fourth place.
relying on your raw talent.
But if you think about it, Clicks got
Even
fourth
if you
place with
look
Epic,
back
though.
towards the start of Game 12, boys, you can just see what sets these
So that
guys
just shows how
apart. Because for
bad
any
EU
other
is.
trio to lose one of their fraggers early doors, they would then go down themselves
Like,
most likely. But the fact that those boys,
Epic
Venom
Will
and
could
Vico, were
probably
split
win
up,
an
the fact that they
FNCS
managed to
on
come together,
fucking
get
EU,
the
if you think about
reboot,
it.
not freak out, not panic
And
when they
Epic
had
Will is
multiple trios
Google.
trying to take them down, is just what sets them apart and what makes me so excited for
That's
the
just what
rest
the mathematics
of
are
this
saying.
chapter, because everyone has to step their game up. Everyone has to VOD review these guys now, mini minor, and see where they can catch
Now
up.
show
Because
us
at
the
the
fucking
moment, these
leaderboard.
boys, their game is looking watertight.
It's looking so good. I mean, that last game right there, although it wasn't to be in the end game, they didn't quite make it there. They didn't quite get those placement points they would have wanted. I think just that individual fight, the showing that that Vico and Veno showed, just to stay alive as a duo, stay together, that is kind of the story of what they've been doing all weekend. The ability to stay alive as a duo, not just rely on the full power of the trio, highlighting the individual excellence of each player when combined is so powerful. And that's exactly what we saw in that last game and indeed throughout the entire weekend.
Should we have a look at the leaderboard and see who else is going to global championships, boys? Because there was such a tough top 5, and now we can confirm that Ping, Wox, and Malabuka have secured their spot. Come September, they're going to be challenging the best of the best at the Fortnite Global Championships. I couldn't be more happy for them. Malabuki's done the back-to-back. Levin, you predicted that these guys would be the runners-up, and I mean, there was a reason why they were able to hold on to that number 2 spot.
No, these guys, if you had watched them coming into this Major 1 final, they just looked phenomenal. And they showcased that in so many different ways in terms of just being able to just brute force their way here, right? You see here, just pre-edit plays like this, they were just so devastating to deal with, right? And you look at the talent on the team, you look at Malabuka, one of the greatest players to touch this game. He's, remained relevant at the top level of competitive for so long. And you give him Ping and Wox, who were 2 players last year, who again showed what they could do on the world stage. I remember after Globals having a conversation with Booga the GOAT, right? And he was speaking so highly of Wox in particular as being a player who just completely popped off and completely shook up the nature of how that Globals lobby played out. And so you really could tell that those guys were on, course for greatness. And I know they won't be happy with how things sort of ended up here, right? They wanted the win. They were so close to the win. But this is a team to watch for the rest of this year. They will be competing for FNCSs all year long.
Yeah, we saw that over this weekend, their ability to overcome problems, team contesting them, teams like the French lads of Akira Podesai and X-Weez coming on in, trying to contest them. Then, of course, we had Volko's team trying to contest them, teams trying to fight them at their drop spot early game as well, rotating on in. They had so many problems thrown their way, and I think they just overcame it so well over the course of these 12 games, and long may that continue now, sort of extrapolating that across the whole year, because that's exactly what this trio are going to be about. They're going to have these issues, they might have problems that they might need to overcome, but they've proved this weekend that they are a team that will be fighting and they'll be at the top end of the leaderboard for the rest of the year.
And just to jump in here with this trio, I think what's really exciting for me is that it's not flawless yet. They haven't brought every single factor of this trio together to really secure those victory royales, to really secure the major title just yet. We've seen their end games could use a bit of work, but we've seen also the fact that they can execute a plan up to that point. And so I love a trio like this. I love to see that progress that they're surely going to make.
Why are we
across
looking
this
at
year.
these people's faces?
No,
and not
I'm
the
really
scoreboard?
excited about it, right? The journey's going to be a long one to the global championships, but it's one I'm sure they'll be ready for. The passion, the commitment, the grind has been there consistently for these boys. So I look forward to seeing how they evolve and how they, fight back harder next season, right? Because that's what it's all about.
Well, let's also talk about some of our other trios that we've seen brilliant things from.
All right, now we gotta rewatch Peterbot's POV because some Sup, you getting off or what? Are you gonna watch fucking the next one in 2 hours?
Probably play Fortnite for a little bit.
Then what?
I don't know, make lunch.
That's good. Alright, well, I'm finna review the shit then. But I'll be in the call. Alright, now we're gonna review Peterbot's day one, see what they could have done better, and see why they haven't won a game yet. I think it's gonna be Ritual's fault, honestly. And if we can get Ritual going, we're gonna do good today. Let me get a timer set. Let's see here. Green deck.
2 hours. Yeah.
Set timer for 2 hours. I just gotta throw it on the TV. Not that one. How do I do that? Let's see here, source.
Mm.
Okay, I get it now. Okay, so then I think I go here. Go add source. Text file. Five-minute timer. Add source. Edit, does it change? Fuck. Let's see. Oh, it did pop up. Nice. Nice. Okay. That worked. Change to NAC. Finals. A1 leaderboard. Peterbot. Half of their points are from elims, which is fucking crazy. Oh my. But Acorn and them are actually, they got more elims. 232 points from elims. 212 from elims. Peter. Dang.
Talking to me?
Hello. What's up, buddy?
Shit, man.
Bro, this is
Watching
crazy.
flowers in video.
go walk my dog over, bro. Ritual dead. How did Ritual die? That's game one. Game two. This chill guy is a fish. Like, wow, these are just some chill guys with fish. Bad zone. West. Sonata. No. Coffee time. Copy number 2 acquired. Or should I just go for it? Good. I'll absorb it. Oh my. We're all alive as a trio. This is good. Miku, Miku, you can call me Miku. Haterbot had no fear in his heart. Gets the kill, but at what cost? Cold is nowhere to be found. Cold is in the middle of the ocean. Swimming. Left the solo player again. Top 14, 35 people still alive against the little ass zone. You fucking get the most stacked game I've ever fucking seen in my life. One third active and It's mats. Finds a med kit. Doesn't grab and make it though. No, should have played the red key. 3, 2, 1. That's about as far as you got in this match. He would have gotten like first place. Fucking Muzz and Jeffco win, like, come on. Hey, you win the fucking ninja dance? Fuck no. Let's look at this item shop real quick. Wait, why is this game kind of hard? Wait. This shit kind of hard. Wait, this fit is tough as fuck. Damn, I don't have V-Bucks like that, but... let's look at the rest of the shop. They got a Shogun skin. They got a Catwoman skin. Oh my. Wait, why is the item shop cooking? I'm about to spend all my V-Bucks, bro. This is crazy. Wait, there's another style? Oh, I thought it was like pink or something. Doesn't it look like there's like a pink one? Oh no, I think this shit is kind of hard. Fuck it. It's actually dope. No, I sold. Okay, let's do this properly. Okay, so which one of these do I change? I gotta take a dump pretty bad, so we gotta do this quick. So first page, we can get rid of the superhero. That's what we do. Here, load. Oh no, we can actually just save. There should be a second one or something. No. Save new. Call it, yeah, preset 54 is fine. Then we can go here. Here. Eventually we'll find it. Save character. Scroll down. Replace this one. Change the name to Sue. Hero. Okay, now we go load character. Here. Save here. Big chat. All right, there we go. Here, Bob. Watch game 4. Okay. Hey, it's okay. Hey. Stop. 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 Oh my god, could this shit be any slower? Could this shit be any slower? Could this shit be any slower? Could this shit be any slow? Set it up, go. I didn't even know. Money on me like a. Money on me like a. I cannot say it. That is my. I cannot play it. Run it up. Do not confuse it. If I get it up, I will not lose it. Get my money up, baby. I will not lose. Get the headshot. I got aimlesses, baby. I'm gonna abuse it. Really do. We're watching Peterbot. Not watching Skeeterbot. Not watching Cheaterbot. He's the 3 Peterbot. He's a nut. This is revenge on nut. Hey baby, do you wanna? I won't say it, cause I stunt. Roll another one. Roll a blunt. Oh. That feeling when you pull zone. Oh, that feels so good. Oh. Oh, thank God.
teams, and I see a
No.
some of these rotating teams that kind of run by us, catch them off guard, and then, oh, look at this. We've got a million floppers to go ahead and heal ourselves back up. Just worked so well for them yesterday.
They were just something else, man. They are something else. And I just got to hope that they bring that same energy, right? We could very well be looking at your new FNCS champions holding that blade of champions, but hey, still 6 games. Anything can happen. Let's talk about Muzz, Rise, and Yapko sitting in 3rd place. They were on that 391 points. And again, that's pretty far away from Pollo right now, but these guys were looking so good yesterday, almost always on height. Like, what led to their success?
Yeah, I mean, another impressive run from this team. They also did pretty well on the stats, right? You know, 5th in eliminations, so not necessarily all the way up there in the 50s like some of our other teams, but still damage dealt, damage ratio, doing very, very well in that regard. But again, that Storm Surge taken only 3 hits. Collectively, they were only struck that 1 time, received 25 damage each, which adds up to those 3 hits. So doing very, very well in the Storm Surge department as well.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to their early rotations. We saw them obviously landing over in Shattered Span, and although sometimes the zone did pull in their favor, that doesn't always happen. And so they made sure to preemptively move themselves to where they knew some trios were going to be.
Yeah, and they're kind of rotates down to the south here, all about knowing, oh, well, this team that lands all the way down here, guess what? They're going to have to run towards the center of the map at some point. If we kind of position ourselves between them and the center of the zone, they're going to have to run right by us. And if they're running right by us, guess what? We're going to be able to shoot them. We're going to be able to deal some of that damage. And as we're going to be able to see as we take a closer look at this game, they kind of just do this on repeat, right? Like, it's not just like, oh, in zone number 2 right now, we're going to do this. No, in zone number 3, we're going to do this as well. Look at where they position. They go in a little bit further than where that white line's at, and they're like, oh, look, these southern teams, they're going to get congested. They've got to go towards the center of the map at some point. We're just positioning ourselves far enough away from them to where we're not really like fighting them all that much, but we can see them and we can do so much damage.
And I do want to call out when the zone does pull in their favor towards Shattered Span, that when they're able to build these crazy towers over on the bridge right there, the aim that Muzz and Yapko have allows them to just be able to snipe these players. But even before then, they do still engage. They make sure that in case the zone doesn't pull entirely over their POI, that they're still engaging with these teams.
Yeah, and the big highlight for this game, right? Shattered Span, I think there was 2 games yesterday where they pulled zone. And that's like, oh, wow, great, this team pulled zone. But it's really not all that simple, right? Because if you're pulling zone, no teams are kind of able to rotate over to your POI, right? It's like, why are they going to do that? They're going to get congested along the edge of the map. So when you do actually pull zone, Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they know this. You got to leave your POI, and that's kind of what we're highlighting right there. Is that like, oh yeah, a couple games yesterday they pulled zone. They did not just wait around and kind of suffocate the Storm Surge. They rotated out. They even went in the Storm to get a couple of tags. They were proactive in Storm Surge. Love to see that from this trio.
I do want to say, though, that when they did end up going back to Shattered Span and they stayed on that tower, they were in that Surge Tower for 8 minutes long. They didn't move. And again, because of the aim that they have, they were still able to get all these incredible tags. They were able to get vision. So once the end game did happen, they had great rotations on top of that. And all these mats saved up by not having to move a bunch.
I love them. I can't wait to see more of them and maybe what they bring, right, for day number 2. Now, we do want to highlight more trios, but first, we need to say hello to our casters. It's Monster D-Face. It's Jacob PR. What's up, fellas?
Everything's good over here. We had a wonderful day number 1. We're jumping in for the finals here, day 2. I feel recharged. I feel refreshed. Jacob, what about yourself?
I mean, I'm feeling good. It's not me playing, so I really don't have as much to worry about. But yesterday really showed the blueprint, the amount of excitement we're going to see. The leaderboards, where they stand right now, I feel like nobody could have guessed that.
That's right. 92 points is a lot. However, it's not that much. Acorn and team still have to play perfectly. We're talking a game's throw away from all of a sudden this being a completely different story here. So with game 7 just around the corner, the community is buzzing. They're talking about, can they maintain progress? We'll see here. Jacob, any last words?
Nope, just hopefully these guys put it all on the line. No excuses, no nerves left behind. But that's going to do it for us on the desk right now. We're going to throw it back to Zeke to let us know what more we're going to see.
Jacob thought he's a funny guy. He sent me the people's eyebrow. They're going to make me laugh. No, Jacob. But I'm going to make you laugh. We'll see. We'll see, all right? So let's keep this conversation going. We obviously have to talk about the elephant in the room. Peterbot, right? So after yesterday's games, there was kind of like different times where we would tune in with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And it's interesting that like during the middle and like early game, we just see this like hyper aggressive playstyle, right? But then in that kind of mid to like later games, we'd see them in like situations where, you know, it's just Peterbot left as a solo, or it's a duo, or they don't have mats, or, you know, these kind of different situations. I guess my question to both of you is, with the playstyle we saw yesterday, could they take first place today?
Oh, 100%. I definitely think that this trio is not done and out. I mean, Vivid, I don't know if you have a differing opinion.
No, I actually think that they have a really good shot to come back today. Obviously, there's potential to VOD review. That's what a lot of people, you know, like to point out with these 2-day type of competitions. Although I think there needs to be a little bit of a reset. I'm not entirely sure how this trio is feeling as a whole. All I know that is on socials, you know, Ritual went ahead and posted, you know, today's on me, pertaining to yesterday, right? So he kind of feels like he was a little bit responsible for them maybe not being in first place. Maybe if we get a little bit of a mental reset there, a little bit of VOD reviews in, I think they can for sure make a run for first.
I definitely think it's surprising to a lot of people that although they never even got top 3 in any of the games yesterday, that they're still in second place. And I really want to break down why that was the case. And of course, it's not much of a surprise that it was a lot due to their eliminations. But more importantly, it was the preparation for a lot of these early and mid-game fights. And you can see right here when they drop over in Flooded Frogs that they are prepping themselves by having a ton of masks, heals, and mats waiting for them. When they see that there's all this engagement going on to the east, they rotate over, but they actually reposition themselves to the southern west side so that they can kind of be in between all the teams that are coming in. Speaking of positioning, Peterbot has incredible positioning at the start of this fight. He TPs to the right of the trio while Ritual and Cold go to the left. This allows them to surround the trio and eventually get those eliminations. However, this fight kind of does last a long time, so not only are they wasting time, they're also wasting resources and heals and mats. But fortunately for them, over in Flooded Frogs, they had themselves set up for all of these extra resources, which is why they're able to go back and get all this backup loot. And from all that backup loot as well, they enter another early engagement around Zone 6. They had 9 eliminations, and although they only got 4th place in that game, they were able to have more points than what 2nd place got because of all these early engagements.
Yeah, I mean, that aggressive playstyle, obviously it's set up like minutes before, right? Like 5 minutes before they were ready to go ahead and make that push. They make that initial push, they make sure that there's damage out, they all kind of surround it. So even though sometimes, you know, we only see the eliminations that happen, it is such a long setup for them to actually go ahead and win those.
Oh, man, I want to see. I'm telling you, man, I shout outs to you, Cold. I respect you stepping up, but like, listen, today's a new day. We're gonna make some stuff happen, okay? One final trio to talk about in your top 4 is actually Vidil, Sphinx, and Cooper. So these guys still over at the Misty Meadows. What do we expect from them today? Do we think they've maybe made like large sweeping changes, or maybe we're gonna see more of the same?
I definitely think that the day definitely started off a little rough for them, but they were able to kind of evolve their play style, and then that's why we got to see back-to-back victory royales out of this trio. But really, Vivid, what's surprising to me is how different they are to the early aggression that we see from like Peterbot's trio.
Oh yeah, it's like night and day, right? And we kind of see it in elimination as well. Like 20 less eliminations for this trio as compared to Peterbot's trio. I mean, that's just a different place, all right? Cooper, Vidil, and Sphinx, they take that early game so slow, Kelly.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to how much they're able to farm up over in Mass Meadows. They actually kind of have this split POI, not just at Mass Meadows, but also at Spiral Shoots. And at both of these spots are mini bosses, which drop Oni masks, void boons, as well as Mass Meadows dropping a blue chest once you eliminate that. So from there, they're kind of able to just enter a direct fight that's surrounding all of these POIs. There's so much aggression going on from all these contested teams that they actually build 3 separate towers to be able to engage in all of these fights around them.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something that we kind of pointed out, right? How many contested drop spots there are around them. Sometimes they just don't even have to move. They have to kind of let that damage come to them. So very smart on their part to just kind of maintain the spots on the map that they do have and control all of that space with 3 separate towers.
3 towers is diabolical, dude. That's just crazy. I love that, though. And of course, we have 6 games today. So what are we hoping to see, right? We kind of touched a little bit on it yesterday, rather, before we said goodbye. But with 6 new games, and now we've had time to, you know, take a look at our strategies and make adjustments, what are we hoping to see change today?
I want to see that 100-point lead from first and second place shrink, as in the words of Sundown, the shoopening. I want to see all of these trios really fight, especially when we come down to game 12. I want it to be close. I don't want to be able to predict who is going to walk away going to the Global Championships.
Listen, I feel like we only got it one time yesterday. I mentioned it, you know, Peterbot and Cole, they were up there on the high ground as a duo. I want to see the whole trio up there. I want to see them get a win today, kind of resurge towards the top of that leaderboard and make us, or give us a battle all the way into game 12 for that first place spot.
It's time. It's time. 6 games here. The axe. The Blade of Champions, rather. Global Championships on the line. A title's on the line. Life-changing amounts of money are all on the line to find your seat on the bus. This is game number 1. Casters, take it away.
That's right. One thing to think about, there is no multiplier today either. Your games will just count point for point, the same format carrying over from yesterday into today. So this is going to be a continuation of the action.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to consistency. You said it yourself, the no multiplier means it's all about how you're going to play each and every one of these games, because typically with that multiplier, you can have a bad game, maybe 2 if you're lucky, but now with those standings this close, Monster, that is out the window, and it is time. Game number 7, the start of day 2 is right now.
Game 7 kicks off, and once again, we find ourselves looking at the top teams. Who will be the team to take it all away here for Game 7 to kind of kick off the day, set the pace for yourself here on this lovely Sunday afternoon? I mean, I'm looking forward to all of the action here that's going to unfold. Yesterday couldn't have been predicted, right? I don't think that anyone knew that Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot were going to have problems off spawn the way they kind of have in those early game fights. It really did lead to an interesting day. I am more interested to see what are going to be the adjustments teams make now coming into it, because you have to mix it up. You have to change your strats.
Yeah, and a lot of those tricks that some of these teams held underneath their sleeve until the Major 1 finals got exposed yesterday. How they're really using the fishing, the surge towers to accumulate that surge. They don't have to worry about it later. And we jump on board early, our first place team, and we're seeing it early, uncontested. The amount of respect they were able to put on their names, the night shift for us, and you can see how spread out they actually are. Hoyo's the one in the early game right now. You see him, he's as close to the bird as possible. He's gonna loot up a little bit and then reach on over towards the south, try to get more surge shots, so that way it kind of eases up their pressure later on in the game.
Those little tags do start to add up as we start looking towards that kickoff game surge. We all know that usually the start of the competition, things are a little more stacked than you would otherwise imagine. Yesterday was exactly a showcase of just that in game number 1. If this fight goes the distance, then I think it'll tell us everything we need to know about teams. Just try to get into their groove, right, to kind of kick things off here today. By the end of the day yesterday, DC Noah and Chaos were in full-on clash mode up against Oliver OG's team there. So if this doesn't end fast, I think we're going to be in for a very high surge game.
Yeah, and you can kind of see already in the mini-map, more and more teams are going to the outskirts of Hopeful Hypes. So yesterday, some of them were kind of disengaging in some of those games, going back there to try to loot up. Now that is going to literally be impossible before you run into another team. And I think Oliver OG, Skate, or Dash, they might have some sense that they have a good advantage in this fight, and they're already hunting on over, teetering on over in that direction. It's Chaos Gaming down below. He's the one that truly has to be careful because he's out of position by himself.
Yeah, definitely. A couple tags here for Dash to kind of kick things off and give him the advantage. And notice these tags are going to do some damage through these builds. Obviously, given that there's wood. Meanwhile, it does look like there is some action happening over in the terrace here. We have Veer, Scare, and Sinetto going against Chance, Mason, and Donnie right now. Here's a team that had to fight their way through. That clutch performance for Donnie to go ahead and bring his team straight to the finals. So far, having a good showing here with the standoff, so things are looking a little better for them today.
Yeah, and it's already feeling just a little slow, a little sluggish compared to what we were seeing in games 2 through 6 yesterday. So Storm Surge is definitely going to hit hard if you're not prepared for it. Skate or Dash, they have a 2v1, try to break into the box, but they get denied entry. That's Aaron, Nerdface, Joji on the other side. And this is exactly what you're talking about. The longer you take in these off-spawn fights, this is going to happen more times than not.
Yeah, it creates a cascading or a compounding effect for the rest of the lobby. But look at this. DC Awesomer and team caught that
There's your boy.
third-party trio that was just lurking on the outskirts, trying to see if they can jump in and find some action. It's Polis and Listen who are left standing here as Power was the first to fall now. Still, though, can't count this team out. Still a clean 2-on-2 action right now. Great tags from both sides, and it's forced down to low ground right now.
Just kind of pressuring them out. Got to imagine they must know contested over there at Hopeful Heights. The loot's got to be low, especially with one of their players down. But Power getting eliminated as well kind of makes this a little bit more of an even fight. So not going to get aggressive, I feel like, as they'd once hoped. I think for Polis and Listen, depending on where they came from, I feel like they can kind of disengage on outward and try to get that reboot, because they know Chaos and DC still have to not only acquire their reboot, but figure out where they're even going to go after that. But Listen stacking himself back, trying to go for a sneak attack onto Chaos. He let his teammate orb out, hoping they would take the bait. Hook, line, and sinker. They not only took the bait, but they get eliminated for it.
Now here's what's crazy. There are 2 more teams rotating into the Hopeful Heights. This is very, very different as compared to yesterday. We were wondering what strategies were going to be coming into play here, and it seems like teams have noticed, hey, this contested fight could be one that we can pick on, but it's almost like multiple trios have had that same idea in mind. We'll see how that affects the center map, given that they're playing more of the outskirts. Ritual, Peterbot, and Cold, though, have rotated. Cole still here towards the west.
Where are you at?
The zone's pretty much on top of them at this point, so they're going to be content to take this fight. What we noticed yesterday was that in their 6 games, their early game surge battles, or really farming for eliminations here, is what set them apart, right? On the standings, allowing them to remain competitive.
That stat is actually pretty crazy. Since forming as a trio, they've won at least 1 game.
Come on, Pete. Come on, Pete.
6-game final until yesterday, but still in 2nd place. Goes to show that I feel like today for them is not just about winning the FNCS. It's about vengeance, about getting revenge on how they were playing yesterday. Peterbot holding that pressure. I feel like this team uncontested at Whiffy Wharf. They thought it was going to be a blessing, but that just allows for a team like this, as aggressive and hungry as they normally get outside of the zone, to kind of hold their position. And they talked about the extra heals that Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual have, so they can keep this fight going as long as they want.
No respect. Cold just builds right over them, forces them out, and they go running. This team recognizing that going up against the likes of Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual in a box-to-box fight with no advantage is definitely one that's too risky, but it seems like Press was left behind, and Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold are looking to swarm in here.
Yeah, Peterbot's just kind of playing to keep them down there, waste their time, essentially. Cold, Ritual looking, trying to handle this 2v1 while they do have a good numbers advantage. But you got to be careful. Prez looking to push the 1v1 against Ritual. Luckily for him, Peterbot returns to the fight, making sure they have a strength in numbers continuously throughout this whole exchange.
See it. Looking for a new angle. Build starting to run low, it seems like, for the trio on the run now. Clixie, Press, and Drewbot have to put up some kind of defense here or get left behind. There's the knock that comes through, and you can see the scan associated with it. All the info being fed to Cold here that this team is long gone now. So they go Oni masking across, full risking it.
Yeah, right now they already know they're separated. They got that first solo down. They know they went 2 different directions. 2v1 at the top. Drewbot, this is the only 1v1 you're gonna get. It's against Peterbot of all people. As Cold almost gets taken down, narrowly surviving. That was the 2v1. Drewbot hitting the launch pad, and man, he thought he was gonna get away, but with aim like that from Peterbot, basically serving him that elimination on a silver platter.
Meant just to survive via Siphon. You see the health just go flying back up. That's gotta feel really good. Rapid Kanata.
I didn't see. I was looking at. I was typing. Peterbot got 3 kills or what? Like the team got 3 kills.
Seems like they're continuing to keep everyone on their toes here. This is Diego and Ralphie on the other side of the wall.
The team got 3 total.
Possess on the run right now. Seems like the pressure is just a little too much to handle here.
Nice.
And this is something that I feel like a whole different change of pace from how they even got here in the first place, to the group stages, contested, making a slow rotation out. Now they land just north of Demon's Dojo, where Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts actually set their eyes on. And Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts If they see you as a team that they look weak, they're immediately going to try to fight, especially since they have so much respect around their drop spot. There's not many teams that loot up, land, or even kind of let their presence known on this side of the map. This is almost a must-take fight for them, especially since it's so isolated.
Well, Bolt's got his eyes here on the prize right now. This team has to be careful. All that farming's giving away their exact position here. Things start to slow down now. Is that a pre-edit being made right now? They are ready for action.
Almost not every day you see a floor pre-edit just like that, but they're really to pull out all the stops to try to win this fight. But you got to give credit for Diego, Possessor, Ralphie down below. Really not giving up any inches, and that's something you got to make sure for against a team like this. A couple of shots, just scratches just like that. That just kind of builds the confidence on the other side, but they're getting forced down low, and you see their material count running low as well, and that's what we typically see in these prolonged exchanges, especially from a team that's moving towards the north. There's scraps up there, not a lot, but Ralphie gets caught off guard. There goes the shield. But Rapid takes a big shot as well, forcing him to slowly but surely turtle back, try to get that HP back before they re-engage this.
I was just going to say, I like what I'm watching from Bolts. The pre-edits, the walls, the floors, everything absolutely ready for action here. Already now looking to collapse in and close this team here. Just 2 left, but Rapid ends up getting traded down there, and the finish is going to be successful for Possess's trio here. And now things are kind of set back for Kanata and Bolts here, where it was looking seemingly perfect for them for a moment ago. They grabbed the reboot card, and it seems like it's time to get out of here. No need to take the risk. They got the damage they were looking for, and back to the Demon's Dojo they go.
Ooh, from one fight to the next. Probably Cold Peterbot Ritual going back to Flooded Frogs. We talked about the spare loot that they do leave behind. Another team might have noticed that, trying to go for scrap. That's not Liam and their trio. It's a fight, honestly, that we've been seeing throughout the course of the day yesterday. And for Nut, Liam, and Fredbot, they did almost a decent job for the most part, defending against the onslaught of Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. At times, even taking down the likes of Peterbot, forcing them to disengage, go for the reboot, and think about a plan B.
One thing we're noticing is Peterbot and team not happy that Fredbot is hitting his drop, right? Remember, they leave a ton of excess heals and loot. Potentially even owning, Void Mass there as well. So for them to just go ahead and double back, they are quite literally feeding off of the Flooded Frogs drop. So they're kind of double dipping there. Very interesting. We'll see how that affects Peterbot's trio here. Muzz, Japco, and Rise, though, took some of the most damage yesterday. You saw that. They also dished it back out. Top 3 performance for Muzz, Rise, and Japco. What a turn of events for them.
Definitely had opportunity for more as well. Threats, Aviv, Booga. I'm hoping to see more of this team today because how phenomenally they played on the leaderboard, their statistical kind of upbringing on the yesterday's day. This is a team I feel like they can no longer be able to fly under the radar. This is a team you must have had to VOD review, the way they go to the slow side, and the way they're just comprised as a team. Booga individually played with both Threats and Aviv throughout the duo competition. Threats has a long history with Booga as well, and then you kind of mix Threats and Aviv. They have familiarity. This is a team, I know they kind of let go of Reet in this competition to kind of bring Aviv to the roster, but I think so far that move has proven to be the right one for them. A lot of our team changes throughout we've seen the offseason are proven to be fruitful for them.
Yeah, most of the team swaps have worked, relatively favorably, right, for the ones that initiated the call. So, who better to know other than the leaders themselves of their groups? And honestly, intuition is all it takes sometimes. Take a look at this, though. Not looking great for Aoxy, Pikes, and JoJo here. They're going to be forced out. Acorn, Agers, and Pollo have eyes on this team, though. And I was going to ask the question, how do you keep up with the pace of Peterbot's Cold and Ritual's elimination chains? But Agers, Pollo, and Acorn might just be able to keep that gap a little bit closer if they can secure these elims.
And you see how consistent they're playing. Top 4 and 5 out of 6 games as he gets another knock onto JoJo, just up and over. And honestly, I had a feeling this was going to happen when we had that overhead view. They're trying to void out, and then you see Pollo and Agers moving in. Outside of zone, when they see voids like that, they're immediately going to go. They already know they have a knock onto 1. They're still closing the distance. They actually might have went past. The revive came to fruition, but they finally heard it at the other end. That's going to be Pollo. That's going to be Acorn who hear that one. Call back for Agers. They have a 3v2. So this is a fight I feel like they're going to see to the end.
I was gonna say, I think this works out because I'm pretty sure the Storm had dropped one of them, so now they get the elimination credit here. If anything, this kind of plays into their favor right now, but either way, the points are added up. 3 eliminations now for Acorn, Aegis, and Boyo, setting themselves up
we got the
to
fucking
continue
coin.
to hold a strong lead here. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, although they've gotten their 3, it's basically nullified. That's all I'm going to be thinking about here today is how can Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual close this 92-point gap right now. They will have to outperform them on the placement points currently. However, that hasn't been the case for them, at least if you're only looking at the day 1 performances.
Yeah, the reason why they're even in contention right now is just their uncanny ability to get eliminations in situations that not very many people can. And that Wanderer's Medallion played a huge role in some of the clutches we've seen from Peterbot yesterday. But it's great to see Kanata and Bolts. They were able to get the reboot back onto Rapid. He's back into the game, just like we saw Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual do around their drop spot. Very, very similar here, just outside of Demon's Dojo. And you can see them dropping that medallion, and that's a perfect choice. You got to weigh the pros and cons of being marked on the map versus what that medallion actually gives you. And that's why you typically see that medallion kind of left on the side because of the give and take that it perceives.
What's going on here? A little bit of a standoff right now. Opportunity potentially arriving here for 20 Broken and Void. Oh, and another team kind of sliding on the outskirts here, thinking about jumping into this battle. Meanwhile, Bila, Quanti, and Edgy are very much in a full-on engagement here, just outside the Foxy Floodgate. This is up against Bucky, Savage, and Ocus. Okay, so it's a drop spot fight for sure.
Just kind of one of those things that naturally happen. Bucky and his team land over towards Foxy. They set up all around it. Bila, Quanti, and Edgy, they land at the edge towards Shogun Solitude, so it's kind of no choice to move in as we jump on board Booga. V even threats in an early game scuffle. Skittles is weak. Victor V is down, and Chimp soon to follow. That's going to be a full-on wipe for them as Booga. V even threats survive over at Seaport City, and another team that hasn't had to rotate far in this game from their actual drop spot, which is Seaport City.
Yeah, that was a fight for Surge. You saw them holding this base here, but Skittles' team was down low, kind of playing the insides, and it was just a matter of time. I mean, you present yourself as the only option, and all of a sudden now you're going against a team that has performed very well in the weekend here. They maintain their 5th place position pretty steadily now. Sphinx, Cooper, Vidil, the only team to pick up back-to-back victory royales yesterday on the NAC region. Talk about a performance for this trio right here. And even that wasn't enough to keep them up inside the first place, given that they fell in that last game in 17. So pretty difficult end to the evening. However, they have shown themselves to be one of the greats here on the region right now. And honestly, one of the more decorated teams, given that Vidil made the travel here. Talk about commitment to play at the highest level of Fortnite.
I'm like 80% sure, and 80 is a high margin. I'm like 80% sure there might be a team fishing from the island. Literally fishing from the islands. That means it's got to be Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. I just saw the zip line go all the way down to the ground. That's really thinking outside
Is
of
that
the box.
even
It goes to show
possible?
how
Oh my.
strong getting those
Show
fishing
that.
rods,
Show
getting
them
those
fishing
shield
from the
fish
island,
early on in the
please.
game, because it's essentially, if you have water near you, it's almost like infinite heals.
Yeah, I'd be more surprised if they even took that out of their draw spot, given that they were playing Deep Storm and found a full set of eliminations. So for them to make that decision is very much a calculated one. But look at this. You still have Peterbot's team sitting up top, and then Bolts, Kanata, and Rapid here kind of base underneath. I was going to say, I saw lightning from that angle. I'm like, there's no way Peterbot's getting hit right now, right by the surge. But no. They're 1,200 damage above the threshold here. Very comfortable position to be in. Moving closer and closer to Batman, Booga, Yamzo, and Clicks now, who are already set up at the highest point this mountain has to offer. Look at this, they're not quite safe, so they are going to have to make a decision of what spot that they're going to go for, and the marker seems to be, hey, let's just get out of the harm's way.
Yeah, and this is something very, very similar, not exact, but Vivid broke this down in day one. Because they're able to accumulate such high damage numbers, they don't even need to be the team highest up on the mountain. They're going to position somewhere safe where they know teams are going to have to rotate in. They continue to accumulate damage, and they're in a spot, like I said, because there's teams above them, there's not going to be very many chances for people to end up box to box against Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, trying to take them down. Sphinx, Vidil, and Cooper 16 below the damage threshold. Even though they usually figure out a way to make it work and find the damage that they need, it's situations like this that give them some scary games with their backs potentially up against the wall.
Yeah, just kind of reminds me of that saying, the rich get richer. But for Sphinx, Vidil, and Cooper, I mean, they're in the trenches right now. They're going to have to really work for it. Great tag here for Sphinx onto DGen. They could get the elimination. The down body damage would be even better if they can secure it here and now. This is going to be a close one. Somehow, though, someone seems to have found DGen,
got the kill for that.
isolated there on the side. Yeah, no credits for Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx there. However, Swappy gets knocked in this entire wild exchange here of teams looking inside. They're back into the action right now, but pressure's on now. They know where they stand, right, on the leaderboards for damage here so far. So I'm sure they are recognizing there's still danger looming. It's a good time to rotate now, given that the zone's already revealed itself. It's pulling further and further east-north. It's not going to be too bad to play off of for them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blessing for a good majority of the teams here going off of that mountain, but now you got to start being proactive, start to really think where the zone could end up. If it pulls towards the south, we're going up mountains, so you got to be prepared with a lot of materials. If it pulls towards the west, you got open water monster, and those are some of the most disastrous zones. We saw it throughout the course of the day yesterday. And then, of course, if it goes north or east, that's kind of even around the lobby. Not too treacherous, just Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual. Even though they're falling down that damage threshold, they're still figuring out a way to maintain their position above everybody else. Vidil, Cooper, Sphinx, they're the ones teeter-tottering in and out of that threshold. First we see them below, then up, and then now below yet again. This is kind of forcing their hand around every single zone.
Yeah, this is looking pretty problematic for them right now. If they can't find a team rotating to the south, Sphinx making the right call to play for a different angle now. The deal, though, sitting in the cone, gets granted some mats here. Someone gets eliminated above them, but they don't need mats. They need damage. They know it. At least some extra heals is going to be very much welcomed here. Look at Sphinx just fishing for anything here. Barely above. Barely. And that probably comes due to the fact that a team was knocked there. So could have just been luckily played out for them at this moment. However, they're not safe just yet.
That train almost ripped through all those trios down below. Luckily they saw it, spaced themselves just far enough. 44 damage, they're doing just enough for Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx to not really have to worry about that active surge. They can kind of focus on this rotation. But while they're sitting pretty, having to get surge, you can see Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, they found a target. That's Virgo, that's gonna be the first one to drop. See Swappy up towards the top, he's gonna go down as well. And that was somebody that we saw get knocked just a few minutes ago. He got revived and got taken down again.
Crazy, these elims. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual starting to find right now, continuing to trend their way up the standings right now. Meanwhile, Buzzjackal and Rise holding on by a strong margin now on the damage standings. It's just a matter of making it to endgame at this point for them. Two elims sitting themselves nice and strong here, and whoa, they're eyeing up high ground. You see Craze, Bucky, and Okus there, kind of positioned pretty strongly right now. It might be that they are the team that's going for the dub right now. Boyo, Acorn, and Agers, though, 7 eliminations. What has been going on here?
They find opportunity after opportunity. One of those eliminations we saw earlier that got stolen away. I didn't even see Acorn anywhere in sight. He was the one that had his eyes peeled, able to take that one away. 1,400 damage, almost 1,500 above the threshold. No real reason to peek, just like everybody else. You see the struggle that they're going through. Bolt's trying to get out alive. Reunite with his team. He spots out Boyle for a quick second. A few damage, revenge shots before he has to reclose that build, knowing that the zone's going over the bridge, up a little bit up that mountain. Not too terrible, but for those teams that rotate late, that's where they're going to have the troubles.
Do notice Bolt's Rapid and Kanata's heals are starting to be very much affected now, given the zone and the way things are playing out for them.
materials too.
Just down to minis pretty much. Yep, very limited materials. This is a team that is desperate for a refresh right now. Up they go with the Void Owning Mask. Rapid.
Max Nada dead.
On the trade.
No, Ritual kills him. No,
after teleporting in.
Long
And
as
it's
Peter
all up to
wins.
Bolts here pretty much as everyone's split up now to play this one out individually here. Difficult position to be in. Given the settings, Bolts is not even sure if it's worth getting to his teammate right now. Meanwhile,
Ocus
we
on
talked
high
about
ground.
Ocus, Craze, and Bucky up top here, and they continue to have a little bit of high ground. Bolts goes for it. What is
Bolts
happening here? That was very questionable, to say the least. But he thought he had something cooking, and unfortunately,
No.
will get punished here. Meanwhile, Rapid still on the hunt right now. Not even inside the top 10 yet, and it feels like there's everything collapsing now.
34 people left.
Jacob, they fall in 13.
Holding them on low ground.
Not the
Nice.
start that they were hoping, but at least they're going and getting warm right now. Front of zone, Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, they're doing good. Ager's staying in the fight as well. Even with a sliver of HP on the Acorn, they're remaining confident and tough. But high ground focuses down.
Boyo
Boyo.
dead.
The trio
Nice.
gets split up. Ager's trying to go on a different angle, find a different path. He's trying to lead him to
Acorn
promised
dead.
land, but
Nice.
Acorn goes down as well. Ager's with a big elimination on the Booga. He needs the Siphon. He gets it just in time, trying to stay alive. His 5th elimination of the game.
Cold on
The
high.
Siphon keeping
No,
him in
he
the
got
game
broken
right
down.
now
He's
as
still
well.
high.
Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, though, start to scramble for high ground. Meanwhile, Ocus is trying to get his bearings wrapped up. But who's coming up top? It's
Peterbot
of course
versus
Peterbot,
Ocus.
ready for the action here. Ocus makes a decision to jump down. Will he go for the chop? Instead, no. He's just scrambling as he
Ocus
recognizes
dead. Gonna
everyone
die any
is here in his
second now.
territory.
Ooh.
No longer safe somehow, though. Still maintains a little bit of ground here, but he's out of match, Jacob. It's not looking good. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot finding every tag, and there goes the next one, and now Bucky as well. The entire team crumbling before the hands of Peterbot.
Oh my
Ritual,
God,
Cold,
this is the
are now
game.
playing for the dub.
Somebody awaken
Finally!
the sleeping giant. We talk
Let's
about
go.
the lack of getting into the top threes. This
Ritual
is
will
their time to
fucking
shine.
die.
But Ager's down below, trying
But
to
I'm
get as many
screaming
points
if I'm
as possible.
Peterbot.
First place still
Oh,
on the line as he
God.
scrambles
He's
back
still
to
Peterbot
the
kills
It's tagged along
Craig.
the way. Big flank on the
Click
one, but
kills
Click shuts him
Agers.
down. That's going to be the end of their run.
Clicks
in 6th place.
Yambo's
Big
still alive. Low
opportunities now
ground.
for Clicks here to make some big points
Sphinx
here.
also
Get
alive.
back onto the standings. Sphinx, Vadil, and Cooper, though, from the mud, they're still getting after it here.
Cole
With a
kills
couple maps,
Threads.
though, they're forced
Peterbot
to
kills
the low
Vadil.
ground. Clicks Yamzo here.
Cole kills
Cleaned them with some
Cooper.
shots. So do
Sphinx kills
Vadil
Sphinx.
and team, but it's all coming down now to a 2v3v1 battle here. Who's the last standing?
Cole
It's
kills
Verco
Cooper.
in the storm. 12 eliminations for Peterbot. He's on the hunt
Ritual,
right now.
1
The
HP.
medallion in hand is going to give him such an advantage here in this end game, but anything can still happen.
Hey, Yamzo going up, trying to do
Yamzo full
anything to
box.
dig outside the
Peterbot
box
1
to make a
HP.
play. Peterbot gets tagged up.
Yamzo dead.
Cole
Clicks
gets
cracked.
revenge. Down with Yamzo.
Clicks kills
by himself.
Peterbot.
1v2 situation. Ritual is just on a sliver of HP. No
Clicks
full shield
hitting
on
med
Cole
kit.
either. If Clicks to make this play quick and in a hurry, get the damage, he can finally figure out a way to come
Cole
on
versus
front, but they're
Clicks.
ready for the fight on the other side. They drop
Cole
down.
kills
Peterbot
Clicks.
is not
It's
going to be
not
disappointed because Cold and Ritual clutch up when it matters and win their first game. of
Let's
Major
fucking
One.
go, baby.
Now we're talking here. Put the big boys on the menu, on the map.
Put the fucking
and give
boys
them
on
what
the
they
map.
deserve, and that's a victory.
Finally,
royale
the
in
first
a hard
fucking dub of the
as well.
day
And
is the
also,
first fucking
credits
dub of the
to
tournament.
Clicks,
Let's
the way
go.
he was able to once
Finally.
again find himself in
We're
the end
back.
game, continuing the
The
pace
fuck off
out of
me.
yesterday's performances. What a game one. The
Oh
heavy hitters are out to play.
my.
And look at this high ground retake here from Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual,
Wow.
really earning themselves, cementing themselves on the top spot here deservedly.
Yeah, and it's all about the
Wait, are you
timing of
behind
when
me
you
like
take
that or
high ground.
what?
Bucky, Oaks, and Craze had it.
Do I shut the fuck up?
10 zone, but they wasted so many materials. Now the Kings
They're
have woken
fine.
up. They've taken
I could
the
watch on
game, but
YouTube
that
if you're
goes to show that
fucking
it is
way
not
behind me, I
over
just
just
realized.
yet. Zeke,
Probably
Kelly,
spoiled that
Vivid,
shit.
what do you think of this
Don't worry
resurgence?
about it.
Alright, my bad, G.
It's
Oh
happening!
my, no, let's go.
Game one!
Oh,
Victory
good.
Royale. So
I can't
this is
even
what
roll
we
my R's. That was so
expected
fucking hard.
yesterday. And they said, Zeke, you wrote the script, dude. Remember game one, day two. I apologize. I write a lot of scripts for the year, so it's crazy. Guys, this game from Peterbot was so crazy. There's so many times where we just cut to them and they're like 1,200 above, 1,400 above, max match center zone. And then finally they're like, okay, look, we know we've not really made it this far to fight for high ground. And then to take the fight to Bucky and like in just a beautiful back and forth, Kelly, where they just completely wipe, like decimate and make them burn all their materials. And then at the end, they're just like, cool, we'll take all your stuff and we'll convert that directly into a win. Just so beautifully executed.
I mean, well, a good breakdown there, Zeke. That's pretty much exactly what we saw, and it started all the way from the early game. We talked about it at the top of show that they go for that early aggression. They got 3 eliminations over at Withy Wharf right from the start, and that allowed them to kind of just place themselves right in the middle of zone once that first moving zone started to happen. And then, of course, as you just called it out, they were able to take that height away from Bucky. They had so many mats that it really wasn't even a fight, but a little bit low on heals. You can see Ritual was actually quite low on white heals for most of that in-game Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff there. I was literally talking about it as it happened as well. Obviously, the game-winning moment right here had to have been the higher ground take, so I got to go ahead and talk about that just once more. You know, when we get these 3v3 fights for high ground, it's often you get these like isolated 1v1s amongst all 3 members of the trio, and then it's like kind of just like chaos, and then somebody gets dropped. Like, you kind of just lose track of your team. No, there was a full reset right there for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They regrouped together, splashed together, were in the same target, took the same angles. It was honestly beautiful to watch. The reset out of them, the composure right there was awesome. And I think, you know, I mentioned at the top of the show, Ritual, you know, put it out on social media, you know, today's on me. That right there, winning game number 1 of day number 2, has to be such a huge confidence boost, not only for the trio, but for them individually.
Ooh, you know they feel so good. You talk about composure, and I'm about to lose my composure at these standings, which we'll look at when we come back from this break. I fooled you. I know I didn't. That's okay. Listen, we're gonna take a break. When we return, we'll take a look at what these new standings look like. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with the FNCS.
Peterbot gets a dub. Like, oh my. That's so big. Like, that's so fucking big, bruh. I love it.
So Peterbot is in 2nd place.
So wow, you're fucking spoiling like that, really?
Wait, was it? That's not new.
He started today in 2nd place, but I don't know where he is right now.
They started today in 2nd place behind Pollo, but they have the same amount of eliminations, same amount of wins. How the fuck?
Bruh, yeah, but don't spoil the score right now. I didn't know the score. You just spoiled.
I didn't say the score.
You just said they're behind Acorn, you know.
I said Pollo's in 1st, and they have the same amount of eliminations.
But if they have the same
wins.
But Pollo had a win. Never mind, bruh. Just stop looking at trackers. What I'm trying to say. You're just fucking it up.
I might keep looking at it. You're tripping.
Alright, well, don't talk about it.
Okay, buddy.
But yeah, they have better placement. Peter had dog shit placement yesterday.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Okay, so those standings I was talking about.
Finally, now they're gonna show the standings.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at those, and we're gonna see. Remember before, this gap was a lot wider.
Oh.
But after that last victory royale, suddenly
separate.
Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot are only 40 points behind Poyo. That is not good, Kelly. I'm scared.
I mean, I think that's great. From 90 points to 40 points is an incredible jump, but also to see that Agers, Acorn, and Poyo also still able to get a handful of eliminations that game.
It's really
I
just a
think
two-man
that just
show
speaks
right
to
now.
how good they
Holy.
handle this early game aggression, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game, honestly. You know, picking up 6th place, 9 eliminations right there. It was kind of like the classic Acorn, Poyo, and Agers game right here. They were just positioned so well throughout the entirety of the game, just finding, you know, consistent, really good spots. I believe it was actually this 8th zone or 7th zone. They found a cute little spot right under the bridge, right where they could stay isolated from the rest of the lobby and just take some free shots. So super well done by them, and they just kind of carried that into the end game. Honestly, I think they fell a little bit short. They would have actually liked to have performed better. I think at some point around, you know, the 10th place, they actually fell short, which is going to be right here, but still clutched up a 6th place, which is honestly incredible.
We need a masterclass on how Agers is able to stay alive as long as he can. I think that's either game 3 or 4 that he is a solo for the last few zones there. And although he may not have been able to grab that many more eliminations like what we saw him be able to do yesterday, still, even just going from 8th place to 6th place to 5th place can just hold you up on the leaderboard like what we're seeing right here. Although they share the amount of eliminations with Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, which is also phenomenal. I mean, getting 14 eliminations in that game, actually tying themselves with Booga, Aviv, and Threats for the most amount of eliminations we've seen during this final so far. This is just, I mean, there's a reason why NA is so top heavy compared to the rest of the regions.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. It feels to
Cooper
me
took
like
fucking
we're not
17th
even
place
trying
with
to
0 elims
play for the
first
blade at this
match.
point. It feels to
Only
me
reason
like
why.
Poyo and Peterbot are just saying like, hey,
It's
we're
not
just
in
playing for those two
fucking first,
spots.
low-key.
Like we want to be the ones to go ahead and lock that up first. And everyone else, we just want y'all to know we are very much a threat going into the Global Championships. Now, Clicks, listen, we saw that, okay? 2nd place there, Clutch, by yourself in those moments to now move up 2 places. We're looking at only 1 point behind Muzz, Yapo, and Rise right now at 431. To see them pop off like this is so amazing. You can really tell they took that day 1 really seriously, right? They really said, okay, what do we need to shore up? And then immediately to show up like this, a 2nd place in the first game of the day? Oh my gosh.
This is the Clicks Eom Zone Batman Booga that we know and love, that we've seen throughout the last few weeks of competition, being like pretty much shambles on the low ground, having no heals and no mats, but still going on the aggressive, making sure that they're still able to get those refreshes, get that loot, stay on the low ground there, and going from 6th place up to 4th place is, you know, still that's an improvement.
Yeah, I mean, incredible game from Clicks right there. Actually made it within like arm's reach to actually clutch that up right there at the end, though, as well. Unfortunately, you know, Cold on the other side, one of the best players in the world. But the leaderboard is honestly crazy, Zeke, because right now the points separating 3rd and 6th place, 10. Just 10 points right now, right? It is so close between Muzz, Yapko, and Rise in 3rd place, and then Booga, Aviv, and Threats in 6th place. Literally just 10 points. And I also kind of got to shout out our teams on, you know, NA that are playing these finals right now. Kelly's talked about it. You know, it's so stacked. Coming into today, the top 6 teams on the leaderboard all found themselves in the top 10 of that game, right? So everybody is fighting and playing so consistently.
Oh man, to think this is gonna be a nail biter the whole day. That's what we're here to see. With that being said, though, you know what time it is. It's game time. So Monster D-Phase, Jigga PR, take it away for game number 2.
This is going to be amazing if it continues in this trend. Obviously, we have a big point gap between 1st, 2nd, and the rest of the competition, Monster. But this is really going to go down to who makes the first mistake in these 2 teams.
Hey, it's not Acorn's team's fault. They set the bar so high, but third place is still a podium finish, and it is a very close competition. Muzz, Rise, and Japco just, you know, ever so slightly holding on there. Not the greatest performance for them being inside the top 3. Now you have a point separating them, it seems like, from Clix's trio, who is very much flying up the standings right now. So I am excited to see even what they're going to do here now. This game number 8 sounds like it's ready.
You know, Monster, throughout 7 games so far, we do have an elimination leader, but it's not as clear-cut as the last 3 major events on this region. Cold leads with 28. Right behind him, Peterbot Agers, 27. Right behind him, Poyo with 26. Just outside of that gap, Threats with 21 and Clicks with 20. It just goes to show how aggressive and how close these matches actually are.
Crazy. Clix throws himself up into that conversation. Last game, he had at least 5 we saw in the highlight package there. Really flexing how far he's come as an individual player. You have to just give him so much credit and respect that he deserves. And you know what? We're happy to see him continue to find himself inside these top tier trios. You know, it's hard even for the best to find themselves a team that they mesh well with. But on that conversation, Victor V, Skittles, and Chimp, amongst the best as well, have their work cut out for them here at the Magic Mosses. Yesterday's highlights were all about some of these early contested battles. It seems like they've decided it's not very much worth them fighting and throwing their tournaments away. So a little bit of a different mix-up right now as they've kind of slowly inched their way into battle here now.
Yeah, especially with this prolonged fights that we've seen throughout, 7 games so far now. If you kind of contest Magic Mosses and you don't finish it within the first couple minutes, there are so many teams around this area that will begin to kind of move over in this direction and try to third party. So that's that risk reward scenario. You got to start breaking down early. And that's where you're seeing a lot of these fights around the map kind of break out just like this, separated, kind of disengaged from each other before they actually go in and try to make a play.
Well, let's see if Veer, Scare, and Sano can make a play here. Have to see some life come out of them here today. We had chances and saw moments of greatness coming out of their qualifiers, but Donnie, Chance, and Mason have just been showing them up so far. See how it's going to end up crashing out here. Great tags from the other side. Donnie put on his heels here for a moment.
I would say Mason's running over, chasing down Veer. Gets that elimination. Soneto and Scare, they're trying to turtle back. They at least got the reboot card, so if they can escape this exchange, they can at least attempt the reboot card, but without too many materials. And you got to imagine what Soneto has them on as well. They almost feel like it's a better choice to sit and fight, especially with the damage they did early on. They see Donnie with no shields, but Scare takes too much of a shot. Back-to-back at that, both Scare and Soneto's shields go down, and Soneto goes down altogether. So even with Donnie down, they're going to continue to push this 2v1.
This is crazy work. They had the health advantage. What went wrong? Something clearly, as they've given up a little too much there. Look at them hunting for the elimination before even saving their teammate. They're like, no, 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 no. We need to get this guy out of here. No information from Mason being fed there, but very nice. So all in all, they kind of win the drop here. Scare still's got a reboot card, so I mean, they'll be okay to kind of bounce back and play this one out over some time, but the clock is ticking now. Meanwhile, Flooded Frogs continue to serve Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual well. What a game last round. 14 eliminations, putting themselves up amongst the highest performing rounds of Fortnite we've seen over this weekend. And if we see any more than that, that gap surely is going to be closing here.
Yeah, classic Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual fashion as well. Waiting for that perfect moment to contest the high ground while they knew the players up there, Bucky Oaks and Craze, were kind of holding it for so long, out of materials. And you got to give them their props, though, because they stayed with no materials up there to fight against the likes of Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Which is kind of the early game that we kind of see just looting up in and around Flooded Frogs, the spots to the north as well, because they command so respect. And then it's now within the next couple of minutes, depending on what teams they see rotate by them, that's where they're going to go on the chase, or kind of typically just move on over to Whiffy if they see nothing.
Yeah, Chaos Gaming, Noah, and DC have definitely recognized that their biggest problem seems to be power, Polis, and Listen. Right? Coming in, trying to time their third party, take opportunity from them. So this time they've almost waited for them, welcomed them in, and look, They fend them off relatively easily now that the plays have been, or the hand's been shown, I guess we should say.
Out of all of this, though, I want to see Oliver, G, Skater, and Dash kind of take advantage of what's going on here, because they're the ones still looting up at Hopeful Heights while they push Noah plays back, and then that third party of Power and his trio moved in as well. So that's setting themselves up to where they can kind of have the early game that they want. Go back there for Surge if they choose, or just kind of simply rotate north the zone. Is Broken 20 Void just south of Mass Meadows, trying to take on the likes of Olaf and his trio down below. And you can see Broken, he's taking all the tops, the cones, so that way if they do try to run away, they have that extra angle that can immediately use.
Still looking for these angles, though. Nothing big just yet. Ooh, nice little wall take right there. Smiley fights back for it, though. Void inching his way forward, but no, walks into a trap. The side shot onto Void from NV Olaf almost sends him back to the lobby. Look at this, he's just waiting. Doesn't even care to take back the wall there. Just wants them to make that edit, make them feel comfortable about jumping in.
And this is one of those fights for Olaf, Max, and Smiley. This is their first FNCS Finals appearance. So obviously they don't have as much experience like some of these other players in this lobby. But I feel like considering the knowledge that they have, not necessarily want to take the fight, considering the materials as well, all the things coming into play, I like how they're not necessarily forcing the engagement. Trying to play the long game instead of short little wins.
See what Yamsa's up to here with Clicks Batman Booga. Giving up their Storm Tower right now to go and get their farm on. Seems like they've lost a lot of time here. Actually, when it comes down to farming, surprisingly, not cap material this late into the early game. You'd think they'd be done. It's Clicks up top who's canvassing. What was that?
Now, I was about to ask, like, what are they kind of positioning? Because the zone's already looking like it's going towards the north. You see the edge of it just at Warrior's Watch. So that's going to allow them to kind of position on any of these high mountains, surge bases, because every team's going to be rotating them, whether now or later on in this same game. So I'd like to see he's being proactive, doing just that. Shadow Curve, Tyler. They're fighting over this shrine, trying to push Baila, Edgy, and Quanti off. This is where you can kind of replenish those water sprites as long as you have at least one charge left.
Still on the move right now. See kind of a lot of teams playing relatively passively right here as game 8 starts to take its toll here, but the clock continues to race on now. Edgy working this upper angle here might actually be a huge chance for them to go ahead and open up here. Shadow isn't careful. Oh, here comes Baila and Quanti going to join Edgy on the outskirts. Okay.
Make a decision to kind of orb away, kind of allows Curve, Shadow, and Tyler to rotate towards the zone, and then Edgy and them can kind of pick and choose. Do they want to beeline it right behind them, go a little bit north, move towards the south, take a slower approach? So even though they're eating the zone for now, it's just kind of setting themselves up for options. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, setting themselves just outside of Night Shift's forest, and this is where the fishing comes into handy. This is kind of allowing a lot of comfortability for his teammates that might be in surge bases. Even if you take damage, he knows they have fish coming, shield fish, floppers, small fry, to kind of alleviate any damage that they'd be taking up until this point. And that's what helps a team like this, when they're in zone, get as much damage as they need for later on in the game when it comes to Storm Surge.
Talking about extra heals and whatnot, Boya as well. Just farming the area here, bringing what he can back to their base. A lot of opportunity now to farm tags here. He's got to get up quickly. Seems to be a full opponent base on the other side there.
And I believe Acorn's down there, like in that house. I think there's like a little pond in there. That's where he's fishing. And he's super safe. He doesn't even have to build, so nobody even knows he's down there fishing at that point in time. Booga, Aviv, and Threats staying over towards Seaport City. Talked about the north zone pool for the lobby, and this is going to grant them enough time to either sit on top of Seaport rotate early just outside of the edge and hold all of these teams back from the south, and that's how they can get their surge and then continue to do what they do best. Bugha, you guys know him, you guys love him. He loves to rotate toward that slow side of the zone where there's not very many players that can contest him in a fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, last game they were forced into a box fight when the surge kind of revealed itself and the zone ended here, or at least give it, you know, to them in the early game. So this time around, I do expect them to leave the drop relatively soon, but they have Sphinx sitting up top here watching them right now. So it's a bit of a standoff situation here. It seems like they're not comfortable with the lost ground, so they're just going to go ahead and void out to the side here and probably go for more of the longer range exchanges. But yeah, last game could have went really bad for them had they not picked up those eliminations a bit early. Rise, Japco, and Muzz have the Shattered Span being pushed out now as well, so time to abandon the drop and also find some activity here soon.
Should be a relatively easy rotation for them. Whether they orb their way in, use a combination of the launch pads. Because of the respect not only they have over towards Shattered Span, kind of not that many teams landing around them. You got to think Kanata, Bolton Rapid to the north, that Demon's Dojo. There's not too many teams that are currently going to be positioned on the east side of the map unless they made that proactive play to try to rotate to this side of the zone early. So that's going to allow a little bit more comfortability come out of Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, where they don't really have to worry about too many teams. Right now, they're just going to be focusing on their rotation, get their good spot, likely towards Demon's Dojo, where there's a lot of elevation.
See Cold Peterbot and Ritual update here. First time we've seen them not in the storm looking for fights right now, so a much different approach here as the zone has landed right on top of their drop spot right now. Last game they had options to go out to the coastal areas for fights. This time they decide, all right, we're going to stay kind of in the territory. And I like this dynamic play style, right? Keeping the opponents almost guessing where they are.
It's like a switch up. Throughout like the first 5 games yesterday, we were watching them kind of play a standard Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual game, but that 6th and final game of the day, they were very, very passive, choosing to build into surge towers and not necessarily take as many important fights. Taking that similar approach here, but the island spawning right above them. This is one of those teams, even though you do see 4 on the mini-map in close proximity, this is one for sure, you know, is at least going to try to make a play for that Shogun's Arena.
I was going to say, what are the odds they triple Oni up to DGen's team, though? Like, outside of the island just revealing itself, it seems like that is what they're trying to set themselves up to do right now. No details on other trios, though, at all near them, so chances are the odds are going to be very slim for who they're going to have to choose. There it is. The island pops in. DGen, Havoc, and Sandman first to get to the top here. Don't worry, though. Peterbot and crew should be on their way shortly. There you have it. Already here, already getting tags down.
Oh my.
DGen's caught the attraction or the attention of the boss as well. That's going to be a bit of a setback here, but up came Chimp and Victor V as well with Skittles there. So 3 trios jumping into the mix here.
They said, you know what, never mind. Y'all can have it. We'll just go over here, play a little bit closer to
What
zone.
happened?
Chimp, Victor V, and Skittles, they're not backing down.
Peterbot got hit by the
So
boss
kind
right
of
now, but
separated as of
the
now on that other side of the
forecaster, or
island.
not
They
the
don't even necessarily
forecaster,
have to
the
primarily
Fortnite
focus on
caster,
Peterbot,
he
Cold,
was
and
like,
Ritual. They have
Cold and
options, a little bit of
Peterbot will be
flexibility.
around any
Fight them
second,
while they're
and then the
and
second he
fighting to
says
show
that,
the
a
boss
kid
at the
gets
top,
beaten by
or you can look
Peterbot.
all around the map on the west and south side of the zone and try to get surge
No
from
one-
teams down below.
No one's died yet. The brain died.
First, whoever
no one
secures this
important now.
medallion is going to have a huge advantage. So last game, Peterbot's team had it as well. It was in his hands. Definitely comes into handy that, I mean, besides being able to go invisible, the unlimited sprint is just devious. It's so powerful.
Devious.
There it is. Peterbot snipes it up immediately. No time wasted. This is the spot that they want to be in. And look at this. Surprisingly, they're 550 damage above the threshold of where they need to be right now. Not exactly a perfect position, but a good one nonetheless for the first warning. Japco, Muzz, and Rise set up right outside of this positioning of Curly, Noxy, and Virgo, who have the high ground here. Plenty of options to choose from for fights here, also finding themselves above the surge. The feed starting to light up now as activity starts to take its course.
Oh, I thought I saw Rise go down as well. It's probably that fight. If you look at the mini map towards that water, that's probably what's breaking down. Virgo gets one on dash. Curly, Noxy, and Virgo, they just have all the time in the world, and that's the fight. You can kind of see it there in the distance. Some positioned high up on that mountain, others positioned low. But while they're fighting, playing for piece control, they're just sneaking shots in. And even though it's not a high damage number, it's that little bit of damage that really counts at the end of the day.
See if they can get more damage though, just so that they have nothing to worry about. This is what's really interesting, right? Like, we saw how the elite teams play when they have a huge surge advantage, and then you have a team like Curly, right, who are, you know, arguably just getting into things, really building up their reps right now. They could be playing for center zone, right, as opposed to kind of positioning themselves on these outskirts at this point in time. It's going to raise your chances of teams diving on you, so we'll see how it ends up playing out.
So, a couple players just scrapping outside of zone. That was Cease, that's Jack, that's Blake. They've just been kind of scrapping against some of these teams towards the outside. Muzz, Yapko, they get that revive back onto Rise. He went down momentarily to Oliver OG and Skater, who lost one of their teammates as well. So it's kind of that give and take, that sacrifice that you got to make. And while others are struggling on one side of the zone, you kind of see the strategy from Agers, Poyo, and Acorn continuously playing out game after game. They're not afraid of sitting in the zone for as long as they need to, because these games, Monster, they haven't typically been going to heal off. A lot of the resources get used throughout the course of the end game, so there's almost nothing left. So they realize that, hey, we can stay as long as we want, we can fish, we can loot the scraps, and then we can rotate late and get that perfect position while every other team is fighting just for the edge.
Talking about edge fights here, Boyo, Aegis, and Acorn are not safe just yet. They're going to be one of the few Void Oni masking in, which is going to put them right on that edge there. Fresh builds coming out should make them a target, but no. Everyone else is still trying to get situated here. This is the first we've seen the pump power kind of taking its toll here for an end game right now. So a very interesting end game. And oh, look at this. It's going up towards the Magic Mosses. All right. So we are getting some brand new end games in zone here today. Ager, Spoyo, Acorn though. 198 above and now starting to pursue through the builds.
200, like how is that even a real kill?
How they were playing the high ground there, just tagging players, finding their eliminations right now.
You can kind of see it before Storm Surge shut off, from 500 damage to 900 damage above the Storm Surge threshold, with only 2 eliminations, proving they have many different aspects of their game. As Peterbot peeks through, he's the only one that gets beamed in that moment. Virtual and Cold kind of thanking that opportunity, and you can see that the zone just a few meters away before they find their safety, so they're in no rush at this point in time to try to make it in. They're going to focus on interrupting this fight, especially if they saw in the feed Coopers was one of the guys that went down. They're just trying to cause chaos and commotion to what's going on over there. Now Badil's trying to separate himself, but he gets focused out. Sphinx is gone as well. Badil is the saving grace for this team. 2 victory royales yesterday, but a slow start today.
You can just see how much control they have right there. Very rarely would a team have all those edits, just open walls, like no care in the world, no one's shooting back at them. They just have this under control right now, and it really is starting to show. That refresh right there is going to go a long way as well here, as we're starting to get towards the time when Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual decide to go for high ground in Zone 7 is usually when they're cap material. So it's already setting up like they might just be looking to do that.
Oh my.
It's really dependent on where these next couple of zones pull. That's why they're playing so patient, not necessarily just trying to beeline it into the zone. They know the chances of a couple more teams making that late rotation is going to be real. But instead of a full team, it's just going to be Sandman that gets spotted out. Great damage there. Unfortunately, whether he orbed or not, they know that he's weak, almost in shambles as Vidil's running around trying to save the game. Only 85 above the damage threshold, but with a couple eliminations on other teams in the lobby, he moves up and spots a shot on the Creon. Quick elimination, and a much needed one as well, because now he's going to be able to drop down, get a couple of that siphon mats and resources that he can use to pull himself further in this game.
I was gonna say, it's not just one, it's two now as well. Vidil racking up the numbers here and capping himself off with material while the zone pulls his way. This is an opportunity unfolding for him right now to go ahead and potentially clutch up some serious points here and keep his team in the competition, keep it competitive for himself in the run to the top here. But I'm also thinking that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual couldn't have asked for a better zone right now. Jabco, Rise, and Muzda are going to be the first to take the stab for the high ground. And look, they're not in nearly as good of a position as some of the other teams we've just tuned into. But they're fighting for it. They need some more damage. They need material as well.
Sees Jack Blake trying to get in on the edge of zone. They spent a good portion of the game overall fighting on the outside of zone. Mason's going to go down. Booga's trying to peek. He sees an open wall into Rapid, but there's no angle there for him to land any successful shots. Agers, Pollo, Acorn, they're the ones that have some of the most high ground as of now. They're just on the edge of zone. If they pull, they could be the ones on top of the mountain.
They're below, though. They have to find these eliminations here. Look at this. They have to give them this prime positioning to fight for eliminations right now, getting into the box of Donnie and crew. I mean, this is what a team would wish for, not to get targeted by ARs, but hey, bring the box fight. You have better odds that way, one might argue, but it's not going to be enough, and instead they get rewarded for their troubles here. So the damage comes through for now, giving them a little bit of a opportunity to kind of ease up, but also the material counts building up is definitely welcomed. Zone bounces back to the north now, so decisions have to be made either way. Teams will have to rotate. Yamzo clicks in Batman Booga now. Getting active, though, in the low ground. No Elans as of just yet, but seems like they have a team on their wall.
Aaron Clicks clutching up big, third place in that last game, trying to have a repeat performance, but Vidil still by himself from above the threshold to below, 31, but shots like that is gonna make it where he can smoothly move, just 28 above, but it's not a feeling of confidence for him. He sees two teams fighting, is immediately with the Hollow Twister trying to pressure that side of the zone, get even more damage, but no successful shots, and that's why you see a little bit more box fights for Storm Surge this late in the game. Everybody's building in brick and metal, so it's not easy for those Hollow Twisters to break through.
Crazy, Vidil still standing, by the way, by himself right now, but hey, you give someone like Vidil all that material, and I mean, it's what you're asking him to do is get those points, make it to the end game here. But the real battle starts now as the zone is starting to slowly make its way. Cold touches down safely somehow there after being exposed to the likes of Adrian, Spoyo, and Acorn there. Their immediate competition closing the gap here. Big mat counts on their inventory as well. Iamzo clicks in Batman Boo, controlling the low ground right now pretty heavily as well. Look at all this tunnel that they have control of here.
It's typically the solo players, the ones that are low on resource materials, they hunker down below and instantly starts fishing. Any bit is better than nothing. That's Batman Booga while
We're looking
around.
We're looking good.
All the
I
way
think
to
everyone's
the
still alive.
And this is where they're going to try to late rotate.
Max not on high ground
and position
actually.
themselves above some of these teams.
And Clicks to use a little shotgun upgrade as well.
Max not on ulti.
Kanata bolts up here, sitting pretty strongly, looking down on the competition. Also, just enough material to pretty much run this end game out here. Oh, big elimination there onto Chin. Seems like Kanata trying to get some snipes there. Muzz, Japco, and Rise starting to rack some up as well. Cold racking up his eliminations too. This could be a huge refresh here and a set of points. There it is.
Triple refresh from Cold. Oh my.
1,700 damage. In the blink of an eye, their game changes.
Muzz not looking good. That's good for us though.
Getting pressure from all angles, getting to expend a lot
Kanata
of that
getting
material.
kills. I
They
like
see the
that.
wood. They know it's a
He's my
weakness.
second place
Clicks,
prediction.
Yamzo, Batman Booga try not to bite off more than they can chew. You talked about their space that they have.
Let's
on
get a
that low ground.
Peterbot
They don't
first
want to give it up
place.
for a singular elimination.
And then we'll get
a lot of material though
Kanata
now.
second place.
Clicks down to 4 builds, make that one, never mind. He tarped his way through, coning off the top halves, making sure things are safe here. And it's just gonna go back and forth, but they need a refresh here. You can have all this control, but if you can't convert, It's only a matter of time before things
Max
start to look
Nada
really
on
bad here. They
height.
start
Ooh.
turning their focus up
Wait,
towards
this is
Booga's
looking
team.
like a Max Nada second place.
Rapid Bolts and
Peter
Kanata, though,
Bucket.
it just seems like teams that get the high ground have not been contested at all for
Like,
it.
can we watch Peter?
Almost rewarded for
Ritual dead. I
early
cold
plays.
dead. No. Peter
no.
Bot gets a kill.
Peterbot again in a situation that we know all too well by himself as a solo.
Peter Bot by
Little to
himself.
no worries for me. He has that Wanderer's medallion, top 10
Max
already in this
Wood,
game, and he has
Max
so much
heals.
resources, materials to keep himself going.
He's taking
I'm
a
worried for
left-hand
Virgo on
peek.
the other
Not
side
sure
of the
about
wall.
this
He
one.
quickly
Nice.
escapes, goes
He
on
does
up.
have
That
the
gives an
coin.
opportunity for Peterbot to continue to move to the front side of the zone.
Listen, Vidil's still
Peter
standing
Bot
as
with the
well.
coin though is
Teams
fucking all
remaining,
you
him
need.
being one of them as a solo, clutching up the points. That is what we call a solo clutch right there. He really
Like,
is doing
Peter
it for
Bot
his
is the
team here.
solo clutcher.
9 now. Vidil finds the full elimination onto Batman Booga. Okay,
Boyo's still
so
alive,
everyone's
though.
cooking now. What can Peter Bot do here? He's got Virgo in his sights, and down
Peter
he
Bot
puts
gets
him.
one.
A big elimination there. He could use the mats. He's got to fight his way through a full
He's
trio,
getting
though.
siphoned.
It's
He is
Bucky's team
splashing.
on the other
He's
side of the
doing
wall.
good.
He's like, nope, don't want nothing to do with that. He's got to get to the front side. Clicks finally falls now, and look at this. Peter Bot still cooking, finding his way up.
Yeah,
Even though
there
he's
you
moving so
go.
quick, he's taking his time. He's being precise about every single one of his moves. Staggers himself
Top
just a little bit,
six.
knowing he has the splashes. Top 6 situation for him. He won that last game, and he's ready for a repeat performance. And again, he's smoothly moving to the front side of zone,
Boyo
taking
Agers.
control on the other side.
Nice.
Former teammates, and he's going for the fight. Big damage on Agers, forcing all 3 of those
Oh my
members
god,
back.
broke
Peter
all
Bot
their
looking like the
shields.
juggernaut
Oh
of
my
the
god,
lobby.
Peter Bot
Oh, and he
Guru.
finds a Beeb on the backside as well. More mats for him to go ahead and feast on to live this life up
Peter
right here
Bot
that he's got
Guru
before,
clutch.
but he's got to find a chance to pop these minis. Look
No,
at the smart
Acorn
decision
gets
making
Bucky,
to go ahead
though.
and slip back to the edge there, play the storm for a second, ride it out, and then ditch the box here. More mats for him. He's just cooking here. Top 3s before him if he can find another
Oh,
Elim, and of course he
no.
does. He puts one down, but couldn't convert there, and now it's a 3v3.
But he griefed
This should be
Poyo. Oh
Kanata's
my
game to
god,
win.
nice.
I don't know when Acorn Point Agers went down, with
Yes.
first and second place matching each other late in the game. They get contested late. Rapid goes down. Seek falls.
Kanata
That's the play he
kills
was trying to make.
fucking
2v1 situation.
2v1.
Osid is deep. He's far out of zone. Hopefully he has the heals, but it doesn't look like he
Last
does. He
player
tries to
on
make a
height.
play. Wanderer's medallion
He's got
in hand.
this.
It's its only chance. It's
They
only
got
hope,
this.
but they continue to fall back. They have that strength in
slow,
numbers,
man.
Monster, and they're ready to use it.
I love how Kanata's not even looking to take any risks. He's like, hey, look, Rapid, take this shield fish, heal up right now. We need every advantage we've got. And now let's turn our focus to high ground. There it is, tracking the zone perfectly, finding those weakened mats there, taking their time back and forth. It's just a matter of time here. There's no way Kanata's going to drop this opportunity. He should find it, but no. Rapid falls to the
No.
zone.
And he gets the
Kanata's now
kill.
ticking away here. He's lost sight.
No
Olsen's gone.
way.
And he will
I-
win the game.
Max
What just
Nada.
happened? How did they manage to fumble
Oh
that?
my.
From what we thought was a smart play, choosing to not take the fight turned out to be a disaster. That little bit of health differential in a 1v2, even with pressure down below, I gotta give Osid all the credit in the world, and I'll be
And
looking,
Peter Bot
Monster,
griefed
I'll be looking for a
Poyo and
replay of
Good
exactly
job,
how he
Peter.
pulled that off.
We're gonna have to run that one back. I was surely counting them out, but I shouldn't have. After Olsen takes down Peter Bot, he might have just had the clutch of his career unfold right there. Down goes Bolts, down goes Rapid, and then he had Fish to work with. There
Getting
it is.
close.
And that's how he wins the game in the end. A victory royale for Seek, J-Monster, and Olsen. Zeke, what do you have after seeing that one?
All right. Listen, this is giving me Donnie vibes, okay? Like, in what world should Osid get that victory royale? In what world should Osid solo clutch, take out Peterbot, get that medallion, and take that directly to a victory royale? This world, that's what world, what is going on?
That endgame was absolutely wild. I for sure thought that it was going to be Kanata's trio that absolutely controlled that endgame, and it kind of was. But honestly, we have to give credit to Peterbot. How is he able to do it time and time again? Get Elim after Elim, Vivid. Someone has to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, Peterbot always put on a little bit of a clinic there. A lot of our trios doing very, very well in that game. But Osid, I mean, how in the world is it possible to win that right there? I'm not gonna lie, like I was like, why isn't it? And you know, it was like a 2v1, and I kind of stopped looking. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, this is done. You know, let me just stop watching. And then I look back, and it's like, oh, Rapid's down. Okay, you know, 1v1. Oh, Osid's gonna win this. Like, I have no idea what just happened on the high ground. I mean, Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they seemed like they were in such control of that game. Allowed way too much time for Osid to kind of find, you know, regain on the higher ground right there, steal it from them. Osid with an incredible clutch.
The single fish, the coin, being able to just drop off radar, run into zone, and you're like, where is he? What does he have heals? Unbelievable stuff. So many things, little interactions here and there are changing the FNCS moment to moment. We will break that down so much more when we return after this short break, so don't go anywhere. There's a lot to talk about.
Hey, he's a guru. Guru. Ritual. He's a boo-boo. He's a boo-boo. He's a boo-boo. Cold. He's a guru. He's a guru. He's a guru. Guru. Peterbot. Guru. Peterbot. Guru. Ritual. Boo-boo. Ritual. Boo-boo. Can they come back? Can they come back? Viewing party. We'll post it in the. Post it in the. I'm posting it in the, yeah. Hey, yeah. Are you into me? Baby, I'm in the, yeah. Post it in the. Post it in the back. Post it in the. Post it in the back. Are you into me? Girl, I'm in the, yeah. Post it in the. Post it in the back. Hey. Slumpy beats. Slumpy here. He a G. Slumpy G. Slumpy beats. He cannot fuck with me. Hey. Alright, bring that beat back. They ain't even know I brought the street back. Got my burner, brought my heat back. Whole box. You get my free points. You're free milk. Hey, you're dusty. I'm made of silk. Hey. You wear kilts. Hey. Oh wait. Don't show the Discord. Falling so hard. I might distort. Fucking on a bit. I cannot hit a bit. But I might hit a lick. Pose it in the back. Pose it in the back. Yeah, I do this shit. Game 3 is getting close. Pose it in the back, do the most. Trying to play some Fort. Hold up. Wait. Trying to watch some Fort. Hold up. Wait. Four more games. Only 4 more games, and we know it posted in the back.
After just 2
commentate
games.
4 more games. Hold up. Wait. What?
I'm gonna pass out. In case you missed it, Osid, G Monster, Seek got themselves a victory royale in that last game against Kanata's trio, and for them, that means they are moving up 12 places. In terms of just prize money alone, this is unbelievable, and congratulations to the trio. But now, as we bring up the standings, friends, 660 points. I don't know what's happening.
Though.
That's more than 200 points ahead of 3rd place. Right now, clearly, Pollo, Peterbot, their trios are running away with this competition. Let's start to maybe break down some of what we saw in that last game. Kanata, Rapid, Bolts placing second there. You know, on paper, it looked so much like it was theirs, right? Like, that should have been their victory royale. Obviously, it didn't happen. I don't want to nitpick on too much. What I want to highlight is what they did right in this game. So, can you talk to me what happened? I mean, starting with that massive tower in, like, 9th, where they just were just ready for everyone else.
Yeah, they definitely positioned themselves real well. They saw that there was a little bit of a hill where the zone was pulling, and like you said, they were able to build that tower and kind of control the rest of the bottom of the lobby. They were really good on mats until they got kind of chopped from height there. That's when they started to have to drop down. Bolts there trying to enter an engagement, but unfortunately it was Osid that he actually went up against, and we saw how that went.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic high game from Kanata. As you can see, you can kind of see in the eliminations as well. Every single time that Kanata finds himself on the high ground, he's going to be one on the trio that's just hitting all of the shots right there. But it's kind of a strange one right there out of bullets, right? Usually you kind of send a person down to start engaging in some of those fights to look for the elimination points, because you're like, oh, listen, we're going to win the game anyway. But kind of like that win condition is always the heal off, and there was no heal off on Kanata or Rapid right there. So maybe a bit of a mistake out of that trio right there that kind of cost them the game. But yeah, Osid just hit every single pump shot that appeared on the screen at that end game and shut a lot of people down.
That's crazy. Right before we came back, Jacob PR whispered in my ear, Osid eliminated Peterbot and then absorbed his power, which almost made me break, Jacob.
No.
Almost had me. As we turn attention back to the standings, obviously right now still in first place, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot as well. I mean, we saw that moment out of Peterbot, right? A solo in 10th zone. And that's a tough spot to be in. And yet by the end, he still manages to find a total of 9 elims for the trio, right? Like, they are still putting up so many numbers, even in situations they should not be.
There was a moment where Agers, Pollo, and Acorn were all in a box together and faced off against Peterbot, and they all ran away. Peterbot gets like a one shot, and they all just turn around and go, nope. They know that skin. They know who it is. They did not even want to attempt to face him, and you can understand why after seeing that. Time and time again, he's able to go onto the Rift Island. He's able to get the medallion. He's able to be invisible and just kind of terrorize the bottom part of the map.
I mean, Peterbot just doing Peterbot things at the end there, but we got to go ahead and highlight, right? Cold and Ritual going down again. They're kind of in these layers where all the chaos happens in trios, and we talked about it the first week of FNCS. We're playing trios now, and some of these plays that can happen from some of these trios happen so fast, just like how Curly's team kind of just jumped right in on Cold and Ritual, immediately got those eliminations. There's so much chaos down there.
I mean, and even through all that chaos, right? One thing still rings true. Agers, Acorn, and Pollo on top right now. Third place, 7 elims in that last game. Guys, I don't know what it is, but this, they just can't be stopped, right? They can't be tripped up. They only had one game yesterday where they had a 13th with 1 elim. But ever since then, I mean, most of their games have been within that top 6. I mean, can we stop this freight train?
I mean, yeah, besides the 13th place game that they had yesterday and a 6th place game, which was their second worst performance, they have been in the top 4 every single time. And honestly, I mean, there's just so much to say about them, and we already have so many times. Agers and Pollo, just absolutely incredible fraggers. And Acorn has to be one of the smartest IGLs in the game. He just keeps on putting them into these advantageous positions. And even when he's by himself, he's able to frag out as well. And that's what I love about this trios competition. It's not about these specific roles, it's can you do everything, and this trio can.
Oh my gosh, 4 games to go. We're jumping right back on that battle bus because there is more action to be had. So casters, take it away.
Insane to think about. If you start zoning out and really looking at Agers, Acorn, and Pollo's performance, their average placement is incredible. Just almost near perfect Fortnite being played so far.
Yeah, they're just keeping up with the eliminations too. Because before this, I'm talking about how do you keep up with a team that's as aggressive as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Even if you're placing at the top of the leaderboard, the eliminations make the difference. And let me tell you, they woke up hungry and hungry for more. Good thing we got the next game ready, Monster. So let's get into the action.
I'm ready for it. Game number 9 is here. This will be a critical moment in the tournament run right now. So far, the conversation seems to be, will Agers, Acorn, and Pollo be the champs, or will Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot be the upset to their storyline so far? After that last game, I mean, it really shows you anything can happen in a world of Fortnite in an end game. I mean, I called it way too soon. So now I'm on edge right now.
Yeah, this is definitely going to get exciting, and it's going to get exciting real quick because typically we look at like who's going to make the mistake, who's going to go down early, because to start the day, we were talking about it, it's just one game, one mistake that kind of gives up the lead that you have. Now, both of these teams are playing at such a high pace and a high skill level right now, matching each other in terms of placements and eliminations. This can go down to a photo finish in game 12, and I think myself and all of Fortnite are here for it.
Well, what I can say is so far, game number 1 and game number 8 have been my favorites as far as the end games here at the FNCS Finals for the North American Central region. It's been absolutely incredible. But jumping back in, do you see Noah and Chaos mixing things up, trying to do a little surprise contest here on the western side of the Whiffy Wharf? Seems like things are not going in their favor at the moment. However, some trades, anything can still unfold here, but does seem like Noah W plays clutches in the end.
Yeah, the switch up proving to be worth it in the end. And there was a big switch up on that side of the map. We've seen a lot more presence from teams, especially a lot more third parties. So if they can continue to win these fights, they can go ahead and pick up a couple more placements, because even though first and second, a large margin, there's still thousands of dollars up for grabs.
Yeah, but look at this. Whiffy Wharf team, Nerface sees what just went down there. You got to think about it, right? They're all flying in. They're like, huh, that's weird. There's a couple extra parachutes over that way. And all of a sudden now they turn their focus in and they're moving pretty quickly.
Uh-oh.
Aaron's got the outside angle. He's just cutting them off right now. There it is. Decision to open up. Noah's hurt badly here, Jacob.
They're just surrounding all around him. And luckily for them, Noah's teammate just kind of disengaged. He's trying to get out. At least the solo's trying to survive. And Noah's job here, even if he goes down, is just buy as much time as possible, so that way he can create as much distance as possible. And so far, I think he's succeeding in that regard.
Yeah, no Oni mask in hand either, so should be okay. There's the finish for Aaron. They're going to be happy about the damage as well. But just like that, I mean, you got to give them credit for winning the early fight on the surprise contest, but you never see it come in when the other teams are paying just as much attention.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Curve, Shadow, and Tyler are just trying to hide, cutting off a loot path towards the bird. They left all the chests, the floor loot, everything. Hoping that Aoxy, Jojo fishing their
Oh, they're about to shit
This is
on
one of
these
those
kids.
situations
Oh
where it's like, I
my.
should have seen that coming, but it's something you don't expect either.
I love this. I love when we see teams really pull out the dirty strategies. Oh, the big shotgun shot, the piece up. I mean, what can you do?
No.
Hey, Aussie pulled that Typhoon Blade out. Try to get it on, but yeah.
His only hope, the shotgun could only hit one person. He's like, you know what? Let me at least make the effort.
Do something.
Try to Typhoon Blade. Ooh. Okay, so now they're just jumping on the team on the outskirts yet again. Rapid, Kanata bolts, Demons Dojo, and this is something that that team that lands there needs to start to really think about how they're going to get their loot and move out quick, because this is so isolated on this side of the map. Almost every single game, Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts have the option to do this, whether they get the eliminations or just put pressure to get their Storm Surge. It's their choice, especially if the zone isn't too far away from their actual POI.
It's the second time they've kept playing this outside as well, right? Just looking for that action here. Last time they did get into a bit of a skirmish, but all in all, time to double back. Let's jump in with Peterbot. What a performance last round for Peterbot, man. Really putting up the numbers. It's one thing to do it, you know, online from the comfort of your home and your usual setup, but we have seen him perform in person. We've seen it firsthand. This global championship that just passed, I mean, exceptional work from him and Boyo. So there's nothing they can't do, right? And then they're fighting for the medallion every game. If they're trying to really have that advantage over the lobby, clearly it goes a long way in the hands of someone like Peterbot.
And you're kind of like noticing where Peterbot from Flooded Frogs all the way to the west, relatively clear. There's not too many teams that land on this side. You go to the right, though, Creon, Tony, they already lost Zeus. There's 2 more trios fighting just on the outskirts. They're using that as a distraction to try to disengage. Hopefully they have the reboot card, because then this, in turn, would be a free reboot, getting their teammate Zeus back into the game. And it just goes to show how one team on that side of the map, you can throw Acorn, Agers, and Poyo on the other side, really dictate the pace.
Yeah. Our previous game winners now under pressure here from Skittles, Victor, and Chimp. Saw on the highlight reel, Osid's key elimination onto Peterbot, getting that medallion really set him up for success there. 13 behind Skittles? What just happened there? Oh, he must have shot his own ramp. I was like, what's going on?
Just trying to put pressure. Since they don't necessarily take that Magic Mosses fight right out of the gate, because that contested fight's just a little bit too risky. We saw both teams kind of win and lose that spawn fight off out of the gates yesterday, so I like this different approach. It's just all a matter of those teams around them rotate towards the south, give them the opportunity. Right now for G-Money, Osid and Seek, both teams looking to kind of stay around this location, just kind of looting up the scraps. You see at least half of their material missing as well. So they got to start thinking, where am I going to get the metal? Where am I going to get the rest of that brick?
It's on the feed there. Peterbot find DC Awesomer, who was rotating up the outskirts. So just falling right into Peterbot's hands. And we're highlighting how dynamic they've been for their team to go ahead and go back to playing the west side, right? It just continues to play into their favor right now. Every single game, a little bit different. Shout out to Visuals with the camera on right here. We love to see our competitors really participate and give us that behind the scenes look here. It's definitely a nice little treat, and this is what you need to do right here. Get your farm on, get these fish going, really build up the reserves.
And usually when they have the surge, they're definitely in the game. As we check a look at about how they got that elimination onto DC. DC, we know he was left by himself, and that's just the sad thing. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold rotated all the way towards Whiffy. But remember early on in the game, so that Whiffy team pushed south to go ahead and try to get that Noah Plays elimination. So inevitably, Peterbot going for the chase, they end up finding DC trying to backtrack and get those reboot cards. And that's where that first of 2 eliminations was able to get picked up. And as soon as they do, you see them rotating all the way back towards the east. It's almost like a copy and paste for the most part of their game plan early on.
That's right. Everything's starting to piece together. I want to see what is it about Acorn, Agers, and Cold's or Boyer's early game there that is allowing them to find success with the surge, because clearly we've seen of emphasis on how Peterbot really forces almost the engagements at times, right, in the kind of their early game.
Like who's opening up, who's the one kind of getting that first shield cracking shot. So right now, I know they at least got good damage onto Sails. Batman Booga did, because he was trying to void orb away, but as they all kind of reunite in that same structure over across, it's a little bit too risky for Click's Batman Booga and Yamzo, considering how consistent they've been playing so far today. Oof, they're going to just continue to follow each other. The zone moves over, so they haven't really had to move far from their POI. So just like one of the games that we've seen earlier on today, I want to see them do exactly what Yamzo is doing. You know players are going to rotate to your zone, set up, try to get that damage early, and maybe send one person down below to fish.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. What is this team doing right now to find their activity to remain so consistent? Boyo, Agers, and Acorn seemingly have found themselves just ahead of the rest right now, and Boyo's playing a huge Storm Surge tower here. They seemingly have just split up, just full control of almost the center area here. Foxy Floodgate's still in sight as well, so they've got full visuals here on any teams rotating out, even outside of the Night Shift Forest.
And you see how spread out they are. They're covering as much ground as possible. Let to know exactly where so many other teams are. It's Vidil, Cooper, Sphinx. They typically do stay in and around Mass Meadows for quite some time. That's how they're usually getting surge on the whole eastern side of the map. But that's Olaf, Maxi, Smiley that are slowly but surely moving in towards Max, and that's a team that we saw kind of struggling for Surge, fighting on the outskirts, a little bit more south from Max Meadows. Now they move north. They're still trying to take that same approach in order to get their Surge, but they got to be careful. It's against Feeks, Vidil, and Cooper. We saw how massive Vidil went in that last game.
Yeah, definitely. Literally staying alive, somehow finding the refresh, picking up 2 eliminations. I mean, he was doing it all. Really putting up the numbers for this trio here. Let me just take a look at this leaderboard. Where did that even put them after such a great performance from him? Just kept them in 3rd. Tied, by the way, 474. As Aviv, Bugha, and Threats rocket their way up as well with a near mirror performance. So, yeah, just all around, it was a critical game for them. Curve, Tyler, and Shadow, though, what just happened here? Picking up already their 3rd elimination in the game. Keep eyes on them there, as they're just being the disruptors of the lobby here. But Sphinx, Vidil, and Cooper have a long way to go before they get outside the zone, and there seems to be a lot of teams enjoying their time in the storm here.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those things when you look at a team just like this, they have about like 3,000 storm damage taken. So it's not necessarily the worst, but they're doing this so that they can rotate with a lot of these teams towards the outside, knowing they can't necessarily box up and play safe. And that's how they're accumulating their surge, especially on these northern pools. And it's kind of working out for the most part. They've only taken 17 storage hits throughout these 9 games so far.
Not bad at all. Zeus, Tony, and Creo, though. Eyes on Chimp, Skittles, and Victor V right here on the outside of the zone. Things seem to be coming back towards the Flooded Frogs right now.
Glad to see they were able to get Zeus back. Every member matters. At least it gives them a fighting chance. Even if it's kind of scraps that you got to search for. You can kind of worry about that later. Bugha getting a knock onto Curly in the feed. I gotta imagine, was that probably just south of Warriors, where they're able to probably get that elimination, but there's so much action going down around the map. I think teams are kind of learning on the fly. They're realizing their position on the leaderboard, and this is day 2 with almost half of the games already over. Timing is of the essence if you want to move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, just insane work. There's 5 teams in the pocket right here, and then 2 rotating on the outside. So just a messy situation going down right now, but this is what happens when teams rotate in a little late. And you know, just from studying, there's other trios that are definitely playing these zones.
Oh, there goes the fight. Shogun's Arena, Clicks, Batman, Bugha, Yamzo. They're already up above. They isolated
Peter
Batman
bot on
Bugha
the
for just a little
island.
bit. He tries to orb
I
away,
like
but
that.
he ends up getting glided upward. Good damage for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Unfortunately enough, they were unable to clean up that elimination. But you can see what that's done to their damage. 319 above the damage threshold. Which is surprising because I feel like every single game so far, from 1,200 to 500, now 300, less and less damage as they reach the top of the arena every single game so far.
The real question is, do we think they took down the boss yet? Clicks, Batman, Bugha, Yamzo. Clicks has saw a lot of success with that medallion too, right? So they're definitely here to fight for it. I don't think any of these trios want to give it away easily. Oh, the push onto Clicks, so he's got to be careful, but he had his Void Oni mask ready. Talk about preparation, but now that's it.
Peterbot 1 HP.
Tricks out the hat. Let's see it. Peterbot forced to use those very crucial shield fish here. He's only got 3 left now. He's probably going to be looking for a med kit here. There should be plenty, given that all the chest spawn here. Look at this. Yamzo playing a sneaky bush off to the side, too.
I have a feeling both of these teams know exactly who that is across from them on the map, because more times than not, Batman, Bugha, Clicks, Yamzo, they got Peterbot down to 25 HP. They didn't even throw an orb over there to act like they were going to go ahead and push, because they realized you still have Cold, you still have Ritual, and Peterbot is still alive. That would have been too risky of a play, so they're just going to take their damage, not get too greedy, and continue on with the rest of their game. They cannot throw it away all for one moment.
And think about how they download this information, right? Like, who is wild enough in a game 9 to Oni mask in on someone that's based up like that? Like, very few players, only the cream of the crop will be willing to even take that level of risk. So surely they probably have an idea of what's going on here. Akuma's and Rise right now. Once again, play these iconic tower bases here in the mid game. It's cool to watch how this plays out. This has been very repetitive for them as well.
Yeah, they usually like to hold out teams just
Oh
like
my
this.
gosh.
And it's fully breaking out now.
Oh.
Fight. We're really good.
Fight.
And
Clicks.
55 above the damage
55
threshold. Like I
above
said, every
Thor.
single game so far, it almost feels like there's surge
gotta
less and
watch
less.
this.
Those opportunities aren't
Clicks
there.
versus
And that goes the
Cole.
shift of the lobby. Teams aren't wanting to be their Storm Surge anymore. They've had enough. They're rotating away. They're not giving them that chance. But Cold, the awareness over 9,000 right now. Sees Nut, Liam, and Fred moving up. He gets a little bit more damage, trying to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge, but it's still
Oh my
not
God,
going to
he
be
just
enough
got hit
because
by the
91,
fucking
83, instantly falling down that slope.
No. Fred, Liam, get out of here. You're ruining the 3v3. We almost had a huge fight. I was so ready for it. The more likely this fight is to discontinue if Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold get the damage. And now with the boss being threatened here, they have to make this decision to actually try to secure this or possibly even give it up. Look, their material counts are halfway right now.
9 people on one
Liam
little
and Fred jump
island.
into the mix, into the boxes. Do they realize that there are 6 players here? I'm not sure just
Cold
yet,
needs
but
to get out right
surely
now.
they have to know now. Click seems to be super damaged on the other side of this entire exchange right now. What a fight that's breaking on here. Seems like things are just going to get more and more interesting as the boss starts to charge up. The destructive explosion, there it is.
There was 9 people on that tiny ass island, plus the fucking Shogun guy. Oh,
And Peterbot, they immediately disengage. You know what? You guys want the high ground, take it. We don't want it, but we're seeing why. Yes, exactly. 191 or 99 below the damage threshold. This is not a situation you want to out heal. You want to be proactive, get the damage, but they're hoping everybody below them makes mistakes and go down.
Well, the clock is ticking. They have plenty of heals. Into the box they go. Yamzo's waiting to catch a no. Clicks is there as well. You can just see the silhouettes. The shotguns are ready for war right now. Liam, Fred, Nut though failed the attempt to break in the first time. And Batman Booga's there with a huge shot. Wonderfully played there for them. That's going to give them the damage they need and the refresh to keep them in the game. And you know, you really have to think about it. Cold and his team were counting on potentially refreshing up off of Click's Batman Booga and Yamzo here. And now that's almost spoiled.
Cold's
so
coming back.
hopefully they use this distraction to secure the
Peterbot
boss.
coming
Look
back.
at what's going on though in the distance. The damage has been done. Ritual does have to pause down and heal for a second here, but Peterbot and Cold are jumping right back into the mix now. I think that they know that they need this elimination here.
Yeah, but Peterbot just gets tagged up. That's going to slow him down just a little bit from helping the rest of the team. You see shield missing from Ritual as well. All that fighting for just 48. Even though you're above Storm Surge on that threshold, it's not a feeling of confidence, but Liam by himself spotted out on the other side.
Peterbot gets his get
goes
back.
in for
I
the
like
elimination.
that.
But he was so weak, they're still barely 80 above the threshold.
And they're 20 in Storm. Oh my God, they're
Just
holding
a tag.
Clicks.
I mean, they know that they need to finish this fight here, and the commitment's already been through and through.
Ritual kill the boss.
I'm very concerned now for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. I wasn't so much before, but after fully jumping away now, they're losing the trades here for damage. They're not finding the damage in exchange.
Peterbot 1 HP.
Peterbot's so hurt here. Look at their HP counts. Barely safe as well. It's the boss that might be taking them out at this point.
I believe Storm Surge is active as well. They kind of fell below for a quick second before going right back up above. They took some damage. You can see how weak they actually are. If this isn't a sign of weakness, I don't know what to say, and I think they see it. Clicks, Batman Booga, Yamzo, they orb over, and they force Peterbot and Cold and Ritual off of the island.
In the end, it looks like the boss will be secured to Clicks, Batman Booga, and Yamzo. They will be almost the kings of the hill at this point in time. But hold your breath. Someone looks like they've come back, potentially here for a moment, giving them a little bit of pressure, but no, Cold's gone. He had to get out. And this could be Clicks, Batman Booga, and Yamzo's game now. And honestly, this could be the moment where Acorn and team break away for good.
Yeah, right now, they're only down 12 points. Clicks, Batman Booga in 5th, Aviv, Booga, and Threats in 4th place. And already with 2 eliminations, that's an 8-point swing. It's all depending on the other side, but Cold is down. He was late to rotate. You're seeing exactly what happens. Peterbot's trying to play defensive, hold multiple members back. That's Veer, that's Scare, that's Sinetto, and they're still, Monster's still barely above that threshold when it comes to Storm Surge. They're not only battling that trio, they're battling the damage as well.
Yeah, the thing is that they need eliminations and they need material badly. Eomzo, Batman, Booga coming down from the high ground. They've obviously kept tabs on what's happening down below. This is looking so bad right now. The save is going to go off, but at what cost right now? They do not have HP.
No,
I mean, at this point, they can only hope to be delivered something, but no, the Surge is now online, and they are just barely holding on.
Cold isn't going to get knocked from Storm Surge if it hits. Cold is going to straight get eliminated, just a sliver of HP, but Peterbot goes down. The battle between the Titans, Clicks, Batman, Fuga, and Eomzo score a few eliminations and take 2nd place off the map.
Peterbot dead.
What an elimination right there. What an entire trade-up event here in game number 9. The pressure is on more than ever for Peterbot fans to come together and see if their guy can pull through. What a trade of events right there.
And I can see them right now. Pollo, Acorn, Agers, they're lacing up their kicks right now because with 2nd place down, that was the only team that's really within reach. They're ready to run away with this. They just need to continue the blueprint, the consistent games. It doesn't even have to be high elimination heavy. It's just all about surviving, and they're doing just that. Immediately orb to the center of the zone. Twas it opened up. They knew not many teams were already there.
Yeah, this is crazy because now they already had 40 points. They're about to, you know, earn that gap back that Peterbot and team just had started to build for themselves after that last game 8 win. And this is also going to allow other teams to actually make a run for even the 2nd seeded spot now, because you can't fall in the end game like that. Not the way they did, not before the placement points really get to start reward the lobby here. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they'll see themselves once again back on the high ground here. Take 2 for the end game here. I'm sure that they're still eating themselves up after the last one, but here we have it.
Almost 200 points down of that 2nd place team. And this is the chance because they already have 5 eliminations. They can score a couple more with a big win. I think they'll give themselves a chance going into the last half of the day. Yapko's doing that, getting elimination on Deseos. Whole nother trio on the other side, and he's kind of picking and choosing wisely. He's on the front side of the zone, waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. Buzz, he's the one that's kind of peeking through the cone along with Rise, knowing exactly where they need to rotate. They know they have to go now.
Boyo's on the way as well. Acorn Agers get to the front side of zone now. They're just positioning up here. Still a ways to go, though. They're going to go for the material builds as opposed to using more Oni charges, but High Ground's got their eyes on him. Gotta turn up. Booga, Threats, and Aviv are tackling High Ground right now. Kanata comes down, though. He sees that things might be getting broken out, and yes, it actually all does get chopped here to fall. Booga and Aviv must be livid right now as they fall to the damage there. And now Bolts, Rapid, Kanata take advantage of this. They go for High Ground, but another team has got their eyes up there as well as potentially Clicks and Boyo's team as well. What is going down? This game 9 is crazy. Keep your eyes on everything happening here. Boyo, Acorn, and Agers could be looking to take things away right now. And if they do, it will be a 1 for the books here. Another elimination right now. Falls there.
Rapid
Take a look.
dead.
Rapid falls as well. And now we're inside the top 10. Agers, Acorn, Boyo need the refresh here, though.
Boyo dead.
But no! Boyo ends up falling, unfortunately, now. And it's Rise, Japko, and Muzz looking to make the climb back to the top. You just couldn't write this story yourself. It's all unfolding here and now. Japko, Muzz, and Rise looking to be one of the few teams to take another victory out here on the FNCS final stage. Agers, though, is still holding on. Every point that he earns right now is going to set himself further and further away from Peterbot's trio. Do keep in mind about that. Still, has to jump down, though, find some heals here. Potential to save his teammate. No, there's just no time to work with here. He will have to just play this one out by himself right now. And luckily, those knocks are giving him the scan for information here on the rest of the lobby. take a moment to pay attention, really allow this to kind of settle in here. Meanwhile, Clicks is still alive. That medallion in hand, 28 HP though. It's not looking good. Where's the Yamzo? Where's his teammate? They're both split up.
Adrian is still alive.
Clicks has a chance to go clutch. He has the medallion, a Peterbot-esque performance, and it comes down to this, but he gets knocked. Yamzo's now the last one surviving. Agers feeling that same pain, but he scoops up the medallion just in the nick of time.
This is crazy right now. Agers is still on the move. He's got the medallion now. He can't be tracked with the visual. Give him away. 12 HP now, back against the wall. A top 3 for Agers. Who would have thought it'd go this far? And in the end, he still gets the knock. It allows Muzz, Rise, and Japco to win another game.
They stayed on top. They made sure they didn't take part in any of that mess on the low ground, forcing solo after solo, duo after duo to clash down below so they can smooth sail across that finish line and take that first place in this game.
What a game number 9 that was. A roller coaster of emotions going through not only us here on the commentary booth, but also the community as Peterbot's team falls early. Acorn's team runs away with it. Agers finding the critical impact eliminations in the end to keep them up in top 3, and then Muzz, Rise, and Japco. My gosh, we love to see them win, and they do it in a spectacular fashion here for game number 9. I mean, Zeke, I need your expert analysis and the rest of the team here at this point.
I've got it. I'm gonna break it down. You ready? I passed out. Man, Muzz, Yapko, Rise. What's crazy about this trio, man, is it's just like every time it looks like someone else is gonna have height, they're just waiting. It's like they have that perfect timer. And this is actually something Kelly talked about last year, where it's like everyone fights for high ground, but it's like that 11th zone, which is when they took it, that's so like the perfect time, right, Kelly? Like that's the time to strike.
I mean, we've definitely seen success, even as close as yesterday, to teams going around Zone 8, Zone 9, building up this early height and being able to control it, especially when Zone does pull over their old builds. But you just can't do that, especially with TPs right now, especially with just how aggressive our top 8 teams are being. Everyone wants high ground. High ground wins games. We say it time and time again. And Muzz, Yapko, and Rise have just been playing so patiently. That really is the key to their success right now, is that they're not going for these high elimination games. In fact, out of the top 5, they have the lowest amount of eliminations out of anyone. But they don't need those eliminations if they're able to make these end games over and over again.
You know, this game was honestly crazy, right? Game number 9, because every single high ground situation throughout pretty much all of the games that happened so far, it's usually just a team kind of gets it, that first move zone, right? 9th, 10th zone, whatever, and then they kind of have it for the rest of the game. Maybe there's like one fight that kind of happens for it. But there was like, what, 5 teams kind of thrown in the mix for the high ground that game, right? Like all of a sudden the gears started to turn for a lot of these teams. They're like, no, I want high ground. And at the end of it, Muzz, Yapko, and Rise, they just kind of end up on top because, like Kelly mentioned, the most patient trio out of all of the ones that actually wanted it, that was them. And in the end, they come out on top.
Man, you love to see it. Now, of course, what do the standings look like? Not good. Wait after this break to see with your own eyes, because you're going to be just as shocked as I am. When we return, we'll break all of that down and so much more.
Oh my. This is not good.
welcome back. So, are you ready to see these standings? Are you ready to see what transpired this last game? Because I'm going to tell you right now, you're not. You're not ready to see what has happened in this last game. Agers, Acorn, and Pollo are now almost 100 points ahead of Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, all off the back of Agers' solo clutch. You know, guys, I don't know what it is about this season in particular, but it feels like just across the board, there's so many more solo clutches that have been happening. And it's not just like, oh, you know, like I made like top 25 or I made top 15. Like, no. He made 3rd place and walked away with 6 elims.
Yeah, if you look at all of the solo clutches, half of them are Agers. I actually looked back on my notes from yesterday and today, and Agers got a solo clutch in Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, Game 7, and Game 9 now. It is absolutely insane. I don't know what he had for breakfast today, but please let me know so that I can have some myself. He is absolutely carrying his team. And I say carrying, but he's also playing with Pollo and Acorn, who are playing out of their minds as well. But just when it comes down to these rough situations, Agers is able to come out and survive time and time again.
And honestly, you know, coming into the weekend, I expected Video, Cooper, and Sphinx to kind of be the team that was going to be finding eliminations throughout the moving zones, right? Keeping that momentum-based play style up that I kept kind of coining. But it seems like, you know, Acorn, Agers, and Pollo have almost taken on that identity. They keep playing in the middle of the, you know, the end game right there. They're just finding eliminations. They're box fighting so well together that they're getting very, very far into these games. And then, I mean, Agers just putting on incredible performances, just establishing a lead on the leaderboard for them right now. I don't know. It's close. We still got 3 more games left, but it might be all done and dusted. I don't know.
I don't know. All right, Fortnite's taught me a lot. All right, we got to wait to see what the last 3 games hold for us. But what happened, right? Why did this lead develop? Well, remind ourselves back in that fight over Rift Island, right? Peterbot's up there, he's chilling, and you're thinking, okay, here we go again. But what happens, right? Clixy Amzo, Batman Booga, they look to take this fight, and then what ends up happening, they get left in a shambles situation where Storm Surge is now their problem, and it is enough to just completely dismantle them. To think this all happened because Clixy Amzo and Batman Booga decided to take this fight to Rift Island. And then on top of that, Kelly, I mean, Fredbot, Liam, and Nut joining in on the action as well. It got out of control way too quick.
Oh, and we actually get to watch that right now. We can actually see that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, I believe they were there first, but Clix probably noticed how much success Peterbot was having with that medallion. So he says, I want it for myself. Cold's trio, with their aggression, they know that they could probably have this 3v3 and win, but it was actually Clix, Batman, Booga, and Niamzo that were kind of able to hold them off. And then, as you say it, Liam's trio jumps up as well. They are below Storm Surge. They need to go on the aggression. And so they think by kind of third-partying this fight happening, they might be able to get some tags that they need. Speaking of tags being needed, this might be the first time, Vivid, that we've seen Peterbot so close to Storm Surge.
Yeah, I mean, even dropping below it, right? They were taking some damage from it a little bit throughout that game. Definitely did not get the fights that they were looking for in the early game. But I mean, we have to shout out Clix, Batman, Booga, and Yamza, right? They were kind of in the same situation there. They were up on that island. They had the third party kind of come in. They were taking shots. The boss was flying around up there. They got 4th place, 8 eliminations that game, right? They still made it out and did very, very well that game, which honestly, I feel like has kind of been the story for that trio, you know, Clix, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo. It's like almost every single game that we tune into, there's like something that looks like it's going wrong, but it just doesn't matter. They still clutch up. They find a game plan. They recover in some way, shape, or form, and that's why they're towards the top of the leaderboard right now.
And to think, right, like in that moment where they fight for the island, Peterbot goes on the aggressive, right? He goes to try and port on Clix, and then immediately his whole trio claps back onto Peterbot, and now he's sent recoiling. Like, there is so much fight in all of these trios, right? And even if we're looking at, okay, like, yeah, Pollo, 732 points, like, we're not aiming for first, there's still a ton of prize money on the line, right? So even just a single change in placement means so much to all of these trios. And I think we have 3 more games. I don't even know. I may not make it, okay? All right? If I don't make it, just make a little statue of Frog for me and my favorite POI. You know the one. But that being said, though, we are getting dangerously close here. These trios, it is now or never. With 3 games left to go, we need to pull out on the stop. So we're gonna send it back over to our casters. Monster D Face, Jacob PR, take it away. Take me away, please.
Zeke, don't worry. I'll put you on the back. We will cross that finish line no matter what happens at the end of the day. But Monster, 3 games left. That puts a lot of pressure, not only on Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, but every team down below them that wants to have that fighting opportunity.
Yeah, it does. I was looking at the standings and just trying to see who today is performing the best. You got to give credit to Noxy, Virgo, and Curly, who have had a tremendous day 2 performance so far. If the multiplier, it only makes you wonder, if the multiplier was at play, we would have a much different standing. However, it's just down to consistency. So let's see it.
Well, shit, I gotta go
number
pee.
10.
Game started.
All it takes now is one mistake like that last game from Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, and we will have a race for second place. Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, they might need a few more hiccups in their game plan, but with 3 games left, Monster, I feel like anything, and I mean anything, can still happen.
Yeah, Agers, Acorn, and Boyo are playing comparatively the same as Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, because today they've earned 220 points, and Ritual's team has earned 216 points. So they're very much neck and neck as far as like how their games are going on average. However, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot obviously needed to make up for the deficit, the 90-point gap that separates them. And now it's just like a huge setback for them, right? It almost puts them back to game number 7, right? Where we kind of began the day here today. So these next 3 can go either way, but we can't see a mistake come out of them.
Yeah, you're already seeing drop spots switch up, Visual with Braids, and a Minish moving back on over to Foxy Floodgate. Before Major 1 even started, this was a potential contested fight we were going to see. Bucky, Ocus Crade say, you know what, I don't care. I've been contested almost all my life. Bring the fight to us. Visual Braids and a Minish, they take the slower approach. They went to Rainbow Field. They try to take advantage of a team that wasn't as experienced, but with everything on the line here, it looks like they're going back to what they know best, and with 2 eliminations, looking like they're going to hound on to Craze here for the 3rd and the wipe.
And you can tell they know the drop. Like the fact that he knew that you could throw a wall through the, you know, the sewer right there. Like, come on. It's the little things. They've been here. They know how to play it out. At this point, if you got to get the points, well, there you go. Take down another team. So well played for them, and really flexing their knowledge of the drop. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual doing what they do best. But last game really makes you wonder, why did they have such a low surge threshold, you know, overall damage come to mid game? Clearly, I was putting emphasis on them playing so dynamically, right? Switching up their rotations, but something clearly did not go in their favor last game, and they didn't get the activity they needed. Back to hopeful heights, though. What's going on here? Okay, so Noah's team is just the thorn in everyone's side right now, contesting, mixing things up, finding their drops, and this time they somehow take down Oliver OG pretty quickly. I guess the confidence is up.
Yeah, not as many third parties this time around. Last game, different POI, of course, but that third party almost came in immediately, even though they did win that off-spawn exchange. Wasn't able to kind of make nothing as DC was chased down as a solo. Now, this time around, I feel like they're catching a couple players off guard at their actual drop spots, proving to be fruitful for the early game. And it's kind of comparative, because you look at, obviously, first place, $180,000. But if you go down to 5th place, $28,000, $20,000, $20,000, all the way down, even $10,000 for 11th place. There's still a life-changing amount of money for everybody in this lobby.
Definitely big amounts of cash on the line right now, and that Blade of Champions, and your trip to the globals. I mean, there's so much to play for right here, and it is all going down here and now. I mean, we're late into the tournament series right now. If you're just tuning in, game 10 of 12, this is it. Couple rounds left here. Oh, take a look at this. Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo find themselves up against Liam and team. It's a team that's had a lot of notable early game fights. They actually were one of the trios to join in on the island fight just last round. So Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo could be finding some sweet revenge. Little do they know, but they're going to take a little bit of damage. It seems like they want to back out.
They just kind of take what they get. move forward. It's like the early right now, but you see where the zone is at. It has potential to pull towards the south, maybe even center up. They know it's not going to pull all the way towards the north like some of the other zones before, so they immediately continuously trying to rotate on down. And it almost makes me believe the lobby switching up here is really dictating some of our top teams, because last game when I was watching Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, they were rotating towards Whiffy. But in that game, one team landed Whiffy and already went south, so they weren't able to get their early surge. So it's not only up to you. A lot of these other teams adapting, changing things up, are really making sure to keep us on our toes.
That's exactly what it is. Back to the Shattered Span, though. Who would have thought Muzz, Rise, and Jab could be taking multiple victory royales this weekend? That's a huge surprise, I'd say, for myself here. But nonetheless, great to see. Now they're riding the heels of Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot. I mean, we've been getting all the credit to Peterbot's trio as a team that could tackle first. At this pace, Muzz, Jabco, and Rise could be one of the teams. But still, though, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo have been playing near flawlessly. The way they're dropped also maps out. I mean, we saw a glimpse of it. They split those triple towers. They got widespread of the center of the general area, and they haven't had the same issues for
No,
surge.
you gotta hit those.
Not
You
like
gotta hit
Peterbot,
those.
Cold, and Ritual, who have to do
You got no mats.
almost the riskiest of options. Go find a full fight, right? They're not playing no surge bases. They're not getting to zone early. They're taking fights in the storm.
Yeah, and I kind of feel for Nut, Liam, and Fredbot, and this is how they got that first elimination. Is just either Clicks, Yamto, Batman, Booga, or Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Those have been the two primary teams that not only been fighting, but rotating throughout the majority of this entire tournament. And that's saying something, because that's a lot of pressure that you're going to have to go up against with Brutal Boxcars. Contested most of this time. Even though it's not exactly the two teams, it's OSID, G-Money, and Seek that are down there rotating from Magic Monsters, just trying to get as much metal, just trying to get some Storm Surge. This is why the full fight is breaking down, but Tony up above trying to grab the tops. He's doing a good job now pressuring them from above while his teammates are pressuring down below.
Also, G-Monster Seek doing an excellent job playing defensively here, but Zeus takes a little bit of a shot right there, and they're forced to back on out. And this could be a bit of a major setback here for Seek, OSID, and G-Monster, whom I still stand to say have had the craziest clutch of the weekend so far. Definitely an exciting one from OSID's side.
Kind of scares me a little bit, because you know what two teams are north of them. And if they hear this, the potential for the third party is going to be there for Seek, OSID, and G-Money, choosing to take this fight instead of the contested one. They want to make sure they have enough loot to fight it off, and already it's seemingly working out. G-Money's going to get that first elimination onto Creon, giving them a 3v2 advantage. Nobody else in sight. A nice shot from Tony onto OSID, backing him down. G-Money's going to go down as well. Everything falling apart right before our very eyes. OSID scrambling, but he gets taken down as well. That's a lot of pressure on one person, but Tony loses his teammate as well. 1v1 from 3v3.
Seek goes for it again, and Tony gets shut down. And Seek with the 3-man piece up right there ends up winning it all and saves G-Monster in the nick of time right there. What an exchange of events. That's a huge, huge letdown, though, for Seek, G-Money, and OSID, who were nearing the top 10 overall cumulative points on the leaderboards there. Man, that's got to be tough.
Kind of see Agers, Pollo position in the top of their surge base. Kind of see on the side that little blue arrow kind of fishing in the river. That's going to be Acorn, making sure that all of this damage that they do take on top of the tower can easily be replenished by any sort of shield fish if they can grab them. Down below, you see a lot of other teams positioned high up, trying to do the same thing, but if they don't have that little bit of water, they're the ones that are going to be feeling most of the pain. Bolts, Rapid, Kanata finally rotating south from Demon's Dojo. They have a lot of time and space to take as much time as they need, but this time around, they're just trying to beat the zone on the other end.
Let's see how it's going to play out, though. Oni-Mass starting to come out, so they have their escape plan here. Have to be careful. Team behind the mountain, but Cold lurking. Looking for the opening shot here. Shot from behind, it doesn't even flinch. That's how dedicated he was to hopefully getting the ambush right there, but Is what it is.
Ambush.
To say, who is that? That was Oreo and his trio on top of the
That's
Boxcar's mountain. It's almost like revenge, because last game we saw Peterbot take down Oreo when he had elevation on top of the island. Just a little bit of revenge. They have all that space over the mountain. They can continue to spread out. They know exactly where this team below them is rotating. There's only one way into that tunnel and only one good way out. So they can kind of mirror them all across the top of that mountain.
Back with Curly, Noxy, and Virgo right now. Early game fight here up against Noah W Plays. So from one battle into the next, Hopeful Heights continues to bring trouble here for Noah W Plays' trio. If it wasn't Power Polis and Listen, it's Virgo, Noxy, and Curly who have had the best overall day today when it comes down to your average eliminations and placement points earned. They have been trending their way straight up the standings. And now that puts them right in the conversation here for entering into the top 10. Well, let's watch it though. Or I should say the top 5, as they're in 7th right now. Right behind Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx.
And you got to think right now, if this tournament were to end, they get about $20,000 for their placing. If they get inside of the top 5, $8,000 more. If they get inside of the top more, $15,000 more. And even more after that for every placing above. So even though it's going to be a long shot, almost have to play perfect in order to take that #1 spot. It's still hope. There's still a goal for them to meet. And everywhere across the map, Spooga threats Aviv, trying to replicate that success from yesterday. Kind of flying under the radar, holding their spot toward the top side of the leaderboard, and finishing strong in Game 6 with a huge victory royale, being able to build that confidence and momentum going into today, day 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really thinking about that top 2 though, right? Seats to the globals. This is the time to do it. Mason, Chance, and Donnie already in the fight here, so they join into the Hopeful Heights battle going down right now. This little skirmish here. Mason's gonna go in and secure himself the finish for Donnie. And then Virgo, Curly, Noxy thinking about re-engaging back in. They're like, wait a second, we just left this. What's going on here now? Another team's fighting already?
So many teams even changing up their drops. Mason, Donnie,
whoa.
they're going in along with Chance.
Okay.
Typhoon Blade's going crazy. They haven't really achieved any big damage, but this is a team. Last game, we saw them at the north side of the map with Noah, Chaos, and DC. Now they're at the south side of the map. They're just trying to do what they can to take advantage. Just like Noxy, Curly, and Virgo, they realize they're the third party. And this is their opportunity to just try to sneak up on any one of these teams, try to catch somebody out of position. But they need to be careful because there's another team to the south down below them slowly moving in.
To be fair, if you allow 3 professional players to get onto your wall, they deserve to pull out the Typhoon Blades. And all 3 swing at them. That was crazy. That could have ended so badly. I was actually hoping to see something happen there, but nonetheless, Chance, Mason, and Donnie continue to see another day. Now, though, surrounded by Noxy's trio here. They're looking in, continuing to kind of search for the action, search for the opportunity.
Doesn't even look like Noxy, Virgo, and Curly are on the same page right now, scattered around, potentially looking for Noah, even though he's not a solo overall in this game. He's a solo in the position of Hopeful Heights. His teammate far away from him on those turtles, just trying to stay alive. If you go down, I got you. And Noah's like, no. If you go down, I got you. It's kind of the hope for the situation that they're in.
Max,
and we got a new team on top of the island trying to claim that medallion. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolt. And we know the damage they can do in a lobby like this if they're able to possess that medallion.
Whew. Yeah, this is a big pickup right now for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts here. I mean, they're in 8th place right now. They had a 2nd place game just a couple rounds ago. So far today, almost finding their chances to kind of break away here. However, just coming up short. But they remain in the conversation. Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo back on over to them. As they've now exited their way from the storm line into kind of this Foxy floodgate area at the moment.
Storm Surge going to activate. Not too many worries from Batman Booga and his trio. 649 above the damage threshold. Still finding opportunities for more. And since they know they're at the edge of zone, the edge that's pulling down towards the south, they kind of give themselves options. Wait at the edge, find a lot of these teams that are slow to rotate in, or just quickly find their position. Very, very similar to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, not wasting any time on the edge this time around. They got the fight they were looking for in the early game, and they got the flexibility to rotate, and that's exactly what they did.
Now they're looking to hit some tags here onto Bugha, Aviv, and Threats, who have a pretty sizable base set up here at the Seaport City, but we've seen them maintain this position time and time again. The zones here, this is the way they played out. They build a huge base. The only time we've actually seen them abandon that is when they had to full collapse on a trio that was invading their area, which just so happened to be Chimp, Skittles, and Victor V. No easy pickup, but they ended up sweeping the floor with them really quickly.
Muzzrise and Yapko. This is exactly what Vivid kind of broke down yesterday to start the day. Their game plan, they land at Shattered Span. If the zone pulls to the east, they can easily rotate north. They can rotate south, kind of pick and choose. And this time around, they went towards the south and then kind of see at the edge of the zone, they don't have too far to rotate. And they're going to be one of those teams to kind of position themselves probably at the edge of that hill, right outside of Seaport City. Look towards the south and try to hold as many teams out as possible. They're 250 above the damage threshold, but you know that can change in the blink of an eye.
Saw a little hit marker there. I thought Muzz found that long range connectivity. Not just yet, though. Speaking about Chimp and team, though, seems like they're in a bit of a skirmish here against Power Polis and Listen already. So two new trios, relatively hungry, going head to head right now. Minis starting to be shared about here, so the damage is being done. Meanwhile, Acorn, Boya, and Agers looking a little worse for wear. This is about the worst we've seen them come in mid-game, but they have all the damage. They're just on the hunt right now for a little bit more. They could use the material counts. There it is, securing this elimination. The timing couldn't be better for Agers here now.
More damage means an easier time handling that Storm Surge. There's one team just outside of where the actual zone is right now, trying to look back. They heard all this noise going down. I don't think they've been given an opportunity of sight. You can kind of see they're very, very parallel to one another, but that Scare, Soneto, and Veer, and they have the option right now. Wait, take damage from Storm, try to hold them out, or simply try to rotate in, worry about the damage that they need later.
In order for Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot to have the space that they need to just jump up with a single game, it's going to take Agers, Acorn, and Boyo to play terribly and for that something go really wrong. If that doesn't happen, I mean, this is going to be a close race all the way to the top here. Sphinx, Video, and Cooper, though, standing strong so far. 499 points earned over the 2 days of competition. They've also been one of the few teams to secure those Victor Royales. Their strat so far has been relatively, I would say, consistent. We haven't seen them have too much troubles just yet.
From island to down below, they have a lot of different resources here at their disposal. They just need to figure out how they're going to rotate to zone, but on the other side, Muzz, Rise, Yapko, not only down below the threshold, Storm Surge is active every couple of seconds. That'll be 25 damage. And they're stuck kind of in Seaport City. There's not really too many players they can fight, and the only ones they can actually pounce on is Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual right down below. And I feel like that's going to be their only option as soon as they realize they're there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, think about who they get to choose from. Like, Bugha's team's already gone. Now it's up to Peterbot's team to fight this one off, and the Storm Surge is doing the damage. They're already gone. Muzz, Rise, and Japco might have been too late to the punch.
You can see there's a lot of empty inventory slots. They don't have a ton of heals. They're now going into the reserves. 156. Not only Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual rotating around, but the majority of the players on that side of the zone. They got to start getting desperate, but it works. Yapko finds that big elimination onto one. Not enough damage. Still looking for more. That's Skittles. That's Victor V right down below him as well, along with Chimp. And it's all or nothing right now for Muzz in a 2-tick zone without any heals. It comes down to this moment, and it's Storm Surge that takes him down. Yapko, even though he gets some damage, it's Storm itself that takes him down, leaving Rise to abandon the play and try to finish this one out as a solo, but no! Rise goes down as well. Storm
Yeah.
Surge taking down another one of our premier teams.
What a
Looks
situation
like
to
Poyo and them just got a
unfold
kill
here,
also.
Jacob. I mean, it just doesn't get worse than this for them. It was looking so good until it wasn't, and now the podium starts to open up and space is being made. Can Clips, Batman, Boogan, and Yamcha take advantage of this is the question at this point. I mean, it's all up to everyone else now.
Yeah, they started this game roughly like 13 points down from second place, which is Muzz, Yapko, and Rise. Placement points haven't even been given yet, and they find even more eliminations. That's their 8th one. Now, I feel like they've overtaken them on the leaderboard. Down 13 to start the game.
Cold
4 eliminations
dead.
at 16 points. Depending on how many Yapko, Muzz, and Rise were able to grab before they went down, but Cold has been dropped. Peterbot, Ritual. Now it's just Peterbot. I believe Ritual just went down, fully eliminated, and they're quickly on the offensive. That's Pikes, that's Aoxy, that's Jojo Fishy on the other side, and this could be a big confidence-boosting win for them.
Definitely love to see it right now. Peterbot
No, Ritual dead is
Cold here.
crazy.
Can they bounce back? Man, disaster happening everywhere right now. So unfortunate for everyone that's a fan of Peterbot. Was hoping for them to go ahead and take the lead, and just like that, Jacob, looks like everything is crumbling. But if you're Agers, if you're Acorn, if you're
Peterbot can do it.
You're so excited about how this is all playing out so far.
Now you can kind of see him right now, 75, a couple of good shots, 107. Storm Surge is going to be a worry for them as this game does continue.
Bolts.
Rapid's down. We saw him take a damage a few moments ago, but they full boxed up, the double revive. That's going to take no trouble to get them back up as a trio. And immediately see them going for work, hunting, trying to figure out who is nearby that they can try to take on.
I'm just watching, paying close attention to that damage threshold right now that's starting to lurk and creep up on everyone in our competition right here. 95 above, pressure looming, full trio in front of them. Can Peterbot and Cold do it once again here? Can they continue to find their opportunities to claw back into it? Of course they can. You can't count them out.
Full trio.
They're still extremely, extremely dangerous.
Smiley definitely put a smile on my face, I'll tell you that much. They didn't even see it for that moment, but Peterbot's reactions are just way too quick to let that one fly. You see the top of the mountain, Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamso, one of them, Curve, Tyler, Shadow, another team. Quick to rotate, trying to grab that positioning.
Agers,
They know there's
Poyo, and
more
them
of that mountain
alive.
to open up. Both teams have their eyes on that prize, but down below, Agers, Poyo, Acorn trying to go through unnoticed. And this is what they've been doing. They haven't been necessarily taking high ground early on. They're not putting themselves in a position to get contested on the congested side of the zone. It's just pure brain power coming out of Acorn.
Like what I'm watching right now from Agers, Poyo, and Acorn, though. Still moving, getting high ground, positioning themselves perfectly, and although they don't have the most damage, they've still managed to secure themselves a decent position here overall. Meanwhile, 32 below now, and there still is a fair amount of players that will have to fall here. Peterbot, Cold will have to get active. They're on the low ground as well. Focus starts to come in from the lobby. They know that they need to get out, and they got to get out quick. Peterbot goes first. More pressure coming in, though, as they get tracked through other teams. A little bit of mats here, though, he gets to play with.
Anything's better than nothing considering the situation that they're in.
Top 15, they're getting
Surge
points
still gonna
now.
activate at least one more time, but Poyo, Acorn, Agers, elimination was found throughout the past couple of seconds. That was Poyo and Agers who got credit for that one, tearing them apart. And you can see they desperately needed those resources. 14 material on Poyo. You know high ground might not be possible for them this game.
Definitely not right now. But look at this. Threats going in. Greeting for the loot. Saw the wall was open there and decides to double back now. Booga of Even Threats could use the pickup here. Diego skates out to the side. Might be Cease Blake and Jack will pick up the
Peterbot, Cold
Elam there.
alive.
Meanwhile, Cold and Peterbot still in the game here. Saw for a brief moment there, though. Eyeing up Agers on the other side of the wall. Sphinx, Fadil, and Cooper just to the right side here. Peterbot goes in onto Booga, but no. Uncharacteristically misses the shot that he needed to keep him up.
A nice cheeky little attempt for him. It's not every day you kind of see him just try to pounce and then kind of disengage back onto his teammates. Poyo, Acorn, Agers, 385, more than enough. And you see them looking up.
Top
eyeing with
13,
the
top
idea
12.
for taking high ground with only 6
Cold in the
builds. If they
middle,
want that to be a
Peterbot.
possibility, they got to get a refresh first, and running them down is going to be Peterbot's cold. It's a
No,
duo, and they're
Peterbot
forcing him
winning
down
P.
below.
Peterbot
Peterbot's
knocked.
taking so much damage right before he falls.
Left the
Now leaving
cold.
cold as a solo.
Cold dead.
And this is going off the mountain. I mean,
To
anything can happen.
Peterbot
Top
or to
10 now
Pollo.
for Peterbot and Cold. That's where they're going to get cemented in this lobby here. But Pollo, Acorn, and Agers are just running away with the points now. And the more that they earn here, this is where they really get to solidify their lead here, making it near impossible for the rest to catch up if they can't be stopped now. Acorn does fall here. There's a little crack in the armor, but Pollo follows up. He's trying to secure the points here. He gets one. Can he get the second? The Siphon starts to keep him in the game here.
Being targeted down below, Clicks, Batman, Booga, and
No,
Yamto, that's the
Pollo
team.
died.
And you got to remember, second place out, third place gone early on, and that's Clicks, Batman, Booga's
Agers,
chance to
another
rise up
solo
that
clutch.
leaderboard and take a shot at second place. Agers, first place, still alive, trying to hang on to what he can. 8 builds left, but with the Typhoon Blade, he's making it look easy, gliding his way to the front side of the zone, giving himself a fighting chance to get into the top 5 and even more after that, but he runs into trouble. Badil on the other side, we know the solo masterclass that he has. He takes down Blake, but he gets taken down. That Sphinx. Agers gets the elimination, the Siphon, and the little bit of materials that he needs most.
But Jojo gets him right afterwards, and Aoxy and Jojo get exactly what they need. A little bit of time to work with some mats as well. Fidel and Cooper are the only ones alive. Aoxy caught out of position, though, and this is a new opportunity, a new
Ritual
chance
didn't even
for someone
make
to
an end
potentially win this
game.
game here.
4th place was still alive. 6th place still alive. This is a game that is definitely going to send Crakes down that leaderboard, and they target upward. Cooper's going to go down. One of the few trios left in the game because Rapid gets taken down. Curve is on high ground. He's trying to survive unnoticed as what I think is a solo because everybody is scared of this trio down below. Bolt's just trying to survive. Everybody's just trying to move back. They know that it's just dangerous to drop down low.
This is great for Clixie, Yamzo, Batman, Booga, the only strong team alive, the full team up as well. Curve is just here, Vadil's gonna fall, and now the math is starting to make sense for Iamzo, Clicks, and Batman, Booga. And remember, with every drop, with every elim they get that scan to go off too, so they have the information. I think they recognize what's happening. They're gonna hear the battle taking place up top, and this should be theirs. Curve gets chopped out. It's a 3-man fire show here. Iamzo, Clicks, and Batman Booga are getting to work, and they're looking to add their way up to a potential top 3 now.
Big
Bolts.
game. They just got to go through
They
Bolts.
get the
He does
second
have that
as a
medallion.
solo.
Does have the potential to make a play. He is an FNCS champion, and down he goes. He's trying to go on the offensive. Out of builds is going to be Clicks, but 3v1. The numbers speak for themselves.
Clicks
A
gets it
big
down.
win for Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo, and they set their eyes at the top of the leaderboard.
Very nicely done. You couldn't count them out. Give them their
I'm gonna go
flowers.
walk
They
my
get
dog.
a dub again here on the big stage, and that's the best
go
they've
back?
done so far. From 5th place now, they will surely be up in a top 3 conversation here, given that all that close competition is starting to come falling down. That was a game for the books for them, and you know what? A pivotal moment here in the tournament standings. I think we have a fight for who's going to be going to Global Championship here, and I can't wait to see how it's going to go down. Take a look, though, from the other side. It was just easy street at this point.
Yeah, both did what he could. Orbs tried to drop his way down, but 3v1, too much to overcome. And that is match number 10 done and dusted. Monster, there's only 2 games left and 3 people I trust to break down the action. Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid, take it away.
Clicks fans, rise up once again. A victory royale for your boy. Clicks, Iamzo, Batman, Booga for the first trio to zone in 8th. We saw them use those masks to teleport ahead of time. They saw the moment we get that circle, we're going for it. And look at this. We get a victory royale out of this game. You know, Clicks is going crazy. You know, Iamzo is stoic. You know, Batman Booga is lighting up right now. I mean, man, to do this in game 10 with 2 more games to go, there's so much momentum behind him right now.
I really feel like that momentum started on the island in game number 9, where they were able to hold off Peterbot's trio and kind of bully them off of Rift Island. And to see them now finally get their victory royale after getting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, this is what we have been waiting for. I can only imagine how Clix's channel is popping off right now. You'll love to see it, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff, right? But what a weird game, because I feel like all of the 9 games before this, we've seen trios alive, right? All of the big name trios. There's been a solo clutch here and there. But that game right there, it was like there were no fully kitted, fully healthy trios kind of alive in that end game. Of course, except for Flix, Batman, Booga, and Diamzo right there, surviving on the low ground, finding the eliminations, just staying up as a trio. That's what won the game for them. Congratulations.
Question is, though, Viv, is it enough?
I know.
Are we closing that gap to second place? I'll tell you the answer after this short break. Don't you go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back to the FNCS. That's it for the FNCS. See you guys in Major 2. All right, bye. Okay, so we obviously had an unbelievable game, right? Iamzo, Clicks, Batman Booga. They give themselves a victory royale in game number 10. Going into this game, there was a very clear, defined lead. And with that game, suddenly, this trio are now looking to contend with Peterbot. We are only 30 points behind Peterbot. Kelly, are you seeing the beauty of my script? I write it so that Clicks beats Peterbot. Are you seeing the beauty of my script?
You know, I complimented you yesterday on it, but today this really is your magnum opus, a beautiful cinema if there ever was one. And it's still not over yet, right? We're jumping the gun a little bit here. There is still 2 more games to go, but I mean, Vivid, for me, the story is, it's a little bit of a 2-parter where it's not just what is Clicks, Batman Booga, and Iamzo doing right, but also where is Ritual Cold and Peterbot falling short?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're kind of talking about this, right? Like the lead between first and second place. I mean, Ager's, Acorn, and Poyo, they just look untouchable. I mean, nothing is faulting them. They were low on mats that game. They did not go down at all. I think it was like 7th or 6th, and we're just like, Yeah, he's got like 60 builds. Like this rotate looks nearly impossible. And then like a zone later, you tune back with them and it's like, yeah, they're still the same mats and they're just fishing. Like everything's completely fine. All three of them were just fishing. I don't know what it is. This trio just has everything kind of figured out. Doesn't matter what position they're in. They're just going to go for it. They've got some plan. Honestly, it's just got to be the Elims, right? They're just so cohesive as a trio. Obviously, Aegis just somehow continues to find himself alive as a solo and continue to put up some points. They look untouchable. With only 2 games left, yet a 130-point lead. There would have to be something dramatic to happen for this trio to fall out of first place.
I mean, honestly, Vivid, I think what you talked about at the start of the show really hit the nail on the head right here. How they're able to kind of just, you know, have so much control over on the west side of the map. Being able to farm up while Agers and Poyo are able to get these tags just allows them such an ease into the middle and late game. And although we haven't seen a win from this trio, it doesn't really matter, especially when they're able to make it to the end game time and time again and get those eliminations as well. I mean, but Zeke, this isn't just a story of who's getting first, although obviously that is where the prestige is. This is who is going to the global championships.
I mean, look, we're fighting for it, right? I mean, to have this come down to this, 2 games left to go, and now Clix jumps up. But I also want to turn attention there to 4th place, right? Rapid, Kanata, Bolts, they jump up 4 placements. Now, they are still, what is that, like 61 points behind 3rd place. But anything can still happen, right? We could still see that gap be closed within a single game, right? And to see like Kanata and his trio just firing on all cylinders, like how many times in these like now 10 games have we been like, oh, time to cut to the wide shot, let's see where everyone's located. You just look up, you're like, yep, there they are on height once again. Like, I'm happy to see them performing so well right now, and to know they're only 61 points behind. They could look to make a strike.
100%. And honestly, to see them go from 7th after day 1 to now in 4th place, just 30 points away, or I'm sorry, just a handful of points away from our 1st and 2nd place. I love to see it. Bolts here doing a good job, as you could in a 1v3. Obviously, there's only so much you can do in that situation, but I mean, like you said, they're constantly in the high ground there. I think maybe they need to just wait a little bit longer, be a little bit more patient, like what we've seen from Muzz's trio. But still, they're clearly climbing up the leaderboard right now, and that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing well. And speaking about the leaderboard, I think the one thing that we're going to have to focus on, Zeke, of course, game number 11. It's going to be Peterbot, Golden Ritual versus Clix, Batman, Booga, and Niamzo, right? There's going to be a lot of pressure being put on the Peterbot's trio. Those last 2 couple of games, those early fights were not being found. The Storm Surge, for the first time, probably all of this season, they were below Storm Surge. Right now, Clix, Batman, Booga, and Niamzo, it looks like they have a serious, real chance to go ahead and take that 2nd place spot.
And I love that Kelly called this out, right? This started in game 9. This started when Clix took the fight to Peterbot on that island.
Yeah.
And it proved gods can bleed. What does that mean for these last 2 games? Will Clix do it again? If he can look to push Peterbot off, he could qualify to the global championships. That is crazy with 2 games left to go. My stress levels are through the roof. With that being said, though, it's okay. You're fine.
I've seen Peterbot win this shit.
Face, Jacob PR, they'll talk us through the action. I'll be right back. Have fun. Good luck. Good luck.
Zeke always with the fadeaway as well. Game number 11's here. I mean, I'm looking
Game
forward to it,
11.
Jacob. And
this game is where it matters.
Engagement can change the entire course for a trio, and it all went downhill on that island.
Yeah, it went downhill fast, and that's bleeding into some of these other games. Zeke saying he can't take it. My heart can't handle this either, but there's only 2 more games left. This is where it comes down to playing as perfect as possible, and a lot of that comes with this next opportunity because the battle bus is ready, Monster. Let's get into it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Peterbot changes his landing spot.
Major 1
He
finals,
needs
game
this
11
shit.
is here, and we get to take to the storm, or to the world, I should say, first. Once again, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be cutting up the upper half, so teams like Peterbot, of course, will be able to touch down first at the Flooded Frogs. We'll see DC, Noah, and their team kind of mix it up once again here. All of these conversations will start to play out here shortly as we jump in, but we do have to ask that question. What will Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot do? How are they going to adjust their gameplay? What can they adjust in order to kind of complete the strategy and get back on the right side of the damage in the early game?
match, just kind of be a little bit more proactive and not necessarily, I feel like, have a one-sided game plan. A lot of their early game surge comes down to those box-to-box fights, and right now they're either not necessarily getting as much damage as they want, even if they pick up the eliminations, or they're not getting those exchanges at all due to so many other teams switching up their drop spots altogether. But Pollo, Agers, Acorn, business as usual. The clear split, but the new fight that we saw the end of the last game, and we see the end again. Visuals, Braids, and Diminish have come out in the second half of the day looking for revenge.
You can see on Visual's face that smug smile creeping through as he dances at the Foxy, just knowing like, yup, we did that twice in a row. It's our drop now.
Got to be feeling good. It almost makes you wonder, like, if he would have stuck to his original game plan, landing over here. It's a good spot. Foxy Floodgates, a lot of material resources and positioning center of the map as we move on over to Hopeful Heights. Something that we've seen for at least maybe 10 of these games so far. Because I know some of these people switched up their drop. The Skater with a flank onto Chaos. He's trying to get out, but Dash is there on the other side as well, and he gets taken down. Great move by Chaos Gaming, causing that amount of chaos in such a tight situation and able to come out with a knock.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the story of this trio right here, right? They've kind of mixed things up. They recognize, like, hey, if we could beat a team at a different drop, we could beat the team at our drop. Let's just play a little bit faster, and that's kind of what Noah's team has seemed to do, and it has been working out well so far. Oliver OG, though, has his work cut out for him. I was going to say, I'm not sure if he has enough to go ahead and finish his fight. Unfortunately for him, he's going to fall here, but great job for Chaos Gaming. Noah plays in DC. They come out on top once again here at the Hopeful Heights. What they did last time was they immediately rotated, though, right? They didn't allow the third-party teams to come in, so I wonder if they're going to keep to that strat.
Only time will tell. But Mason, Chance, and Donnie switching up their drop spots yet again. 3 straight games this time around. Going towards the south portion of the map, over towards the Bird, contesting Aoxy Pikes and Jojo Fishy. Neither team really getting an elimination. That's going to force out, kind of disengage. Kind of return back to looting, grabbing your resources, materials, but there's so many early game scuffles going down. They realize with only 2 games left, there's only so much time, only so many points on the map to really make up any bit of deficit. Aaron's down, Joji's following, Drewbot, Clixie, and Prez are making good work early on.
This is good for them. I would say bad for others in the area that have been depending on kind of rotating in and finding these battles ongoing, or those weekend players in the field like Peterbot and team have been doing when they've gone to the west side. So we'll see how these little things start to affect the overall scheme of things. For Yamzo, Batman, Booga, and Clicks, though, the Lost Lake, it's already yielded them a pretty decent loadout, but they have to get to the action here as well.
Yeah, you see them all the way going towards the western side of the map. A lot of those teams whiffy and so on, but Noah, he's already the first one taken down. That was Nut and his team that was able to get that elimination, and right now they finish the fight, taking down Chaos Gaming as well. I see a lone solo at the top side of the map, but his teammate comes to fruition. I gotta imagine that maybe Noxy, Virgo, but no, it's Kicks, Swappy. I believe they might be first-time finalists as well.
Let's say different team just on the move right now. Only mass rotates coming out, though, for Coldridge on Peterbot here as they're looking to circle up on a brand new team now. That team seems like they saw him first, though. They're already on the run. Oh, it's actually Batman, Booga, Clicks, and Yamzo kind of engaged for a bit there.
It's funny because remember when we were watching group stages and Clicks, Yamzo, Batman, Booga, they were in a group without Peterbot, Pollo, or Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, and how they were getting their surge is very, very similar to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual getting their surge. They move towards the western side of the map, and they usually fight a team box to box, depending on where the zone pulls, and that's why you see them more times than not parallel with each other. They've already fought a few times throughout the course of the tournament, and now they're getting confident. Having beat them already once in a 3v3 fight, now they realize, hey, maybe this is a team. We can just follow around, get some surge on, and weaken their game plan. That way we can overtake them on the leaderboard.
Definitely playing with fire right now, though, as they've continued to kind of prowl, if you will, on their heels here. Another team looking on in, though. Peterbot makes to the mountain here. They'll probably be building a little storm tower here shortly. We'll see it. Cooper, Sphinx, and Vidil on the other side. Completely different narrative taking place here. Lots of teams engaging here on the southern portion of the zone right now. They seem like they've had their fair share of the action, though, so off they go.
Seems like it's not going to be too drastic of a zone that we've seen throughout the tournament so far. North of Max Meadows, looking like it's going a little bit east from Twinkle Terrace. So a lot of familiarity. So for Cooper, Vidil, Sphinx, they just got to dig into their playbook, figure out what play to run on this one. Because right now, where they typically get surge around Max Meadows, all those teams are already rotating towards the north. From Demon's Dojo, though, Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, quick to rotate to the Brutal Boxcars Mountain. This is one of those mountains to where you can kind of spread up, 2 people on 1 tower, 1 person across the map, cover more ground, because then you get the whole western side of the map and you get the whole eastern side of the map as possibilities for Storm Surge.
Yeah, definitely. All this canvas to work with here clearly has been working very well for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts right now. What fight is this? Liam and team continuing to remain active in the early game. Oh, this time against Curly, Noxie, and Virgo. One of our more consistent day 2 teams so far. Have their work cut out for them right now. There's another team lurking nearby, just on the outside as well.
That was Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, all the way from Shattered Span. You see them moving deeper and deeper into the zone. And that was their weak link in their armor in that last game. Unfortunate enough, they were down on Surge. The only team nearby was Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, who immediately disengaged. So they had to kind of disperse into 3 different directions, and they all fell because of it. It's Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, back to what they do best, trying to fight for Surge. They end up so far on the west side, just left the Night Ships Forest. That's where Aoxy, Jojo Fishy, and Pikes usually end up. And right now, it looks like the full trio's there, ready to take on the likes of Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Let's not forget what we last saw as well, is Acorn's team positions just to the east here as well, normally in those 3 widespread towers. So this is definitely on the riskier side for engagements after they rotate out here. Will be super important on what they decide to do, but for the sake of taking down this team, I mean, surely they have the advantage right now. They definitely have the health lead as well. Doing what they do best, already playing different angles. Have the bit of the high ground here too, trying to bait the edit.
I like them taking a little bit more of a slower approach. Just trying to take for piece control like we were saying. A lot of their fights have ended just 1 shot really making the difference. Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, some taking too much damage. Possibly going down, kind of forced to disengage. And now they realize with only 2 games left, they can no longer make those sorts of mistakes. They have to be as close to perfect as possible, even while spread around like this. Peterbot goes down. The mistake has been made. Cole getting pounced on. He's getting forced down below. Him and Ritual need to figure out a way to survive because their 2nd place is on the line.
Could it just be tilt? What can it be that's kind of holding them back right now? I mean, we've seen so much near perfect play from Peterbot specifically with his clutches, with how far he's taken this team, but just seems like things are not looking too great for them right now. So they're gonna have to be forced to retreat now, back to the safe zone, back to their drop most likely, to go ahead and play for the pickup. We've seen this before. And this is just a setback, right? If nothing else.
And this is how he was able to get it. Just kind of pushes in. Peterbot just a little distracted on Aoxy's teammate. So he makes that smart play to go in on the side, catch him off guard, get the elimination, force the whole team back. It may not be the worst thing in the world considering where they're rotating to. The zone is pulling in that direction as Yapko gets the elimination onto Smiley. Maxi follows. Their teammates just kind of left up alive, but he's just nowhere in sight. He's got to do what he got to do to stay alive. He can come back to this spot on the map, grab the reboot cards later, give them a chance. But their chance is really highly dependent on where the zone continues to pull.
This is it. Talking game number 11 of the 12. Last chances now for teams to make it or break it. Boyo, Adriz, and Acorn found themselves in a not what we expected them to. Actually, I thought they'd be on that west side, maybe a little bit more north, but instead they're kind of sweeping around into the activity right now towards the south here. That's a sign of no surge most likely, so they're looking to see if they can get active as well here. Peterbot's already been picked up.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry. They're doing what we know they're gonna do. They're gonna try to rotate north back towards
Peter
Flooded Frogs.
bot
They know
back
all
alive. What'd you
that
say?
loot is still left on the ground.
Like I just ripped
Try to
West
pick it
Side
back
so
up
hard. You hear that?
Yeah, West
before they
Side. I
rotate
heard
towards the
that
zone.
shit.
And if
I'd
they continue to
expect them
rotate
be
towards
more
the
on
north
west
and make their
side.
way in that side, in theory, there
Oh
would
my
be
god. But we
less
got
teams
Peter
than if
bot
they
back in the
rotate towards
game.
the south, try to get them good position. But on the other side, from looking
Boyo
good,
get
looking
the
clean,
kill,
to now
though.
in a scuffle. Boyo, Agers, Acorn, they find that first elimination onto Swappy. Kicks and Kuza are the only two possible left on that trio. And it looks like they're not necessarily running away just yet.
Literally just called it. They needed to come down here for a fight. They definitely found one, and look at that. They have fully scared off the duo, what was left of them at least. They backed off.
They haven't been hit by Surge
Kicks
any
and Crow
game.
don't want anything to do with Boyo, Acorn, and Agers. They saw the feed. They saw it, took him down. They end up dipping out.
They're taking
Now the
damage
real
by
question
Storm.
is, Jacob, was it enough damage?
That's kind of where I was going with that, is that stat. They have not taken a single tick of Surge throughout 10 games so far. And there's been moments where we have seen them barely above that damage threshold. So I think, Mosh, you called that play literally minutes before it happened, on the hunt for Storm Surge. You got to give Acorn all the credit in the world for making that adjustment to go south instead of east, find the eliminations, and this is why they're so far in first place.
Oh.
Take a look at how that plays out for Yamzo.
Acorn dead. No.
But as we jump in, Acorn somehow
They're on his wall.
seemingly collapsed upon now by
Oh my
Curve.
gosh. Wait.
Tyler's here as well. Something must have gone wrong when they were rotating across here out of the zone.
Are they gonna get griefed?
All of a sudden now forced to splash, but they've got plenty of gas in the tank here to go and go the distance right now. Surely Tyler's team has to recognize that, and the fact that they didn't. the cards have turned quickly here. And think about this, Jacob. The points are just racking up now for Adris, Boyo, and Acorn's lead.
Oh
It's just
my.
massive right now. The way Poyo is playing is absolutely insane. It doesn't even look like he can be stopped at
Peter
this stage
bot
in the
fighting
game.
again.
Is immediately going in, getting that elimination, backing up his teammate, but on the other side of the map, the top two
Nice
teams
shot.
just going elimination for elimination. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual have a deficit to overcome, but with shots like that, you see them landing, helping their surge game. But that team, they're not going
Peterbot
down.
with
They're
the
going to be able
kill.
to disengage. That's Chance, Donnie, and Mason. And they immediately put the work back onto him, landing some shots just south of Flooded
Peterbot
Frogs.
needs
This
to
is
do
where it is going
work
to start
this
to get
game.
congested on this eastern side.
130-point difference.
Here they go. Cold Ritual, Peterbot back in the mix right now. Already looking a little bit better here. Ooh, nice little find there onto Sinetto in the highlights. Okay, give them the points that they need. And a little bit of much needed damage. But their focus, they can never stop looking back in the zone. They find another trio in here. It seems like they want to take this battle.
Peterbot's already up, fighting it by himself. Essentially in a 1v3 situation, waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. He gets dropped down to 76 HP, shield gone just like that. With a moment to breathe, Mini's gonna come out. Possibly the water sprite as well, depending on what other resources the teammates have. That's Nerface. That's Aaron and Joji right above. And this isn't a team you want to rotate parallel next, especially with how their games have been going down on Surge. As they continue to put the pressure down on Aaron, him trying to reunite with Nerface, Joji as well. This is where it's going to begin to start getting scary for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Cold Ritual and Peterbot playing with desperation, I feel like. Really looking to pick up the points here, pick up the pace, and not find themselves in the same situation as the last two rounds where they needed damage.
Aaron's just simply just trying to get away. Doesn't necessarily have a mask. That makes it that much harder for him to try to create distance, especially with
Nice.
Peterbot and Ritual continuously on his tail. Finally, the knock is going to come in along with the elimination. That one's going to get cleaned up. And it doubles because they were
Nice.
rotating already in the direction of zone as they get the knock onto Joji as well. So that's Aaron and Joji down and out. So literally leaving Nerface by himself in game 11 to have a clutch opportunity.
Yeah, look at the finds here too. Find some extra shields to take for the road here. So this is a huge
Let's go.
recovery opportunity for them. They get the mats that they most definitely needed. Deal Sphinx and Cooper
They
now,
need a
though, on
20
the
win,
move
20
amongst
kill win this.
the chaos
one.
of the other teams as
I'm gonna
well
go to the
here.
bathroom.
Plenty of trios on the move here in the southwestern portion of this map here, just outside the Magic Mosses. Booga threats and Aviv. On the eastern side of the Demon's Dojo, though, not looking too hot here. What's going on with them?
Probably just taking too many chances trying to get Surge. You see just below them at Pump Power, there's at least 3, maybe even 4 teams. Likely what they were fighting against as they continue to try to rotate north. They got to be careful. Tony, Creon, and Zeus are the ones on top of that mountain already. And threats, Booga, they're going to feel a little bit of that pain. Quick shots coming on over. For Tony, Creon, and Zeus, it's just a little bit more for their Surge game because they're focused on trying to rotate in, especially since you don't want to get cut off on that rotation. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they're the ones to do it.
We're just hopping back and forth to teams that matter. The teams that are up at the top here, giving us all the activity that we need to be paying attention to right now. 1,000 above the damage threshold puts Sphinx and Cooper, the Deals team, surely at the top as one of the teams to be contending for a smooth game. What's going on the other side? Kanata, Bolts, Rapid, eyes on potentially Booga and threats here. Aviv as well. They want to make a move here. They're going to be off on a rotate already. Zones popping in. You can see the Surge already active. It's a lot happening here. The Storm's pulling back south towards the Magic Mosses right now.
For now, I'm not too worried about the zone. There's good even ground. There might be some trees in the way. But if it continues to pull towards the south, towards those mountains, that's where we got to start to buckle up for a wild ride. As Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, they look into the distance, feed 2 full trios fighting it out, and they're just trying to get Surge. Eliminations are not. That's what they have their primary focus on.
Pollo and them alive fishing.
Then Pollo Agers,
Peterbot
just
and
kind
them
of smooth
fighting.
sailing down below, just fishing, trying to get as much shield fish before they can take the end
But they
game.
got
Peterbot,
Surge
Ritual,
at
and
least.
Cold. The amount of fighting in this game has proven to be worth it at the end of the day. Almost 1,000 above the damage threshold, really improving after those last 2 game performances.
This is actually huge, right? Like, being able to take your time, fish it out while you have zone like this, while you have the damage, while everyone else is, I mean, struggling for their tournament life. Like, look at Cold Acorn, or Cold Ritual and Peterbot here, still fighting their way to this safety. They're not quite there just yet. Still have a little bit of a ways to go.
Only 1 mask left for Cold. Jeez.
Maybe now they get some time. They do have a fishing rod, so this could be the
They're
recovery
just chill
point for
guys
them,
that
Jacob.
fish.
Yeah, exactly. Now that they have the Surge, this is something similar that we did see in the previous games where they were well above that threshold. Get themselves, not necessarily the most highest point on the map, but just so they can kind of go through uncontested through these next couple of zones. All depending on where it's going to pull.
the best day 2
You can
points.
see Clicks, Batman, Boo, and Yamzo, the most points so far, passing Virgo, Noxy, and their trio, who has been performing
They're
phenomenally
good on
well throughout the
Surge.
day as well.
Peterbot 2 kills. Not surprised.
Gotta keep it interesting though. 725 damage above the thresh. So they've definitely done enough. Wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn starting to feel
Someone
the
needs to
pressure
kill
starting to move on
Pollo.
top of them now, but look at this zone. They pull that as well, so less worry for them about positioning, more now about just focusing in on the damage. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid do have this little bit of high ground here. Oh, look at this. Aviv as well. It's positioned up for some high ground. They're just trying to break it out. They ain't trusting it.
Yeah, I feel like that is where the zone is kind of heading. So they don't have the opportunity to one-hop it with the Void Orb just yet. So they're trying to drop it down so no other teams can take it either. They're content with their positioning, probably waiting for the next zone as they look for more damage. Video, Cooper Sphinx, 800 above. A much different performance for them as well for some of the games that we've seen so far. Badil having to clutch as a solo, the whole team being down on Storm Surge. Great opportunity. And speak of that, Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot sneaking up on the phrase.
Oh
that
my.
even hurt me. Visuals, no! He didn't even see
No,
it in the
but they didn't
minutes.
get
He's
the
trying
kill.
to escape as a solo. Luckily for him, they're not
They
getting
only
too
got
greedy
1
because they
kill.
got the elimination, the resources, and the spot and zone that they were looking for.
I mean, they are just getting served the championship dub on a platter right now. At this rate, these pickups are incredible. Let's see it. These are a lot of points. This is exactly what Peterbot, Ritual, and Colt need right here, and the mats. Could it be the turning point in the tournament here in the late half to keep it interesting? We'll just have to find out, but Kanata Rapid Bolts keeping their story alive right now. We talked about how the zone was likely to position its way towards the north. They had a feeling of it. It's true. It's going that way. Everyone has to dip now. Click Siamzo, Batman Booga on the way there as well. And this is where things are going to start getting interesting now as we're into the end game here.
Clicks is so quick at setting up those pre-edits for the team. Even though they didn't get the elimination, you can see the damage onto Jojo Fishy, so he's feeling the pain. Donnie Chance
Cold Ritual
also
all
trying to
live.
move into the mix, but they don't know how hard it's going to be to try to steal away any of that loot. On the other side, they were the closest team to the zone, and they're quickly moving to make it known. They get to the front side, not quite in just yet, but they're using this opportunity to look back, try to punish any of these teams that are slow to rotate their way into zone.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here from Agers, Acorn, and Boyo as well, but they are only 60 above, so they are feeling the pressure right now. A couple more players have to fall here before things kind of settle down, and these eliminations are going to be critical to their damage and their success here in the lobby. Let's see if the other teams end up moving out. Now they're going to be one of the lates to rotate here, and look at this. The lobby has eyes on them. Booga threats Aviv, not making it easy for their move just yet.
And if anybody's going to have a chance, a long shot at taking that first place, they need to go down now as placement points just getting in. 8th zone, Booga, Aviv threats. They're going to be the ones on the high ground. But judging by the materials, this could get a little difficult for them to hold, especially if they get contested by any of these teams. Hungry down below. 6 eliminations so far.
They need a 40
looking
bomb.
for more opportunities to round down below. Recore all feeling that damage, and they're immediately going on the chase. The resources, the elimination points, the only way they can catch up is through this, and they're making sure to take every advantage of this opportunity.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They are looking to win this tournament. There's no way they need to play this aggressively otherwise. They want the points, and they want to do it here and now. And they only have these 2 chances left. This is game 11. They're putting it all on the line right now. Click Siamzo, Batman, Booga.
You need to be watching Peterbot. He's about to go for height.
And let's not forget, there's still second place, just as important, arguably,
Agers on
as
low
first,
ground.
right?
Literally so close going into this game. Less than 40 points really separating both of those teams, but below the threshold yet again. Poyo, Acorn, Agers looking for opportunities, but 49 below. They're not panicking. They're not getting too antsy. They know that's
Booga's
just one
super high
well-placed
up.
shot
Ritual
really to make the
dead
difference. Oh, Ritual
again.
goes down. Cold's feeling a little bit of that struggle. Quickly maneuvers into a whole nother layer, but he has to leave Peterbot behind. They'll figure out a way to reunite later, as they're not too far apart. They're looking down. Badil Cooper speaks possible targets, but they're not getting too greedy. They already have 1,800 damage. All they need is cement a big victory royale here.
Oh my god, but they're just running through low ground.
Poyo, Agers, and Acorn continuously find a way to succeed.
And this is what they do best.
Poyo
This is
won
where
his speed.
Acorn strives, playing the low ground, owning the outside of the
Floppers,
target, getting to
though.
front side zone. You have someone like
They're back.
Poyo and Agers behind you. It just doesn't get better. But look at this. Batman, Booga, Yamzo, and Clicks know better. All the world to go and try to meet them there, but they're going to have to get cut off there. No heavy mats here. Peterbot goes for high ground, giving a V, Booga, and Threat to run for their money. And he's
Peterbot
still
is
working
just such a
but he's gotta be
fucking
careful here.
guru.
He's starting to run out of gas. Down he goes. Shot onto Clicks there. It's not going to be enough to do anything big, but still being the disruptor of the lobby here as he's trying to keep his team in the running.
And looking for it back-to-back here. Clicks, Yamzo, Batman, Booga. See nobody holding on to height, so they go up. But Rapid, Kanata, and Bolt try to see the same thing. A full-on fight for it, but Clicks takes too much damage. No build. They cannot continue to fight. Clicks 7 HP. He finally goes down. That's Rapid, Kanata that's able to get the elimination. Yamzo turns back for it, but
Batman,
second, but he knows he
Booga.
can't be the hero.
Poyo dead.
Down he goes. And down goes
Peterbot
first
still
place as well.
alive.
First place down is huge right now. There it is, the runway.
Oh my
starting to
god,
crack open.
Peterbot.
Peterbot doing what Peterbot does.
Peterbot
He's
winning
getting
shit.
active
Come
right
on,
now.
my
He's got the
guy.
mats.
You
He's
got so
the
many
medallion.
mats.
He's got
Peterbot
everything he
solo
needs to
clutch.
continue to earn
How
a
much you
little
want to
bit
bet? Oh my
At
gosh.
least the first or second place here. That's about a 30-point swing that they will not be able to get in first place. He has the medallion.
Oh my, Max Nada
this is a
shit
recipe
on.
for success as he finds another elimination onto Kanata. No points, but the loot might be just as good.
I was gonna say, this is winnable with Kanata falling here. Let's not forget, they were a part of the recipe of the team holding high ground. Peterbot boxes up a deal. Sphinx comes down, but not too early, not too late.
Knock.
Peterbot is just on time with the knock on the deal. Can he get the points here is what matters most. And he can't even be seen because he's still on the move here, making sure he holds that.
He got his siphon. He got his kill. Oh my. Peterbot top 3.
With this high ground.
This is why we refer to them as the best players in Fortnite history. Rise goes up, and don't let the name fool you, because he
This is
immediately
fucking
goes down.
Peterbot.
The Peterbot destruction is real, and again, barely escaping. 10 HP, 1v3. Edgy is weak. He's
Oh my god, he gets second place. Oh my god, Peterbot is the best player in the world.
Talk about keeping it interesting.
Oh my god. Fucking
hands of our second place runner-ups. What a game that
Oh
was.
my god, no, Peterbot's the fucking goat, bro.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual really
Ritual fucking actually is holding back Peterbot from history. Like, this is crazy. I never want to see Ritual's name again. Oh my god.
That was Quanti, that was Bylaw, Edgy. Both of them all 3 of them were weak. That was a perfect opportunity for Peterbot to do Peterbot things, but you can see they wanted that win.
1v3.
Everybody down below. This was his only opportunity.
And it was a nobody who got first place. Yes, this is amazing.
Edgy and Bylaw win match
Oh my
11, but there's only
god.
one
Match
game
left.
And I gotta throw it to our analyst.
It's gonna be a couple minutes until we see the scoreboard. Oh my god. Peterbot is a fucking
We're supposed to talk about Quanti
And the
here.
thing that sucks
Violent Edgy.
is Ritual gets to qualify for Worlds because of this.
But I can't because
Oh my.
Peterbot ruined it again. Doing Peterbot things. We're gonna
So
hold,
they have to play
we're gonna
together
hold
even if
on
they get
Peterbot.
second
Okay,
place.
We'll talk about him after this short break because we have to celebrate this trio.
Oh,
Quanti,
this year
Viola,
is
Edgy
crazy.
getting
This is
themselves
the
a
craziest
victory
year I've ever
royale.
seen in Fortnite.
Man, this
And it's
was a
only
chaotic
the
game.
second month.
And this is like
Oh
when you want to do stuff like
my.
this, right? You
That
want
was
to make
fucking
these last few
crazy.
games, try and get as many points as you can to get themselves even a second place with the elims that they did. This could mean they're now playing for a life-changing amount of money, and that in
Holy.
itself is a big deal.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the leaderboard after we get back from break because I want to see where they were before this game because jumping up into 12th place and just seeing, you know, their match history going down in 28th, 30th, some of these games and to make such a
That was
wild
the
improvement to
craziest
go all the way to
fucking
first place. And
shit, bruh.
that's not necessarily something that we
Peterbot
don't
actually got
expect from this
second
trio. I mean, Quanti,
place?
Edgy, and Viola are all veterans of the game. So I'm so grateful that we got to watch them do what we know that they
my.
can do. But man, you were saying it. Peterbot just stole the show that game.
Peterbot
I
is
mean,
the best
definitely
player.
MDF hit it right on the head of the nail right there, right? Blinded by the lights. Like, what
No
even
one
happened
is
in the game?
better
I'm trying
than
to think.
this
I'm like,
guy.
I don't know. I mean, height was crazy. That game, we had a couple of teams that were going
Ritual
up for it,
died
but yeah,
like
another one of those
first
classic
moving.
chaotic games. Now that we're ending kind of
Oh
we're towards the
my.
end of the
Imagine
competition.
if
These
there was
teams are more
actually a
going to
good
kind of
third
get chaotic, go
player.
for the higher ground. They want to pick
It
up
wouldn't
some
even
points.
be
We
a
only had couple
fucking
of games left,
question.
and we're kind of seeing multiple teams go for it. A lot of chaos. So the low ground team that stays up as a healthy trio comes out with the win again.
Oh man. Okay. We're gonna go to break. When we come back, we'll talk about it, Peterbot. Okay. Stop ruining it, Peterbot. We'll talk about you in a second. We'll be right back.
Oh my. That was actually a good AR kill though. Holy. I think I need to roll something after that. thinking Peterbot is a fucking goat after that. Oh my. All right, let's see the scoreboard in 30 seconds. Smoke break.
Yeah, here we are again. Peterbot doing what Peterbot does. We just gotta roll this footage. Oh my god. Like, what do I say? What do we say here, man?
I mean, honestly, when I saw that it was game 11 and it was a Peterbot solo, I started having flashbacks to global championships. I started getting sweaty. What Peterbot can do when given all the right tools is just remarkable, Vivid. There is no stopping him, especially with the medallion in his hand. He is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah,
okay, that shot by Cold was actually disgusting.
He was like, name a better duo. And Peterbot
That's like the best shot all tournament. Did you see that slump?
Again. But what is happening with this trio? I mean, Peterbot,
What was
insane.
it?
Solo
Keep watching, you're
performances
probably
have been
about to see
nuts,
it.
keeping them in the competition
Cold
right
shot.
now. They were so healthy going into this end game, like 100+ builds on each of them in the moving zones. This should have been an easy win. Where are they faltering? It makes me want to kind of like freak out that we have to watch Peterbot solo clutch up
13, 14 kills.
Trio. But yeah, I mean, Peterbot just putting on a clinic. I mean, this FNCS finals for him alone has just been a highlight montage.
They have been second place the entire day, and that lead has grown and shrunk, and now it is just 60 points that separate Agers, Acorn, Poyo, and Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot. What a story that has developed through these 2 days of competition.
Zeke, I got something for you. I'm gonna throw some numbers your way, Zeke.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit me.
Okay. Going into game number 11, okay, the difference between first and second place was 127 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they're 59 points behind. They closed the gap, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They closed the gap by 68 points for that game 11 right there. If we were to copy and paste game 11 results, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual would win this FNCS. That's all I'm saying.
It's like, I mean, look, Peterbot's amazing. Okay, like if you, for whatever reason, thought he wasn't, that gameplay, that stat, I mean, he's just unbelievable. But the story still is we're fighting for first, right? Poyo right now is still in first. Now that last game didn't go super well for them, right? Like They placed 8th with 3 eliminations, which is only the second game they've had outside of the top 6. But for whatever reason, that last game, it didn't quite work out, which is kind of weird considering, like, you know, at one point Acorn goes down to Tyler and then they turn it on Tyler. And at one point, you know, they're just fishing in 6th, but didn't have a ton of elims. So like something didn't quite click that game, Kelly.
I don't think it's as detrimental as we think. Although, yes, that was their second worst game of the entire competition. It still was 8th place with a handful of eliminations.
Yeah.
They still played
Fair.
the strategy that we have seen them play time and time again. You can just only hope that Agers can solo clutch so many times before, you know, he starts getting tired and can't do it anymore. But no, there's so much that can happen in this final game. Vivid, I cannot wait to see what happens in game 12.
I'd be a little nervous, honestly, if I was Acorn, Pollo, and Asia. I mean, I know I kind of closed the door after game 9, game 10, when it was
Flick's
like 130
top
points. I was
3
like,
is
oh,
actually
yeah, I mean,
insane.
it's over. But that last game, it's got me believing again. It's really got me believing in the comeback again. And like Kelly mentioned, you know, maybe Agers is kind of tired of these solo clutches, and hopefully not. He's got to keep the gas pedal down. You know what I mean? He's got to bring out one more solo performance, maybe, or, you know, whatever this trio needs. They got to have one more decent game, one, you know, better or equal to that of the Peterbot, Pollo, and Cold performance.
Okay.
Peter's gonna do it, bro.
As Leva would say,
Who knows? It's gonna
what
be
if we
crazy.
see Peterbot land on Pollo for game 12?
Okay, well,
Peterbot lands on
I'm
Hoyle.
just
What do you
asking
think?
questions.
Pulling out Invitational, huh? I don't think that's
Shut
gonna
up, man.
happen.
You kidding me?
Okay, well, it's fine.
Peterbot
okay.
better land on him. That's all I gotta say.
We're getting word. It is
No,
about
he's
that
not
time.
gonna land
Okay,
on him.
we're about to start game 12
He's gonna
for
kill
all the
hella
marbles.
people.
Okay. A couple
Yeah, but
things
you have to
go
stop
in.
him because a
Obviously, we're
win
fighting
is
for
60
first, but
points or
still,
like
first
70
2
points.
spots will make it to the global
But
championships.
you have to get
This could be Pollo. This could be
70
Peterbot.
points.
For
So
all the
you
other
can't allow
duos, we're still
allow
playing for
Pollo to
crazy
get any
money.
points this
So
game.
cheer to the very end, okay?
You know what I'm saying?
For the last time, make sure number
You
1.
can't put it up to chance
Austin
like,
D-Face,
oh, is
Jacob
Pollo
PR.
gonna die off
Take it
spawn?
away.
No, you have to kill that motherfucker off spawn.
This is literally absolute cinema, Monster. Who would have ever thought this would be that close? One fight, one mistake turning the tides of not only who gets first and second, but the possibility of who goes to the global championship overall.
Yeah, and it really just shows you. I mean, we keep talking about Agers gets tired of clutching, but Peterbot is the one clutching too. Here we go. Game 12 is ready.
Oh my.
It all comes down to this, the last and final
Oh
game from
my.
Major 1. And I was hopefully
I hope
that it would
Peterbot
not
lands
be
on
a
Pollo.
runaway
That
train
would
with
just be
how
the
well
craziest
Peterbot
way to
Gold, which
end
one
it.
been playing all season long, not dropping a singular divisional cup
No,
final
it looks like they're going
throughout the
flooded.
course of the
Wait, it looks like
season.
they got someone
And where it
coming with
matters
them though.
most, they're finally being tested.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, we really have a two-way race for a finals win right here, right now. I mean, clearly Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual from the early instances of the game recognized that they needed much more eliminations, and
they're
they
eating
played
con.
like they
They're
needed
con.
it.
What is this?
And even now, look at this. What's going on here? Power, Polis, and Listen have somewhat decided that they're going to try something different this game.
This could be a blessing for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. That's all I'm saying. This is their drop. They know how it is. Now imagine dropping at your drop, spawning in with Storm Surge. The #1 thing that's been ailing them throughout this tournament. Frees up a lot of flexibility, but
Oh
if
my.
they could win it, Power, Polis, Listen
This
on
is
the other side,
litty.
starting to split the drop, forcing Ritual to actually land in the POI, something he hasn't done this entire tournament so far because they've been uncontested.
You talk about knowing the drop. They just immediately went for those shield kegs, and now look, they're shielded, they're looted, and they're kind of ready to fight. So they're already on the hunt here, trying to see if they can find opportunity. Cold
Oh
and
my
Ritual
God, I know
working
how
as a
these fights
two-man,
can
kind
go,
of
though.
sweeping around the outskirts here. What is going to go down here? This is a crazy potential turn of events here if this doesn't go in their way.
Talk about the tournament on the line. Peterbot already taking some early damage. They weren't able to go into that cave and get a lot of those barrels and kind of the big part of the loot over towards Flooded Frogs. Cold just trying to hunker down, See if somebody that runs past this position that he can catch off guard, especially with Peterbot taking damage.
No, this is grief. This fight needs to end ASAP.
Any quick moves, but in the feed, Minish is able to get 2, even with Okus getting 1. Fight over at Foxy Floodgate. Still going the way of Visual. Braids and a Minish. But this one's just slowing down so much.
Yeah, with great reason, right? They have everything riding on the line. I mean, everything to lose.
Nice.
Much more to gain now with that nice knock right there and the full finish. There's a Siphon starting to come in. Cole goes for the blind peek before even potentially popping the shields there.
That was a 600 IQ. They saw his teammate go in there knowing the only way out is with the orb, and they immediately pounced, taking him down.
Yeah, that's what happens when you fight here.
Perfect by them. That's knowing
Ritual
your drop
gets the
spot
other
down
kid.
to the
Nice.
T. Ritual gets the second one. That's Polo's going down. Now Power basically trapped. He's trapped. There's one way in this side of the map. The only other way out is through the porta potty, and already they know exactly where that's at. Another team coming in though from Magic Mosses. They got to be careful.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only way they can get him, though, is if Power literally over peaks. So I think they're recognizing it's going to be a bit of a standoff. Not too concerned about it just yet. Sure, the Vault there has excellent loot. However, we already know there is so much more abundancy to go around on the outskirts. So they're just going to play their game right now.
The game with 2 kills
Take the
is
2
good.
eliminations, count them as a dub, count them as free points. Likely, I wouldn't even be surprised they let him reboot him and just do it again, to be honest.
That wouldn't be the worst situation to kind of have happen here, but you kind of said it yourself. Towards the north side of them, because of how much respect they actually command over the drop spot, it's no love lost just yet. They have plenty of loot to go after. Boyo Agers Acorn, all the way from Night Shift, they're just trying to go to Warriors Watch, grab one of these mountains. They know a lot of the teams that rotate from the south, Shoguns, Solitude, Canyons Crossing, do like to rotate in and around this mountain to try to position themselves. So they're just trying to beat all these other teams to the punch. And for them, first place, they just need to play as clean as possible.
Yeah, but the crazy part is, like, with how much of an outlier Peterbot has been with his performances, when he gets his hands on the medallion, I don't even think they got it from actually battling the boss. I'm pretty sure he just found elimination. That refresh gave him the medallion, and then it was just boom, zooming from there, uphill from there. So it's just crazy how like all of that kind of pieced together, and the puzzle started to come to image there.
I feel bad. On the other side, the team that they're shooting at towards Shogun Solitude, Quanti, Edgy, and Baila, even coming after a big win. Trying to figure out how to replicate that, but with a team like them just kind of hounding your rotational path, your way out, they're gonna have to think outside of the box. But Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo. They rotated northeast a little bit from their drop spot of Lost Lakes, almost in the path of Flooded Frogs. But this is something that they've been doing almost all tournament long. Go to the west, try to get your surge there, because otherwise they're going to have to box-to-box fight a lot of these other teams, and that's something that they want to save into a last resort until they're desperate for surge.
Yeah, definitely. There's some teams that thrive in the box fight scenario. However, it's always going to raise your risk. Meanwhile, back to the other side of the map here. Peterbot continue to work on his loot route outside the Flooded Frogs here, alongside Cold and Ritual, who are well on their way. And they're going to be looking for eliminations here soon. I do think that they're trying to set themselves up for another, like, 10-plus elimination game, to be honest.
At least they do have timing on their side. Again, the last and final game of the day, Curly, Noxy, Virgo.
Someone needs to kill Poyo,
so
dude.
far, trying to climb up the leaderboard. They find a quick and early elimination, helping their surge game. They're just seeing everybody towards this western part of the map try to rotate around each other. Some fighting, stuck in that position.
Poyo
That's
fighting.
Brez. He might even be by himself. The Acorn, Agers, Poyo. They saw that team solo at Shogun Solitude. They continue to push over in that direction, and now they're in a fight against Quanti, NG, and Bylock.
This is very nice so far. But remember, some teams play well off of momentum. This could be really bad for Boyo, Agers, and Acorn, given that Quanti's team just took a Victor Royale. That's all you need to know, that you can win amongst the best of the best. So this is, in my opinion, one of the scarier teams you can fight, given the circumstances right now in this game. I would not recommend it.
Kwani 300
What's done is
points.
done. Here comes the Storm now to kind of put the damage, put the pressure, put the clock against the team here. Great tags continue to fold for Agers, Acorn, and Boyo here.
And even though Quanti, Baila, Edgy, they see the point deficit, literally impossible to overcome. It's still tens of thousands, still life-changing around the money. As
Still,
long
the
as they
team
continue
right
to climb
below you
up
is
that
crazy.
leaderboard.
This is grief. This
And
is
obviously
what
good
we need right
experience
here.
practice going into Major 2, assuming they stick together as a team. Boyo, Agers, Acorn, just kind of content. This is a team that usually spends a lot of time in the zone, rotating around, getting their surge. Just trying to play that safe plan instead of just directly going in and be susceptible to somebody that might be below the threshold. So they do make that smart decision, just disengage overall.
I called it. I called it. They were going to give them just enough time to get that pickup, and then look, they're already coming back for it. Peterbot taking the one-on-one against Listen. I mean, they made a mistake, obviously, trying to challenge this team, but still,
Peterbot doesn't
ultimately,
lose
you have to
this, yeah.
perform up to the standard, and this team is just not there. Not yet. Not quite yet. For Peterbot Golden Ritual, they find a third. And that elimination there, they could even double back now and continue to work for more.
I mean, he was just trying to get loot. That was one of the rebooted players on that team.
Yep.
He thought they were gone. He said, why would they still be rotating around here? Because this is their drop. They command all this space for a reason. Every single piece of loot by them is going to be tracked as they continue to rotate to the eastern side of the map overall. You can see Peterbot dealt 3,003 damage in game 11, the most
Peterbot just
of any
doing
other player
work.
so far, and just goes to show how bad he wants that
Agers
first
and
place
them
spot,
alive.
how bad he wants the 4P for Pete.
Not gonna lie, I feel like the pressure is rising for Acorn, Boyo, and Agers, even now as they sit in between Sphinx, Fadil, Cooper's trio here off to the side.
No
They've kind
points
of
so
moved
far
away
this
from
game.
rotating straight in. They've gone further and further south, seeming like they want to take these contested areas and fights, but it's only the last
official
two
though.
games
If
we've kind of
Peterbot
seen them
wins this
do
game and
type of
Boyo dies
strategy,
right
so
now, Peterbot
I
wins.
do wonder
But if Peterbot
something
dies,
changes and it
we
changes
don't have to talk about
too
it. I don't
quickly,
even
how
wanna
will they
say it.
adapt now, given that they have the pressure of maintaining a lead right now? For some, that's pretty difficult to do.
And considering the switch ups from day 1 to day 2,
Clicks,
they were
gets a
relatively
kill.
almost always above that damage threshold. Really not too many worries. And we saw them already today going down, losing that top spot on the leaderboard because of their lack of ability to get surge in just one of those games. One of those games really making the difference and putting the pressure on them, especially since the 12th and final game of Major 1. Sphinx, Vidal, Cooper. Kind of business as usual for them, spread apart.
Just quiet.
Duo is going to be positioned right below by that lake, one fishing, one in a tower, and then Sphinx, the IGL of the squad, kind of positioned inside of the zone, looking back though with the rest of the team.
Definitely got eyes on Clixie, Amjo, and Batman Booga right now. They just took down Polis from that trio that looked to surprise contest Peterbot. So all the teams up here, Ian, pretty good right now. You can see that's going to give Iamzo its first elimination. You saw in the zone there, Power. Did he just pick his teammate up again? It seems like it. They might go down as a team that was eliminated the most in any single FNCS at this point in a single game with the reboots that keep coming out here.
Oh
What's
my.
Clixie, Amjo, and Batman Booga thinking? Yeah, they just want to get to the zone, play it slow, play it steady.
It's
No need to
40
go
points
into the
that's
storm and
separating.
chase
Oh, wait, no,
the
50
elimination here
points
just
still.
yet.
Fuck.
Just 96 points down.
Someone kill Ritual.
Out of second place.
Or not Ritual. Someone kill
10
Poyo.
eliminations and a win would definitely overcome that gap, but you got to take into consideration it would have to be called Peterbot and Ritual going down before they gain too many more points for that
Agers and
situation to
them
be
in
realistic.
Storm,
Look at
though.
this.
They're just continuing going deeper and deeper in zone. They were at Mass Meadows and now they're going right behind. They're trying to take advantage of Snakes, Oreo, and Wigs, a team that
This
lacks just
actually
a
might be
little
good.
bit experience in this lobby. This is their first FNCS final appearance, going up against a team that has the most FNCS titles.
This is what I was talking about. Boyo, Agers, and Acorn kind of mixing up their strategy, going south. Now they're going back. Like they're kind of doing something totally different. I was curious if whether or not it was going to be successful so far. If they can get these string of eliminations here, it will definitely be worth the troubles However, are they working off of intuition or did they catch some visuals? I see Pollo knows there's one there.
Pollo's still
They don't
stuck.
exactly know where Snakes is.
This timing's got to be good. Wig's got to be patient because even if he heals a little bit, they're going to know he's there, but they might have saw somebody separate as a solo, trying to go into that bamboo forest, hide himself. That's Snake, but they're hot on his heels. The Void Mask can only take you so far, especially when it's 3v1. 2 can push up, 1 could put shots into the distance. This is not going to be an easy escape plan if he's looking to make it happen.
And they're going further and further. Now as Snakes is kind of on the outskirts, on the edge here, trying to keep a low profile. There goes the Oni mask. They know where he's going. They're looking to cut him off. They finally get the knock now. Siphon can only be granted to one, though. But hey, they did get a little bit of damage here, and that's what matters.
It's Acorn who's actually going to get the elimination. Siphon's going to heal him up just a little bit, but like you said, the damage is what they were really after.
Oh,
the points
wow.
are a bonus as we got 2 teams at top, 2 of our premier teams. One of them, Peterbot Cold and Ritual, something that they've done most of the day against Rapid, Bolts, and Kanata. We have seen them up here a few times throughout this major, but it hasn't been as consistent as this team here.
They're not going to let them take this medallion. They came here for it. They seem to be poised up for the pounce attack here shortly. And if they're not careful, they're going to come and meet the trio here in just a couple moments. But do remember, whoever takes down this boss here will immediately gain the advantage of being able to pick up that medallion. Here comes the pressure from the other teams. And now, look, confusion kind of setting in place here as the boss sprints around as well. You have to kind of track him, track the other team. Are they pushing you yet, right?
Destroying all those builds. Those are the little seconds right there. But the other trio across from them kind of look to take it with all that damage dealt. An opportunity to steal it away.
Smart. So smart. They got on the radar right at the very end there to get it while it was low, to pull it towards them and then try to secure the quick elimination onto the boss here.
Back over
but was
it goes.
The timing right?
Just seconds. Literally seconds too late. And it almost, all that loot almost falling off the edge. They had to box it up to prevent that from happening. Bolts is the one that we're really going to have to watch out for, because now he has the medallion in hand. And you kind of think, where did they start this game? 6th place. They are literally 5 points down of 4th and 5th place because they're tied.
Japco dead.
Japco with the clutch elimination here onto Virgo, though, to keep him in the game right now. Here come the splashes finally.
Someone kill Pollo.
Definitely a close one. And look at this, doubling back towards the Kappa Kappa factory to try and find Broken in 20 here. And they actually get the knock, a quick one at that. Before the pickup happens, he was kind of hovering around the reboot van. What is going on here? And look at this loot starting to add up now for Rizmaz and Japco. They could be running their way up towards 3rd place right now. Clix Batman Booga Yamzo. For Clix, that would be his best overall FNCS performance if he can get 3rd or better at this point. So it still means something to him, even if it's sentimental, right? Career value here.
Yeah, it's only 44 points, Monster. That means going down outside of the top 8 gives them an opportunity, assuming they're able to close it out and get points, whether through Victory Royale or elimination. You kind of see so many different possibilities. Train rolling through momentarily. Clix, Yamzo, Batman Booga trying to take advantage of that the best that they can. Creon, Zeus, and Tony, they're the ones that are struggling to make by. They have no choice but to kind of end up in that tunnel. But Tony has to be careful. He's the solo. He stayed outside of the tunnel, and now he's becoming the focus.
It almost looked like the whole team was trying to catch the train, but they missed it. And off they go down the tunnel. Yamzo, Batman Booga still sitting on that single elimination. Surge is now officially active in this lobby. The first time we're getting a true glance of it. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual remain the last team standing on the island here, but at what cost? They were here for the medallion. The team that took it got away, and it's in the hands of a very, very strong trio as well of Kanata and team.
I think they're just learning. They're realizing Hey, at this
Poyo.
stage in the game, we need at least
Dead.
500 damage. Poyo's down. Poyo
Ager's
is down.
dead. Acorn doesn't clutch
scrambling, and
this.
Agers is down as well. First place under pressure. He gets the
Resin,
eliminations. I think it's down to a 1v1. He's trying to get the revive on the Agers. On the other side, that's Maxi, first time finalist. He takes a big shot. Acorn, the IGL of the squad. This is a big moment for them, trying to stay alive. Quickly reinforces, building even more. But Maxi returns to the scene.
There's a
Not
team
wanting to let this opportunity go.
There's another team on the south. Could it
No,
be
Agers actually clutches
potentially
it.
inching their way forward from the outskirts?
No
We'll see.
way.
But the elimination Acorn
Acorn
was able
actually
to pick
gets
up
the
just in
fucking
the nick of
clutch.
time and save
Oh
his
shit, that
teammates.
actually might be the difference
Actually,
right there
Liam,
with that
they've
clutch.
been watching this go down the entire time, and they decided
Oh
not to jump on
my
it.
way.
Oh my gosh.
No, that was huge.
This is big. This is history in the making. Acorn, Chapter 2 victory. Chapter 3
Oh
victory.
my.
Chapter 4 victory. Yes, I'm going to say it again. Chapter 5 victory. This is his chance to win 5 different FNCS titles in 5 different chapters. And that moment there, Acorn was the one that saved it all.
Is that across basically 5 years as well? Like, what is going on here? One of the vets in this space still putting up the numbers. It's incredible to see.
No way.
That's why we love to root for him as well. Man, what
Acorn
a turn of
came in
events that could
so
have been. That
clutch
could
right
be
there.
the moment in the tournament right there that sets them back for good.
And it's just like when you see something like that in the feed, Acorn saving 3 straight eliminations. Pretty about Cold and Ritual. They kind of felt it in that last game 11 where he had to go massive, not only in terms of placement, but eliminations. 3 so far for Acorn. That was the cleanup, 550 above. Another shield cracking moment. And even though they're still alive and well in terms of storage surge, you gotta imagine the damage it's doing to their resources in terms of heals.
Yeah, I mean, they were lucky enough to fight a team that had plenty, and I mean plenty of materials, so they're good on that front. That's enough to bring them back.
Peterbot dead to the sword.
Definitely looking worse for wear.
Nope, never
Meanwhile,
mind.
Peterbot, Cold and Ritual continue
Imagine.
to make up the point gap here by
Imagine the
finding
sword ends
elimination.
Peterbot's fucking
Acorn,
run.
Cold, going head to head right now for who's gonna take this Chapter 1 Finals dub home.
40 points
I mean,
difference.
you'd
Oh
love to see
my.
it.
Only 47 points is
Crazy.
the difference maker. They're just like them. I was
That's
talking about
10
teams for third
kills
and
though,
fourth
if you
in
think
order to
about it.
get,
Oh
they
my
need to
god.
get at least inside of the top 8 while their opponents
They
down
just gotta
inside
run
of the
through
top
this
8.
lobby.
That same situation is arising with Poyo, Acorn, and Agers. 19 teams still left alive. They need another consistent performances almost inside of the top 8 or for their opponent to go down.
Both
With
of
pressure
them
from the other side.
not
Rapid is
looking
feeling
good.
it. Bolt scrambling around. He has the medallion trying to hide his position, but there's too many teams focusing in this direction. It's all going out the window. 8 HP in a dream. Bolt's trying to survive, but he
Flash
doesn't know
yourself,
where to
brother.
stop.
Oh
If anything,
my.
this is
Bolt
great for the rest of the
fucking
lobby right here. This
disgusting.
medallion starts to change hands. I mean, you
No,
have to
Bolt
think
is
about that.
improved
Only
for that one.
buffs teams like Peterbot who are looking to try to find the trio that's holding it that obviously isn't at the caliber, right, that they are. But Bolts manages to survive here as he should, given the
Oh my,
advantage.
Acorn might be the GOAT for
But look
that
at what
one.
it's done to their overall standing here. They lost a player. Pressure's on him now. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual on the other side of this kind of coin here, continuing to stay active further and further away from the rest. But look, they sort of have a clear grounds to the new zone.
Oh
Agers,
my.
Poyo, and Acorn want to be the first to get there. And they can actually be one of the teams that have the luxury to do so because they have the damage. Do not forget that. This is actually a perfect aerial view as well to kind of show you where the big team names are right now. Iamzo's team's off to that west side. Yeah, Bolts and Kanata kind of on the north side looking to come down.
And if they pull another one of these zones, they're going to start looking at holding on to that high ground. It's 8 zone as Bolts and Kanata to barely get themselves above that damage threshold. Quickly scrambling
This
around.
is the last
On the
game.
other side is going to be Quanti, but he has to be careful. Low ground, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Just trying to put pressure on teams above them. Maybe even drop one into their box. But now it's time to rotate. You talked about that clear path, and they made it look easy.
See, that's very interesting. They're actually fighting when they could have rotated a long time ago, but they are looking, they are hunting for eliminations right now. They understand what job has to be done right here. They have nothing to lose.
We need Pollo and them to die right now.
They want to play for first, and I love that we're seeing them try to do just that. Bolts, meanwhile, almost like a solo player in his own right, just trying to keep up with Kanata, who's playing much far ahead of him.
Yeah, Bolts is going to be the one trying to look for opportunities.
Oh, wow.
Firing squad comes in, down below. They're pressuring Booga, Aviv, Threats. Another team on the other side, Muzz and Rise. They might be the ones that come successful in this whole altercation, whether they get the eliminations in the loop. But that's no problem for them.
No, this is not good.
Go down. They're trying to go ahead and make up for one of those mistakes they had earlier on the game, going down, giving up their top spot on that leaderboard. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Doesn't matter how many kills you get as long as Pollo stays alive, bruh.
Become the leaders of this lobby, and the only way to do that is getting aggressive.
And they got high ground. No way.
You know they see the feed
Yo,
going up.
Acorn is the GOAT.
Pollo, Aegis earn a couple more eliminations. It almost seems like
Oh
they
my.
start looking for more themselves, understanding that they need to stay ahead. But look, they have answered every single time the call here. They have arguably more elims now. They're at 7, starting to break away with the lead here, playing for the high ground position as well, working hand in hand, side by side. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual playing the mid to low ground now, trying to see what they can find.
It doesn't matter.
Here it is. The end game is before us.
And the points are very, very limited right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're trying to hold on to the second place. The Fortnite Global Championship spot, only 2 teams will advance out of this major. But Peterbot wants to be the best. He wants to create that legacy. He wants to win, especially with the fashion that he's been having, the solo clutch after solo
But Pollo
clutch.
and them just
But
got
they're still
hyped.
alive at the top
It's
12.
over.
Monster, once it gets to top 8, that's half of the placement points allowed in the lobby as they drop another team into the lobby, grab those eliminations. That's not, again, a team they've been just dissecting all tournament long.
They just picked up about 4 eliminations off of that, by the way. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Look at how aggressive, look at how hungry they are to try to secure as many eliminations as possible right now. They are not stopping the activity right here.
Yeah, but
I just
Pollo and
wonder
them are
when are they
fragging
gonna
out
look up
too.
to high ground and realize who it is that's up top. It's now. Peterbot goes
Here
up,
it is.
putting it all on the table. He's got the high ground. Acorn forcing low. The pressure's trying to come in. Agers has to run. Will he get away? That's a shot. I think they know exactly who they're chasing.
Yeah, they realized it. The only way to win those placement points really gonna be the difference maker. There's at least 35 or more placement points. Enough to close the gap. Combine that with eliminations, but they need them to go down. Pollo underneath, box to box, Booga, Threats, Aviv. They're the ones that they're targeting, trying
Ritual
to push
got
them
a
back.
kill.
They want them
Peterbot
off their
got a
layer.
kill.
They want them around, but
Ritual
they want to
got
get the
another kill.
eliminations.
Cole got a kill.
Desperation starting to kick in for Agers as well. Notice what they're doing. Now they almost look like the team that needs to keep firing here to secure eliminations. Who would have thought the pressure to be this strong? Booga goes down. Peterbot finds himself a little bit more activity here, but can he track Bolts here?
Acorn's
Bolts got
still
that
alive,
medallion.
though.
He's in the storm. He's going to be impossible to track. There it is. Couple tags though, not enough. Meanwhile,
Acorn dead.
is starting to get dismantled here.
Pollo
One's
though
gonna
running
fall,
through
but
the low
elimination
ground.
falls. Pollo gets to pick that one up here, and they're one of the few
It's a
trios
top
alive here on
4
the low
though.
ground.
And they have
Oh my
double-digit
gosh.
eliminations, matching the firepower.
Pollo's
of
still
Peterbot,
alive.
Cold,
It's
and Ritual,
over.
But there has a few points remain. Peterbot's going for the eliminations, drops in, and he finds the medallion along the way. He was the one that took out Cold, looking to take out Pollo. Agers is underneath, but they're narrowly surviving. They're escaping danger at every turn. Pollo does it again. Reunites with Agers in the same box. You see the material count, the resources running dangerously low, and Pollo goes down. Agers now stuck to the backside of zone. First place down. It's up to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. The storm's
Peterbot needs all the kills.
Couple points left on the table here. He's got to get them all. Peterbot finds Blake with the shot. Jumps out to the side. Blake takes high ground. What is he going to do? He's very, very hurt here, but he's putting the pressure on. And this is what pros do. They continue to push, even against all odds here. His teammate comes up. Cold is there to support him. They force him down to the low ground. And
Oh my god. It's so close.
And win the game.
That is 16 eliminations.
So
They
close.
did it in the last game, Monster.
I think they still
Was it
lost.
too late?
But with the elim points, they might win it. It's gonna be like up to like 3 or 4 points. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
But I don't know if I'm that good.
I couldn't tell you either.
Oh my
I'll be honest. I mean, listen, you really have to think about
That's
it.
20 points. Yeah, I think Peterbot won. Don't spoil. I think Peterbot won. Oh my gosh.
Outside of the top 3, we know that for certain. But the question is, how many more eliminations did they have over their counterparts?
That was literally the best FNCS ever, no matter who won. Acorn clutches, gets the double reds off for the fucking win, or Peterbot clutches the fucking dub with all those frags.
To finish in a photo win right there. What a performance.
Oh
a
my
victory off the
gosh.
Ritual Cold and Peterbot.
Who knows?
We couldn't have asked for a better game, Jacob, here
Who
for match 12,
fucking
but
knows?
we also don't know who won.
Yeah, this is just absolutely insane. I don't think anybody expected this going into Major 1. A 2-team race at the top. This has been absolutely phenomenal, Monster.
Listen, I don't have anything more to say. It's been wonderful calling the shots with you here, Jacob.
No, maybe Poyo actually might have won. Oh my god, it's so crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh my, that was the best Fortnite ever.
Thank you so much,
Oh
Monster D-Face,
my.
Jacob PR. Fantastic work. This came down to a photo finish, as Monster D-Face called out.
Oh my.
In the final moments of Game 12 of Major number 1, Poyo, Peterbot go head to head.
Oh my.
Now, of course, we know Peterbot got the victory royale with 16 eliminations.
Oh my.
The difference of 14 points. Only 14 points was the difference. Congratulations to your Major 1 champions. Agers, Acorn,
Oh my
and Poyo.
god.
14 points.
Oh my god. Agers, Acorn, Poyo. Acorn actually clutched that shit.
That away in the last few moments
Acorn.
of the game.
Oh my god.
my
Acorn
gosh.
might be the GOAT.
Kelly, I'm trying to
Oh
process
my
what
god.
I
Ritual is
just witnessed in
canceled.
this game of Fortnite.
Oh
In this little game
my.
called Fortnite, that's a battle royale where we build walls
And
brick
Poyo
and
secures
metal structures.
4 in a row. Poyo's still 4 in a row. Oh my god, everyone thought Peter was gonna go 4 in a row.
We just watched one of the greatest
Poyo
head-to-heads
actually
this game has
secures himself as one of the best players in the world with this one.
Fast right now.
Oh my.
We're screaming.
Acorn solidifies himself as the best IGL in the game. He's won an FNCS in every chapter except for the first one when there was no FNCS. Oh my.
Having Cold and Acorn, the
Agers gets his second FNCS.
competition for the last 2 years, breaking up, separating themselves,
Oh my, Peterbot loses because his team is just so bad.
And Ritual were, and then we have day 1 where they don't even break into the top 3 for the game placements, but they still get second place. Starting day 2, getting first place, ending up with game 12, getting the victory royale as well. But still, Poyo,
That is
Acorn,
just
and
the
Agers
craziest
said, not
thing.
today. They said this is our time to
Acorn.
shine. Agers and Poyo, absolutely
No
incredible fraggers.
way,
Acorn, one of the
Poyo.
smartest to ever touch the game.
Poyo.
And with it just being a 14-point difference after that game,
Poyo.
after so many
Oh
solo
my
clutches
gosh.
from
I
Agers,
guess
after
everyone
such
needs
a
to put
smart
the
strategy
respect
that
on
we saw
Poyo's
them
name after
develop
this
throughout
one.
the last 2 days. This
Oh
is
my
why
God.
I love watching the FNCS.
Acorn gets to continue the Major 1 domination. Poyo gets to keep his consecutive FNCS winning
What?
streak.
I
Now
am
4 in a
blown
row for
away.
him. And Agers gets to celebrate as well. Major 1, NA freaking champions. Acorn, Poyo, and Agers. And everybody had said, you know, everybody else was playing for second this major. It was a given that Peterbot trio was going to dominate the competition. And I'll be honest with you, I got to tip my hat to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual for a second right now. 130 points behind with just a couple of games left to go. And you mean to tell me you guys brought it within 14 points? Insane. Way to keep us entertained until the very last second.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Peterbot can't do everything, bro.
I mean,
he's not fucking Jesus, bro.
I'm speechless. I don't have any. I don't have any bits. I don't have any gags.
Ritual, bro. I never want to see your name again,
by
bro.
what we just saw today. Let's hit these standings to just see how everything kind of placed out. Because remember, yes, you know, once again, congratulations, Agers, Acorn, and Puyo are Major 1 champions, but there is still 2 spots going to global championships, and we knew going into this, and it didn't change. It was always going to be Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, and even in those moments, Kelly, where I thought it's over, Peterbot's alone, or, you know, even in this last game, I'm looking, and it just doesn't matter. They secured themselves that spot to the global championships. For both of these trios to set out in Major 1 and to step forward ahead of everyone else and say, listen,
like,
we are the ones that just won globals, and now both of us will be making that return. Globals is going to be insane this year.
It is going to be so crazy, and we only have a handful of teams that we know are going to be making it through. I cannot wait for Majors 2 and 3.
If Acorn dies right there,
this leaderboard right here,
he loses the title.
All of these trios, literally every team that was on everyone's top of the list is there in our top 10. And finally, I got to see the interview for my Batman Booga, Yamzo, and Clicks, and I was asking them, are you guys going to break the 4th place curse? And they do it. They get 3rd place. You know that they wanted that 1st or 2nd, but still they played so well today. At one point in today's competition, they actually earned more points than anyone else. They break the 4th place curse, but now it's time to go for the win.
Oh my.
Incredible stuff throughout the entire weekend for that trio. I know Clicks has got to be extremely happy now getting his best FNCS placement, that being 3rd. And yeah, I mean, game number 12 also delivered on many other fronts. The difference between 4th, 5th, and 6th was just 5 points. Those same 3 teams kind of shuffled amongst those placements. Cooper, Video, and Sphinx ended up in that 4th place spot, though I know that they were probably hoping for better. A lot of people regarded them as the 2nd best team on the region. 4th place, though, still very, very good.
I mean, yeah, you know, to see Muzz as well. Muzz Yapko Rise come out and be 5th. I mean, guys, this was a nail biter, obviously, like between 1st and 2nd. But going into this game as well, as far down as like 6th or 7th place. Wow. Fortnite delivers an NA. Again, I'm just so blown away. This was just such an amazing showing. And it's just these players. Like, for real, Fortnite fam, if you're not following them, go follow them. Go watch their streams. Go congratulate them on socials. They just put on an amazing showing for us. I mean, this was amazing. Thank you guys so much. We have to say goodbye, I guess.
I know.
That was ridiculous. That was the best Fortnite
it's fine
ever.
Because at the end of the day, we watched some amazing Fortnite by some of the best players to touch the game. They gave us one of the craziest stories we've ever seen, which only would have been made better if Peterbot landed on Poyo. I know. I was trying to manifest it. It didn't work, and that's okay. They're still globals. Before we say goodbye, Kelly, Vivid, I just want to give you guys the floor before we say goodbye.
Thank you to the production for putting this all together and having one of the best shows that we've ever had. Of course, thank you to the amazing players. A big shout out to all the players I got to interview. I love being able to have a personal connection with them. Big thank you to all of the viewing parties that we have. You guys are the lifeblood of the FNCS. You guys have provided so much incredible entertainment for so many viewers. And to the viewers as well, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Zeke, Vivid, thank you guys for having me. It has been an absolute pleasure being on this desk.
Yeah, it's honestly been a lot of fun. Was entertained throughout the entirety of it. Thank you to all the players for showing up, competing at the highest level of Fortnite. Excited to see what major to bring Zeke? I guess for now, like I said earlier, these games are going to go by fast. It feels like I just teleported in time from game number 7 at the end of the game number 12 here. Yeah, major 1. It's done.
Whew.
Man, I could not put it.
We definitely got to see what happened on Twitter.
Shout out to Monster D-Face.
After
Shout out
this.
to Jacob PR. Shout out to the EU team for all that they do and the show that they put on. Shout out to you, Fortnite fan, for letting us live this crazy dream where we get to talk about Fortnite and I get to.
Someone actually dethroned Peter bot. That is huge.
Now we just look forward to
that
major
gives
number
me
2.
hope about this game too.
Once again, congratulations,
Oh
Agers,
my.
Acorn, Poyo, Major 1 champions. Until
Poyo.
Major number 2, we can't wait to be back with you. But until then, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe.
No, Poyo and I
We'll
got
see you on that
similar
Battle
names.
Bus.
Beep, beep.
Oh my. All right, now we gotta check Twitter. All right, let's just check it on my phone. I can't check it on computer, my bad. All right, let's see here. Cold said sickening. Second place. Let's see if anyone else said anything. Benno, Poyo said first.
Finna play or what, Toad?
All right, I'm back. That shit was crazy. Oh my. Oh my. That's all I gotta say. Slump, you trying to run it or what? Mr. Beats?
In your life for 5 years and then you just fall off because you say the hard R and your hands don't work anymore. Like think about it. Imagine like Fortnite being your life for 5 years and
Gee.